Chapter 1919. Originally, AIO was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and his status was not low, so anything he took out would definitely be extraordinary. But when he heard that it was a secret art, AIO immediately lost interest and curled his lips. I was wondering what it was. It turns out to be a secret art. Although my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, we also attach great importance to the martial Tao. As for this secret art, boy, keep it for yourself. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these things. Yang Kai smiled slightly and calmly spat out a line of words from his mouth. This secret art is called Star Refining Art. As soon as his voice fell, AIO's eyes burst with light and he immediately snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hand at lightning speed. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. There were 3 ancient characters engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the characters that existed today. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were somewhat similar to the 3 characters of the current star refining art. AIO's hands could not help trembling. "Senior, don't you think this is a bit unbecoming of your identity?" Yang Kai ridiculed from the side. "Shut up!" AIO shouted angrily. He did not have the slightest intention of guarding against Yang Kai and directly immersed his mind into the stone tablet, studying it carefully. Later, when the embodiment refined the source of the floating continent, it also proved this point. AIO was now at the peak of the second-order Origin King realm. If he could obtain the star refining art and refine the source of a cultivation star, not only would his future be bright, but his promotion to the third-order Origin King realm would also be absolutely assured. That was why he had lost his composure. Last time, he had asked Xueyu to bring a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for the star refining art. Unfortunately, it fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After Xueyu returned, she did not report the truth, so AIO did not know that the star refining art was actually in Yang Kai's possession. Now that he suddenly saw it, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stood to the side, waiting. As time passed, AIO's expression changed from excitement to nervousness. Anticipation, excitement, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was carefree. "Senior, what did you gain?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "As long as Senior is satisfied. I'll take this. I'll think about the matter between you and Xueyu." Yang Kai smiled and did not force him. Since AIO had said so, it meant that he had agreed. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Come, follow me for a walk. I have something to ask you." AIO changed his overbearing attitude. He became much friendlier. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Elder's orders, I dare not refuse." AIO was very satisfied with his attitude. As he walked forward with his hands behind his back, he said, "I want to know, how old are you this year?" "This? I'm not too sure either." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Since leaving Tongxian realm and entering Star's territory, he had been wandering around aimlessly, so how could he have the time to calculate his own age? About 50 to 60 years old. 50 to 60 years old? AIO's face changed slightly. "Are you sure you're only that old? 50 to 60 years old." For a mortal, this was already the year when they were about to enter the age of obedience. However, for successful martial artists, 50 to 60 years was just the beginning of their cultivation. Today's Saint Grade Cultivator and Saint King Grade Cultivator were all at this age. Even some Transcendence and Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators with poor aptitude were much older. As for Yang Kai, he was a second-order Origin King. In the entire Star's territory, which Origin King was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years? Without the accumulation of time and the flowing time Great Emperor, it was impossible to break through to the Origin King realm. Therefore, after learning that Yang Kai was only 50 or 60 years old, AIO was almost shocked to the core. I checked your bone age. You don't mind, do you? AIO looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Naturally, I don't mind. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. AIO reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's wrist, releasing his divine sense to investigate for a while before letting go in shock. Under his investigation, he found that Yang Kai was really only a few decades old and was not lying. After all, although the appearance of a cultivator would not change much due to the increase in strength, the bone age could reflect the age of a cultivator. How did he cultivate? AIO suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. What shocked him even more was that when he checked Yang Kai's bone age, he found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was shockingly vigorous. He suddenly realized that this should be because Yang Kai had refined the immortal divine tree. President AIO thought that Yang Kai had really refined the immortal divine tree, which was why he could break through to the second-order Origin King realm in such a short time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, with your talent, there is no woman in this star territory who is worthy of you. It is Xueyu's blessing that you have taken a fancy to her. This king can rest assured that she will follow you. He finally admitted the relationship between Yang Kai and Xueyu. After all, a character like Yang Kai was hard to come by and was more than enough to be worthy of Xueyu. But there is one thing this king needs to remind you of. AIO suddenly remembered something and said. Please speak, senior. Do you know about Xueyu's special constitution? AIO asked. Dragon marrow phoenix body. Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for this special constitution, Xueyu would not have been able to hide from the eyes of the entire star territory by pretending to be a man without being seen through. Yes. Since you know about the dragon marrow phoenix body, you must also know the greatest role of this constitution. Yang Kai nodded with a strange expression. AIO coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, as an elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I want to remind you that if it is for your own good and for Xueyu's good, don't be too early. You understand. It won't be too late to wait until the day Xueyu's martial Tao becomes successful. I believe with your temperament, you should have enough patience. I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. It was really embarrassing to talk about this topic with his future father-in-law. It's good that you understand. AIO patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately and said with a sigh, don't blame this king for being unreasonable. When the day comes when you are a father, you will understand why I did everything I did before. Yang Kai said seriously, Junior understands Senior's love for his daughter. Good. AIO nodded, I want to hire you as the foreign elder of my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, do you agree? It doesn't matter. Senior just wants to borrow my false reputation. It doesn't matter. I knew you would understand. Moreover, a few days ago, you competed with Sueda in alchemy and gained the upper hand. You even triggered the grand alchemic Dao Tone. I have already sent people to spread the news. I believe that soon, your name will spread throughout Star Territory. With you as my Chamber of Commerce's foreign elder, wouldn't the alchemists in Star Territory roll over? Now, I will make them beg me to join the Chamber of Commerce. I won't have to look at their faces anymore. Ha ha ha. AIO laughed heartily, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He knew that AIO had suffered a lot from those eccentric alchemists. Also, what about your bet with Sueda? What about the dozens of Origin King grade spirit pills every year? Where do you live? Do you need this king to send them to you? AIO asked. No need. Just treat those things as Junior's betrothal gift, Yang Kai said with a smile. AIO narrowed his eyes. Are you willing? Dozens of pills every year, hundreds of pills every 10 years, thousands of pills every 100 years. Those are Origin King grade spirit pills, not ordinary pills. Senior, have you forgotten that I am also an alchemist? I can refine spirit pills by myself. AIO laughed involuntarily. So, this betrothal gift is not enough for you. Yang Kai grinned, plus the star refining art, plus my alchemy junior brothers, that's about right. AIO said happily. What if you add a dozen space arrays that cross stars? Yang Kai smiled slightly. AIO's expression turned serious as he whispered, I was just about to ask you about this. Can you really arrange that kind of space array that can directly teleport from one star to another stars? Since Senior knows about this, you should have learned it from Shen Tuesday. Didn't Shen Tu tell you that he had tested it himself? Shen Tu told me, but this king found it hard to believe. AIO's expression turned serious. AIO's face turned solemn. My Hengluo Chamber of Commerce controls a total of 18 cultivation stars, or stars, and medicine stars. Every year, the cost of traveling to and from these stars is astronomical. If you really have this kind of space array to connect them, then you will be the benefactor of my entire Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention marrying Shuiyu. If you want to marry this king's other daughters, you can also marry them. Senior must be joking. Shuiyu alone is enough. Moreover, it has nothing to do with this matter. Good, Shuiyu really didn't misjudge you. Her vision is indeed not bad, AIO said, then suddenly said, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight ahead. Yang Kai didn't know what he was going to do, but he didn't ask much and just followed closely behind. Not long after, the two arrived at a heavily guarded palace. In front of the palace, there was a cultivator in golden armor, and all of them were second-order origin returning realm masters. The palace was surrounded by dense barriers. It was obvious that this was an important place in Water Sky City. Greetings, President. Seeing AIO coming, many guards hurriedly saluted. AIO nodded slightly and led Yang Kai all the way inside. Chapter 1920. After entering the main hall, Yang Kai immediately felt a faint fluctuation of space force rushing towards him. Focusing his gaze, he saw a space array at the center of the main hall. It was faintly emitting a fluorescent light. There were many cultivators vigilantly guarding it, and there were also powerhouses secretly observing the surroundings. This should be the main hub of the Water Moon Stars space array, Yang Kai realized. Otherwise, it would not be so heavily guarded. Sure enough, AIO said, this is a spatial formation that connects every major city and important stronghold on Water Moon Star. It's extremely important. Yang Kai nodded. He scanned it with his divine sense and knew the internal structure of the space array. However, he did not care too much. After all, it was not difficult for him to arrange this kind of space array. Senior, what do you want me to do by letting me see this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It's not this. AIO smiled mysteriously and gestured for Yang Kai to follow him. Then, he walked to the side and entered a side door. There was a spiral staircase. The staircase was dotted with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a soft and warm light. It was not dark at all. AIO led the way at the front. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them finally arrived at a certain place underground. The front suddenly opened up. Yang Kai was surprised to find that there was another world underground. It was a spacious secret room. Looking around, there was nothing in the secret room. There was only an existence in the center, exuding an ancient and desolate aura, standing there quietly. This is... Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and hurried forward. With the help of the luminous pearl's light, he circled around the space array that occupied an area of about 5 feet. This is a cross-cultivation space array. Yang Kai looked at AIO in amazement. Yes. AIO nodded seriously. As you can see, this is indeed a cross-cultivation space array. It can teleport from the water-moon star to another star. It can't be used? Yang Kai asked again. Yes, I don't know what went wrong. According to the ancient records of our ancestors, it has been unusable since tens of thousands of years ago. Over the years, the president of the Chamber of Commerce has always found someone to repair it. Unfortunately, no one was able to repair it. Yang Kai, it's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but this is a matter of great importance. I must see for myself. If you can repair this formation, you will be able to do so. I'll believe you. AIO said seriously. What's so difficult about that? Yang Kai grinned. His expression was unexpectedly relaxed. Can you really repair it? AIO's expression suddenly became excited. Sure. Yang Kai nodded. But senior, where does this array lead to? AIO frowned slightly. He seemed to have some difficult words to say, but after a moment of silence, he said, "You've confided in me, and you're also in love with Xueyu. You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. Have you heard that there are many dark stars in this star territory?" Dark stars? Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, "Are you talking about those stars that can't be entered by conventional means and can't even be seen with the naked eye? They're hidden in the depths of the star territory? You really know about them?" AIO nodded. Yes, they are. The star territory is vast, and the secrets it contains are enormous. Although there aren't many dark stars in the entire star territory, they are definitely not few. It's just that ordinary people can't find them. Today, any valuable stars in the star territory have already been divided up by the major forces. For example, my Hongluo Chamber of Commerce is in charge of as many as 18. If the major forces want to develop and grow stronger, the safest way is to explore and search for dark stars in addition to expansion and invasion. There are too many unknown factors in expansion and invasion, but searching for dark stars is very safe and convenient. It's just that dark stars are hidden deep and extremely difficult to find. Even if one brushes past them, one may not necessarily find them. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I've heard of this before. It is said that there are heaven and earth arrays in the star territory that hide some stars. The mysteries of these heaven and earth arrays are so profound that even a third-order origin king master may not be able to see through them." While speaking, Yang Kai's heart moved and he asked in surprise, "Senior means that this space array is actually connected to a dark star?" AIO's face was slightly excited as he nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed connected to a dark star. You may not know this, but the ancestors of my Hongluo Chamber of Commerce had some friendship with the great emperors of Star Field. The dark star was discovered by the great emperors. In the end, they told the Chamber of Commerce's ancestors that this space array was personally arranged by the great emperors. It's actually related to yang inflammation?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he finally understood why the space array in front of him was almost exactly the same as the one he had arranged. Because it was made by yang inflammation, and his own space array was also taught by yang inflammation, it would be strange if it was different. He thought that Yang Kai would show some shock after hearing that the great emperors had some friendship with the ancestors of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce, but he found that Yang Kai was actually indifferent. AIO was surprised and couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart. Only a person with a calm mind could be so indifferent. How could he know that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had spent a lot of time together? In terms of understanding of the great emperors, no one in the entire star territory could surpass him. He continued, "That dark star is an ore star and is extremely valuable. It's a pity that my Chamber of Commerce has been sitting on a mountain of treasures for tens of thousands of years, but we can't find a way to enter it. We are really ashamed of the trust the great emperors entrusted to us. Yang Kai, if you can repair this space array, you will be the true benefactor of my Chamber of Commerce." This king, when Ao said this, he found that he couldn't continue. He wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when the words came to his mouth, he found that there was nothing he could thank him for. Yang Kai's appearance had brought incalculable benefits to the Chamber of Commerce and himself. What could he use to thank him for such kindness? It would be more appropriate to sell the entire Chamber of Commerce to thank him. "Senior can rest assured, leave this to me," Yang Kai nodded dutifully. "Good, then this king will wait and see." "How long will it take?" Ao asked excitedly. "Wait a moment." As Yang Kai spoke, he arrived at the base of the space array, which had been in disrepair for many years, and released his divine sense to carefully observe it for a moment before revealing a determined expression. The next moment, Yang Kai took out a variety of materials from his space ring, including the pure space spirit crystals he had taken from the severed world. Scorching flames burst out from his body as the materials in front of him constantly changed shape and were integrated into the space array. Yang Kai's divine sense also shuttled back and forth inside the space array, using his conflagrated spiritual energy to repair the spirit array inside. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai raised his hand and waved it, embedding the pure space spirit crystals into the space array. The entire space array suddenly buzzed and a clear fluctuation of space force pulsed from it. The originally gray space array actually burst with a faint light at this moment. This. Ao was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped so wide that a fist could almost fit in it. As the president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and a second-order origin king, he had lived for most of his life and had seen all kinds of bizarre things. He had long been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But at this moment, he was really shocked. He thought that it would not be easy for Yang Kai to repair this space array. He thought that it would take at least 1 to 2 months, or even 1 to 2 months. He thought that Yang Kai would have to spend a lot of effort and divine power, he thought, but it had only taken a stick of incense worth of time. Yang Kai had solved the problem that had plagued countless elites of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 years. Is this kid still human? Ao felt as if his entire body was broken. He stared in front of him in disbelief. However, the humming of the array and the fluctuations of spatial power, as well as the faint light, all indicated that the spatial array had indeed been repaired. Just as he was in a daze, he found that Yang Kai had taken out some materials and was refining them in his hand. After a short while, a token-like thing was formed. Immediately, Yang Kai beckoned to Ao and smiled, "Senior, do you want to go over and take a look? Is this enough?" Ao asked suspiciously. It was not that he doubted Yang Kai's ability, but everything he saw was beyond the limits of his imagination. "And this space array is the same as what I learned. It's just that there is a problem with the internal spirit array diagram. It's no big deal after I fixed it. I also reinforced the array foundation and added some space spirit crystals. It's enough to keep this space array running for 10,000 years." Ao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but when he recalled that the opposite side was the rich or star that the successive presidents of the Chamber of Commerce had been obsessed with for thousands of years, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With a single stride, he rushed into the array. "Senior, take this and stabilize your soul," Yang Kai handed him the newly refined token and exhorted. "Is this the transmission token you specially refined? Without this thing, you can't use the space array?" Ao asked thoughtfully. Obviously, Shen Tu had reported everything to him, so he knew about the existence of the transmission token. "Yes, but it's not that you can't use it. If you use it rashly, you will be banished to the endless void," Yang Kai grinned. Good, good, good. With this king can rest assured." AIO laughed, raised his hand, and said, "Let's go. Let this king see how rich that or star is." Yang Kai no longer spoke, but poured a lot of saint crystals into the space array, formed a seal, and operated the spirit array. As the dazzling light swallowed Yang Kai and AIO, the two disappeared in the next moment. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a lonely and desolate star, in a simple palace, a light flickered and lasted for 10 breaths before gradually extinguishing. After the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and AIO appeared. As expected of a second-order origin king, AIO's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Even after being teleported across stars, AIO quickly recovered, unlike Shen Tu, who was dizzy for half a day. He hurriedly looked around and expanded his divine sense outwards. Clearly, he was checking if there was any danger in the surroundings. Chapter 1921. The two of them were now inside a large hall that exuded an ancient aura. Obviously, it had been here for many years. Because no one had come and gone all year round, it had been in disrepair for many years. Therefore, there were some signs of damage around the hall. Inside the hall, there were at least 100 skeletons sitting cross-legged, scattered all over the hall. These skeletons had long lost their life force and flesh. Even the clothes on their bodies had been eroded by the wind, leaving only white bones. Some of them still maintained their human form, while others were scattered on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold. After confirming that there was no danger around, AIO's gaze fell on the skeletons around. His eyes couldn't help but dim as he sighed. These should be the disciples of my Chamber of Commerce who didn't have time to evacuate this place. Back then, the space array was damaged suddenly. Some of the cultivator mining on this or star didn't have time to return to Water Moon Star. 10,000 years had passed, and the ore star wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Their cultivation had stagnated, so naturally, they could only die of old age here. Hundreds of people had died in the hall alone. One could imagine how many had died outside. At that time, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce suffered heavy losses. According to ancient records, more than 5,000 disciples had gone missing. In other words, 5,000 Hangluo Chamber of Commerce disciples had died on this or star. "Senior, please restrain your grief," Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing AIO's gloomy expression, he could only say this casually. AIO smiled bitterly, "This seat knows. It was something that happened more than 10,000 years ago. I just feel that the Chamber of Commerce has let them down. They spilled their lives and blood here, and after 10,000 years, not many people remember them. Someone will remember them in the future. They probably died here because they wanted to guard the array here. To prevent it from being destroyed by external forces is a great merit in itself." "What do you mean?" AIO asked in amazement. Yang Kai grinned, "Let's put it this way. If you want to teleport across stars, you must have two connected space arrays. If either one is damaged, you can't teleport. The one in Water Moon Star City is damaged, but after I repair it, we can teleport here. This means that the array here is intact. I was worried that if the array here was damaged, would have to enter the void corridor alone to repair the teleportation node. Doing that would have been dangerous for me, but this didn't happen. This means that before they died, they had protected the array very well. For the Chamber of Commerce, isn't this a great contribution? Senior, you should remember them and worship them for the future generations." A look of realization appeared on AIO's face as he nodded repeatedly, "You're right. Although this king doesn't know their names, they are indeed heroes of the Chamber of Commerce. Future generations should remember their contributions. When a person is in despair, when faced with death, they will become crazy. Without reason, anything could be done." However, the hundreds of people who had died in this hall did not go crazy and destroy the space array. Instead, they guarded it until the very end. They were probably hoping that one day, someone would come from the water-moon star to save them. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that this wait would last for over 10,000 years. As for them, they had long since turned into dried bones. Aio's expression suddenly turned solemn. He walked down from the array and arrived in front of the hundreds of dried bones. With a solemn expression, he said, "This one is the current president of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, AIO. This AI will definitely record it down, and you can all die a worthy death. Although this AI came late, this AI will take you home today so that you can rest in peace. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." While speaking, he took out an empty space ring and carefully waved his hand. He circulated his Saint Chi and collected the dried bones in front of him into the ring. Then, the second, the third, after half a stick of incense worth of time, Aio finished collecting all the dried bones. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'm going to go out and look around to see if there are any other disciples. Feel free to wander around. This is a North Star, so maybe you can gain something. Don't be polite, if you find anything, it's your own opportunity. Okay, then let's meet here in a month. I still have some things to discuss with Senior." Aio nodded. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After he left, Yang Kai followed him out of the hall. Looking around, Yang Kai found that this star's environment was very similar to the one he had accidentally discovered. It was dark and cold, and the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate here, but it contained extremely rich mineral deposits. High Heaven sect had become extremely rich by relying on the reserves of that star. Yang Kai believed that if Hangluo Chamber of Commerce could develop this star, its financial resources would definitely rise to another level. Thinking of that star, Yang Kai's heart moved. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Xiao and Firebird. "Master, what are your orders?" Lu Yen was still in a sexy posture. Her white arms were exposed to the air. She was wearing a fiery red dress that reached her lower abdomen. Her delicate navel was extremely seductive. Yang Kai glanced at her and shook his head. He then looked at the stone mongoose and asked, "Xiao Xiao, is there anything you like here?" In fact, Yang Kai's question was simply nonsense. As soon as Xiao Xiao was released, he opened his two bean-like eyes and looked around. He looked extremely silly, but Yang Kai knew that this was a sign of his extreme excitement. For the stone mongoose, who were born to refine mineral essences for their own use, a North Star was simply a paradise for them. As long as they were given enough time, they could even swallow and refine an entire star. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Xiao Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai grinned and asked in a low voice, "Is there any remnant star source?" Last time on that star, Xiao Xiao fell into a deep sleep because he swallowed the remnant star's star source. Although he did not become stronger after he woke up, he could ignore the territory of an origin king. This was another level of strength. If he could swallow some remnant star source here, Xiao Xiao was bound to grow even stronger. The star source of a star was not the same as the star source of a cultivation star. Because the star source of a star was severely damaged, the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for a cultivator to cultivate here, so it did not matter whether it existed or not. As long as the mineral deposits existed, the value of an star would not shrink. But a cultivation star was different. Every cultivation star had hundreds of millions of inhabitants. Without the star source, it would quickly become a dead star. At that time, hundreds of millions of inhabitants would suffer. The same was true for a medicine star. The world energy of a medicine star was even denser than that of an ordinary cultivation star, because spirit herbs could grow quickly only when the world energy was dense. After hearing Yang Kai's question, Xiao Xiao seemed to be a little confused. He scratched his head and stared at Yang Kai blankly, as if he did not know what he was asking. Idiot, it's the thing you swallowed last time and then fell asleep. Lu Yan knocked Xiao Zhao's head, making a crisp sound. Xiao Zhao finally understood. His eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Go, swallow it. If there are any good things on the way, don't let them go. When it's about time, come here and wait for me. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Xiao Zhao did a somersault in the air and his short body directly drilled into the ground as if he was weightless, quickly disappearing. In the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, it had actually penetrated 100 kilometers into the ground in a very short period of time, and it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was searching for the remnant star source. Master, what do I need to do? Lu Yan asked. You can also look around and see if there are any opportunities that belong to you. This place has been untouched for tens of thousands of years, so there should be some benefits. Maybe there is something waiting for you to collect. Don't you need me to accompany you? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and stared at Lu Yan in surprise. Your intelligence. In the past, Lu Yan didn't seem to take the initiative to ask him such questions, but today, Lu Yan's behavior was a little different. Lu Yan was also stunned. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she looked at him blankly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It seems that refining the sun's true fire has been of great help to your growth. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhao's innate sentience is quite low, otherwise he would definitely become smarter and smarter. You should work hard. If one day you obtain an opportunity, I'll find a way to shape a physical body for you so you don't have to rely on this energy body to survive. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. She bowed and said, then Lu Yan will thank Master in advance. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Yan immediately let out a soft cry and turned into a huge firebird. Like a burning flame, she rushed into the sky. After the two helpers left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the situation of the embodiment in the sealed world bead. The formation was the same as Xiao Zhao's. They could both devour and refine minerals to strengthen themselves. However, the embodiment had just refined the entire floating continent and was still digesting it. Its mountain-like body was daunting. Seeing it like this, Yang Kai knew that it was not suitable to let it out now. He immediately jumped and flew into the sky. This was a dark star, a star concealed by a heaven and earth spirit array. The ores here were of little value to Yang Kai, but the heaven and earth spirit array that concealed this dark star was something he needed to see. If he could find some clues through the natural formation, it would be enough to benefit Yang Kai greatly. Looking up, the sky was dark. It was different from any other cultivation star. There was no sun, moon, or stars, or even starlight. There was only a hazy light pouring down from the sky. Yang Kai did not know what kind of light it was, but it was because of this light that the entire or star was not dark. The whole world seemed to be covered by an invisible lid, forming a world of its own. Yang Kai arrived at a height of more than 100,000 kilometers but did not go any higher because he felt that the world's spirit array had already played a great role here. If he rashly continued to ascend, it would inevitably lead to a fatal situation. Even he might not be able to avoid this kind of fatal situation. This was the wrath of heaven and earth, the power of the laws. Chapter 1922. Yang Kai sat cross-legged mid-air, motionless as he released his divine sense and immersed himself in the surrounding world principles. From Yang Yan, Yang Kai learned the importance of comprehending world principles. Only by comprehending world principles could a cultivator surpass the origin king realm and take a peek into the mysteries of the next higher realm. This was also why Yang Yan said that it was easier for Star Master level characters to grow. Because a Star Master was the master of a cultivation star and had integrated their star's source, they could easily comprehend the world principles of their cultivation star and become proficient in comprehending them. Yang Kai asked Xiao Xiao to swallow the remnant source here because of this consideration. While he was becoming stronger, he had never given up on helping his two great helpers. If Xiao Xiao could also comprehend world principles one day, his combat power would definitely rise steadily. At that time, not only would he be able to ignore the might of an origin king's territory field, he could even easily suppress it. Soon, Yang Kai entered a state where he forgot about everything and immersed himself in comprehending world principles. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and obscure power flowing around him, but this power was so profound that even he could not comprehend it. This was world principles. Yang Kai did not expect to be able to comprehend much, he just wanted to get in touch with them as much as possible to prepare for the future. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked around. Everything that was originally obscure seemed to have become much clearer. He now had a glimpse into the world principles. Sure enough, this is a force more powerful than my territory field. If I can really comprehend world principles, I will be able to control them, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. What is the next realm? How can one control such a powerful force? Whether it was the Shur of an origin returning realm master or the territory field of an origin king realm master, they were all formed from their own strength, using their own ability to influence their surroundings. But world principles were different. World principles fundamentally controlled the power of heaven and earth, so it was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. Yang Kai stood there quietly and pondered for 3 days. He was still a little confused. He knew. Perhaps it was too early for him to consider these things. At that moment, he didn't insist. He turned around and flew down. After returning to the palace, Yang Kai sensed Aio's aura. He had obviously returned from the outside. Along with it, there were also Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. Her breathing was stable. There was not the slightest fluctuation. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, he was surprised to find Aio looking at Lu Yen suspiciously. He didn't know where she came from, but with Aio's eyesight, he could see that Lu Yen didn't have a physical body, but was a condensation of energy. At this moment, Lu Yen was sitting quietly with the stone mongoose in his arms, waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. Senior. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. You're back. Aio nodded. What's the harvest? Yang Kai asked. I've collected more than 2,000 skeletons. As for the rest, I can't find them. However, I've found a few battleships that can still be used and many minerals that have been mined. After I return, I'll send people here to continue mining. That's good. Since there's nothing else, let's go back first. Alright. Aio didn't beat around the bush. After saying that, he took the initiative to stand on the space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and put away Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao. Although he didn't ask Lu Yen what she had gained, he knew from her expression that she must have obtained some benefits. This was because there was still a scorching flame in Lu Yan's body that hadn't been refined and was ready to move. Lu Yen probably found some kind of heaven and earth flame on this or star. Aio opened his mouth. He wanted to ask about the origins of Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He had sensed before that whether it was Xiao Xiao or Lu Yen, both of them contained a power that he was extremely wary of. In other words, if he fought them alone, he wasn't confident that he could defeat either of them. This made him feel that Yang Kai was becoming more and more mysterious. At such a young age, he was not even 60 years old, but he was already a second-order origin king. He was also an origin-grade alchemist, could arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, and had such a powerful subordinate. Was this still an ability that a person could have? Could he really gather such power? Wasn't the creator a little too biased? But when he thought that Xueyu could capture the heart of such a man, he was overjoyed. If such a person became an enemy of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, it would be a disaster for the Chamber of Commerce. No wonder that old man Kuang Shizong suffered in Yang Kai's hands. No wonder Purple Star suffered heavy losses. With a flash of light, the two returned to the secret room under Water Sky City. After coming back to his senses, AIO said, "Yang Kai, I have personally verified your ability. I will have to trouble you to arrange the space array between the 18 stars of my Chamber of Commerce. If you need any materials, just ask Xueyu. She will do her best to assist you. Next, I need to deal with your star, so I probably won't be able to see you for a while." "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "But this junior has a presumptuous request that I don't know if senior can agree to." "No need to be so polite." After going through such a thing, AIO had long regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so how could he refuse his request? "I need your Chamber of Commerce's Star Emperor token," Yang Kai said in a low voice. AIO's expression turned cold. "You know that my Chamber of Commerce has a Star Emperor token?" Immediately, he showed a look of realization. "Xueyu told you, right?" "Yes." "Is it convenient for you to tell me what you want that Star Emperor token for?" "Although it is something left behind by the great emperors, the divine technique sealed inside has long been activated, so it is of no great use. It is just an inheritance. If you can tell me the truth, there is no harm in giving it to you." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before taking out a jade slip, pouring his divine sense into it, and handing it to AIO. "Senior will know after taking a look at this." AIO took it suspiciously and read it carefully. The information in the jade slip was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai gave to Red Moon Tribal Lord. It contained the secret of gathering the 9 Star Emperor tokens to open the path to the star boundary. Sure enough, after reading it, AIO was shocked and exclaimed, "Is this true? How could this junior dare to joke about such a thing?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "No wonder you want that Star Emperor token. If that is the case, there is no harm in giving it to you, but these 6 third-order origin kings. If senior is included, this junior already has 4 candidates." AIO looked at him in amazement and said with a smile, "It seems that you are already prepared. Then I wonder if senior has any plans to explore the star boundary," Yang Kai said with a grin. AIO fell silent. He was not as enthusiastic as Red Moon Tribal Lord at that time. After pondering for a while, he said, "I can't give you an answer right now, but I think that even if I don't go, Marshal Uncle Long will definitely be very interested." "Senior Long?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he nodded. "He is a very suitable candidate." Long Tianshan was now a top third-order origin king and fully met the requirements to open the path to the star boundary. With his help, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Marshal Uncle Long has been studying the secrets of the martial Tao all these years. If I tell him about this, I'm afraid he will be overjoyed and will definitely not refuse. AIO smiled slightly. No one knew about the persistent pursuit of the martial Tao by third-order origin kings. Only when a cultivator reached this realm would they be able to deeply comprehend it. Therefore, Yang Kai had expected that it would not be a problem to gather enough people. He only needed to spread the news he had, and there would definitely be hidden old monsters who would take the initiative to come looking for him. It was just that he did not want to cooperate with too many strangers, so he prioritized the cultivator he was familiar with. "Don't worry, my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce will definitely send someone. If it is not me, then it will be Marshal Uncle Long," AIO said seriously. "But boy, how many Star Emperor tokens have you collected?" "Including the one from the Chamber of Commerce, I already have 8. AIO narrowed his eyes. "What about the last one?" "It's in Sword Union." "Sword Union?" AIO raised his eyebrows and suddenly grinned. He patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "That's easy, I'll do it for you. Just consider it as returning a favor. You just have to wait for the good news." Yang Kai was quite happy to see him take care of everything. His original intention was to go to Sword Union after dealing with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and personally discuss with the Sword Union's master, but now that AIO was here, it saved him a lot of effort. He believed that AIO must have full confidence in him to say so. Then, "Many thanks, senior. No need to be so polite, we are family." AIO laughed and put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the more satisfied he was with him. He felt that such a son-in-law was simply impossible to find. In the following days, Yang Kai had a rare moment of leisure. Because of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, President AIO was busy taking people to the ore star to mine ores, while Xueyu was collecting materials to arrange the space array. No one accompanied Yang Kai. On the other hand, the alchemists of the Alchemist Hall were extremely enthusiastic. They came to visit Yang Kai from time to time, claiming to be his disciple. They came in a big wave, saying that they were here to visit, but what they really wanted to do was clear to everyone. Yang Kai had no choice but to go to the Alchemist Hall in person and give a lecture on the Alchemy Dao again. He lectured for 5 days before this group of shameless alchemists were completely satisfied. 5 days later, Xueyu was ready. All the materials to arrange the space array had been collected. Now, they were only waiting for Yang Kai to start. Of course, he would not waste time. He immediately began to arrange the first cross-cultivation star space array in the most secluded location of Water Sky City. In less than 10 days, the array was completed. Yang Kai and Xueyu took a large number of cultivator and boarded an Origin King grade starship to the nearest cultivation star. Chapter 1923. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a flash. In the past 2 years, Yang Kai had been running around, arranging cross-cultivation star space arrays for the 18 stars of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The stars owned by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce were far from each other, so it took Yang Kai a lot of time to travel. Otherwise, with his ability, it would have taken him less than 2 to 3 months to complete the space arrays. Most of the time was wasted on sailing starships. 2 years later, the 18 stars of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce were completely connected, and with the array in Water Sky City as the hub, they could easily teleport back and forth. In the past 2 years, Xueyu had been accompanying Yang Kai. With a beauty accompanying him, the journey naturally wasn't too boring. On this day, the group finally returned to Water Moon Star. Ni Guang was responsible for receiving Yang Kai and repeatedly thanked Yang Kai on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce for his efforts in the past 2 years. Because of those cross-cultivation star space arrays, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce would save a lot of time and money in transportation in the future. AIO didn't show up, so Xueyu asked and learned that AIO had gone to a cultivation star that he had already found to refine the source of the stars. This matter was of great importance, and in the entire Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, only Long Tianshang and Ni Guang knew about it. Everyone else just thought that AIO was in retreat. Xueyu couldn't help showing a worried look when she heard about this. After all, refining the source of stars was too dangerous. Generally speaking, only a cultivator who had reached the third-order Origin King realm could successfully refine the source of stars. Basically, a second-order Origin King couldn't succeed. Back then, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai was an exception. Right now, AIO was only a second-order Origin King, and as a woman, she had no other choice. How could Xueyu not be worried? Yang Kai comforted her and told her about the power of the star refining art, which made Xueyu feel a lot better. Yang Kai. Someone wants to see you. Ni Guang suddenly walked over to Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered. Who? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Ni Guang smiled, come with me and you will know. Yang Kai didn't ask further. Then, he followed Ni Guang into a secret room. In the secret chamber, there were only 3 people, 1 male and 2 females. The male was quite young, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified appearance. The 2 females were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, as if they were sisters. His left and right servants stood by his side. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the man in the middle laughed and cupped his fists. Brother Yang, we meet again. Yang Kai was startled and asked in astonishment, Brother Gu, why are you here? He did not expect that the person who wanted to see him on Water Moon Star would be the Sword Union's young master, Gu Jianxian. Yang Kai and Gu Jianxian had met once and spent some time together. Although they weren't close friends, they still found each other pleasing to the eye. It had been a few years. Gu Jianxian's cultivation seemed to be getting more and more powerful, and he was not far from the Origin King realm. If he was given some more time to settle down, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough. The 2 women beside Gu Jianxian were naturally his left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and An Xing. These 2 women had grown up together with Gu Jianxian, and the 3 of them had cultivated a set of secret techniques together. When the 3 of them fought together, their combined strength was extraordinary, and their relationship was very good. Gu Jianxian seemed to have never regarded these 2 sword servants as servants, even when he was attacked by the Origin King Realm Master, Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian had even risked his life to protect Ling Yu and An Xing. This was also the reason why Kai Yang had a good impression of him. Only such a loyal and righteous person could exist. Only such a person was worth making friends with. Greetings, young Master Yang. Ling Yu and An Xing were not strangers, so after seeing Yang Kai, they quickly bowed and called out. 2 young ladies are too polite. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. Brother Yang, are you surprised that this Gu has been waiting for you here? Gu Jianxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai pondered for a moment as many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he soon understood and said, I was a bit surprised, but it was also expected. It seems that Brother Yang knows why this Gu has come here. I have some guesses, Brother Gu, please explain. Yang Kai said seriously. Gu Jianxian nodded, talking with Brother Yang is really refreshing. Since that's the case, this Gu will speak frankly. Saying so, he took out something from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please take a look at this. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly took the thing from Gu Jianxian's hand. This was the last Star Emperor token, exactly the same as the ones he had collected before. With this Star Emperor token, he had collected all 9 of the Star Emperor tokens produced by the great emperors. Gu Jianxian smiled lightly, this is something my father asked me to bring to you. He said you need it very much. Union Master Gu. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before solemnly putting away the last Star Emperor token and asking, I wonder what Union Master Gu's conditions are. He had never had much contact with Sword Union and only had a slight friendship with Gu Jianxian, so Yang Kai did not believe that Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun would hand over the Star Emperor token to him just because of this. Obviously, there were other conditions. Gu Jianxian laughed loudly before turning his head to look at Ni Guang and saying, naturally, there are conditions. Please elaborate, Senior Ni. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Ni Guang. Ni Guang lightly coughed and said, it's like this, Yang Kai, before the president went into retreat, this matter was negotiated with you. Union Master Gu is willing to give this Star Emperor token to you and is willing to become one of the 6, but, the condition is that you have to go to Sword Union and help them arrange the ultra-long distance space array. As expected. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had expected this, but when he learned that Sword Union's request was actually this, he still felt a little exhausted. After all, he had been helping Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange the ultra-long-distance space array for a long time, and Sword Union had its own intelligence network, so they would definitely be able to find out. There was no great force that would not be jealous of a ultra-long-distance space array. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian gloomily and asked, "How many cultivation stars does your Sword Union have?" Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully, "Not many, a little less than Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, just 17. Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. It had taken him 2 years to arrange the ultra-long-distance space array of 18 stars for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and 17 for Sword Union. It would take him almost 2 years to complete. "Brother Yang, capable people do more work. My Sword Union is counting on you," Gu Jianxian persuaded from the side. "Are there any other conditions?" Yang Kai asked. Gu Jianxian gave a dry laugh. "Apart from this, the alchemists of my Sword Union unanimously request that Grandmaster Yang hold a alchemy lecture on the Sword Union's home star. This matter has also spread." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. "Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know your current fame in star territory, right?" Gu Jianxian looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. There was endless envy in his eyes. "Today, Brother Yang is the most famous person in star territory. With your second-order Origin King cultivation and identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, who can compare to you? Refining a spirit pill and triggering the grand alchemic Dao tone, this matter will be passed down through the ages." Ni Guang nodded seriously and said, "Yang Kai, you have been running around outside for the past 2 years. Perhaps you haven't received any news. But now, your great name is indeed well known throughout the entire star region." Gu Jianxian continued, "Of course, my Sword Union will not let Brother Yang work for nothing. For every ultra-long-distance space array you arrange, we will pay a sufficient reward. Brother Yang, please do not refuse. This Gu is begging you." As he spoke, he solemnly saluted. Before coming, Gu Yun had said that if he could not invite Yang Kai to Sword Union, he would not need to go back. His father's words were still ringing in his ears, so how could Gu Jianxian dare to not pay attention? Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, "Brother Gu, you don't have to do this. I agree to this matter." "Really?" Gu Jianxian was overjoyed when he heard this. "That's great. When will Brother Yang set off?" "The distance from here to my Sword Union is not close. Tomorrow, I will go directly to Azure Tree Star." "Azure Tree Star?" Gu Jianxian was a little confused, but soon, he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang arranged a ultra-long-distance space array on Azure Tree Star?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. He nodded in acknowledgement. "That will save a lot of time. Since that is the case, this Gu will wait for Brother Yang's good news." After leaving Gu Jianxian's place, Yang Kai went directly to find Xueyu. He told her about his next itinerary, and although Xueyu was a little reluctant, she was powerless to persuade him to stay. Moreover, she also knew that Yang Kai would be going to a place called the Star Boundary in the near future. If she wanted to follow him, she could only work hard to improve her cultivation, otherwise, she would only become a burden. "You can rest assured, after you leave, I will enter retreat to break through to the Origin King realm." Xueyu secretly swore, "All of your women are so outstanding, I don't want to be at the bottom." Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't feel too much pressure, you are also very outstanding." Xueyu smiled sweetly. "By the way, after Senior AIO returns safely, remember to give this to him." Yang Kai suddenly took out another object and handed it to Xueyu. "What is this?" "Star, guide him where to find me," Yang Kai explained. "I understand. There is one more thing, that is, there is still one candidate left. Ask your father or Senior Long to pay more attention to them. If there is someone reliable, invite them." "Okay, I will remember." The night passed in silence as Yang Kai explained the mysteries of the Origin King realm to Shuiyu and the tricks to condensing one's territory domain. It was not until dawn that the two parted ways. Gu Jian Xian and the two sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing, had already prepared and were waiting for Yang Kai to leave. The group went directly to the center of the cross-cultivation star space array in Water Sky City. Yang Kai made some slight changes and connected it to the array on Azure Tree Star's Twin Shark Island. Then, under the gaze of a group of people, his figure gradually disappeared. When their vision was restored, Yang Kai, Gu Jian Xian, and the others had already arrived at Yang Kai's palace on Azure Tree Star's Twin Shark Island. Yushi, He Zhao, and He Miao, who had been guarding the palace, hurriedly greeted them. After not seeing them for a few years, Yushi, He Zhao, and He Miao had also made great progress in their cultivation. The sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, had already reached the Origin Returning Realm. Chapter 1924. His days in Sword Union were almost no different from his days in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai rushed around, taking starships to cultivation stars, medicine stars, and/or stars to arrange cross-cultivation star space arrays. Fortunately, Azure Tree Star was used as a transit point, so it didn't take long. In just a year and a half, the 17 stars of Sword Union were all connected. Yang Kai gave a lecture to the alchemists of Sword Union before he was able to leave. At this time, there were only 6 years left until the 10-year agreement between him and Guizhou. He returned to Shadowed Star. When Yang Kai returned to the sect, everyone in High Heaven sect was naturally overjoyed. Over 10,000 disciples came to greet him. Yang Kai was surprised to find that the level of the cultivator in the sect had risen to another level compared to before he left, especially Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, who had both broken through to the Origin King realm at some point. After breaking through, Su Yan's aura became increasingly pure and flawless. Although her ice crystal jade body was an acquired form of cultivation and was not something she was born with, this set of secret techniques from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Valley still possessed great power and was enough to transform her innate physique. With the ice crystal jade body, coupled with the Ice Phoenix Source in her body and the profound Frost Divine Sword in her hand, Su Yan was no longer a simple First-Order Origin King. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary Second-Order Origin King. If she could use the sword fusion technique with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill a Third-Order Origin King. After Xia Ningchang broke through, her aura became more natural, as if her whole person had merged with the world. Yang Kai observed for a long time but couldn't see any clues, only thinking that this should be because the sacred spirit medicine body had returned to its original state. Fighting was not Xia Ningchang's strength. But in the alchemic Tao, she was an absolute genius. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, her alchemy skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the current Yang Kai. She had also returned to Tongxian realm several times and witnessed the vitality and development of that land. She knew that only by improving her strength could she bring a more prosperous future to Tongxian realm, so she spared no effort in her cultivation. Her cultivation was alchemy. The only result of this was that High Heaven sect now had a huge stockpile of spirit pills, and no matter how many herbs flowed into High Heaven sect, they would all be refined into pills by Xia Ningchang. Immediately after, they were sent to be sold all over Shadowed Star. Then, he exchanged for even more medicinal herbs. Apart from the two women, the others also made considerable progress in their cultivation. However, Yi Shiyun had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago and had not advanced any further while Guizhou had been in retreat. Similarly, he was unable to take that crucial step. He had been stuck in the Second-Order Origin King realm for a long time. Yang Kai rested in High Heaven sect for a month. He made use of this month to accompany his parents and Grandmaster. The ancestral founder and other relatives were also inseparable from Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. It was not until a month later that he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Other than a few people who knew where he had gone, no one knew where he was now. At night, the sky was filled with stars. High heaven sect, atop Medicine Peak, Xia Ning Chang sat on the stone steps outside the main hall, resting her chin on her hands as she looked up at the sky. Through the starry night, she seemed to be able to see a familiar figure. Sha sha, hearing the sound of light footsteps, Xia Ning Chang turned her head to look, and after seeing the face of the person who had come, she could not help smiling slightly. Senior Sister Su. Su Yan gently nodded, walked over to Xia Ning Chang, and stood next to her, also looking up at the sky. Two peerlessly beautiful women, one standing and one sitting, suddenly became the most beautiful scenery in the world. A gentle breeze blew over, causing her hair to flutter like a waterfall. Su Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, "Junior sister, are you worried about him?" Xia Ning Chang slowly shook her head. "I'm not worried, he always returns safely." "Then you're reluctant?" Su Yan asked again. Xia Ning Chang's face could not help but blush as she bit her red lips and asked, "Senior sister, are you willing?" Su Yan's white jade-like cheeks also could not help but blush as she shook her head. "Naturally, I'm reluctant. But, it doesn't matter, it's always like this." "Yes, it's always like this." Xia Ning Chang smiled softly. "I'm already a little used to it." Su Yan said, "Men are quite worrisome. Back then, we were just small characters in the central capital. Later, we went to Tongxian realm, and then came to the Star Territory. Every time we moved to a new place, our horizons would be much higher. Every time, he would be the vanguard. This time is the same. Although we don't know what the situation is in the star boundary or what dangers there are, all we can do is to not fall behind him too much in terms of cultivation and wait. Senior sister, are you a little unwilling? I want to be by his side and experience the trials and tribulations together." Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Thinking about all of Yang Kai's experiences over the years, there had never been a time when she had been by his side when he was in danger. On the contrary, every time she was in danger, Yang Kai would always appear in front of her like a god, using his heroic body to block all of the storms that were about to hit her. While enjoying being protected and cared for, Su Yan naturally felt a little unreconciled. "Even if I have to face a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, even if I have to face the azure of hell, even if it's just once, I want to walk hand in hand with you. Even if I have to pay with my life, even if my soul is destroyed, I will have no regrets." After a moment of silence, the two women's beautiful eyes pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Outside Shadowed Star, the 10,000-kilometer frontier territory was a dead territory that still contained a large amount of terrifying energy. This was the remnant aura of destruction left over from the battle between the great emperors of Star Field and the Insect Emperor. Here, there was a rich emperor pressure and chaotic world principles that even origin kings did not dare to enter. It was because of this dead territory that Shadowed Star had not been discovered by the outside world for so many years and had remained in a semi-closed state. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the center of this dead territory with his upper body bare. He was covered in blood and exuding a golden light. The powerful healing ability of his golden blood was constantly repairing his injuries, but the terrifying emperor pressure around him was also constantly destroying his body. His physical body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. Yang Kai was suffering unimaginable pain and torture. Yang Kai did not use any of his strength to resist the surrounding emperor pressure and instead only used his physical body to sense the mysteries of this emperor pressure and the profoundness of the world principles. He had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, his physique was incredibly strong, he had taken countless shadowed heaven pills, and his body contained pure golden blood. All these advantages allowed him to survive in this terrifying place. Any other origin king would have to circulate their strength to resist the terrifying power of this dead territory. However, the extremely terrifying Emperor pressure was still not something he could easily resist. Yang Kai had no choice but to explode the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to maintain his vitality. As time passed, a golden blood cocoon had formed around Yang Kai's body. Looking at him from afar, it was as if he had become a silkworm, his entire body wrapped in this blood cocoon. Only the sound of his strong heartbeat could be heard from this cocoon, demonstrating his surging vitality. Although the torture was unbearable, Yang Kai felt that this was a rare experience and opportunity for him, as well as an excellent opportunity to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Wrapped in the blood cocoon, Yang Kai took out his 5 elements supreme treasure and madly swallowed the 5 elements yuan qi contained within it, absorbing it into his physique. Not only that, Yang Kai also took out the origin essence crystal he had obtained from Purple Star's Clear Sky auction house and began prying into the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm. Star Field was completely silent. No one would have thought that in this daunting dead territory, someone would break through their limits and stimulate their potential under great pressure. Yang Kai knew that he did not have much time left. Arranging the space arrays for Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union had wasted a lot of his time, so he could only make up for it in this way. Time passed day by day, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The blue sky was like a clear mirror. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a dazzling golden light burst out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from a very distant location. All of Shadowed Star trembled, as if something was affecting the destiny of the entire star, causing it to tremble violently. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The world energy aura of Shadowed Star suddenly became richer, and from the dead territory, countless rays of light shot towards Shadowed Star. These rays of light were extremely colorful and beautiful, each one like a rainbow, dragging a long tail behind them as they fell towards various corners of Shadowed Star. The cultivator of Shadowed Star was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. However, they soon discovered that the places where these colorful rays of light fell were like paradise on Earth. The world energy aura was more than 10 times, maybe even 100 times richer than usual. The barren mountains that were usually deserted were suddenly filled with world energy aura. It would not be long before they were covered in lush greenery, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Originally, the spirit chi of the cultivation ground was not bad, but now it was even more suitable for martial artists to go into seclusion. Every cultivator felt the blood in their body boiling, and the comfortable environment around them made them ecstatic. They all thought that this was a gift from the heavens. High Heaven Sect, 100 Flowers Peak. The moment this golden light erupted, Yixiyun noticed it and turned her head towards the sky. In the next moment, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared beside her, his aura unfathomable. It was Guizhu, who had successfully broken through to the Third Order Origin King realm not long ago. Seeing that it was Guizhu, Yixiyun nodded lightly. Guizhu grinned and said, "That boy has come out of seclusion." "So it really was Sect Master coming out?" Yixiyun asked. Guizhu replied, "Besides him, the Master of Shadowed Star, who else can affect the destiny of an entire star? He has refined Shadowed Star's source, so his strength is closely related to Shadowed Stars. You have lived on this star for a long time, haven't you noticed that every time his strength improves, it brings great benefits to Shadowed Star?" Chapter 1925. Hearing what Guizhu said, Yixiyun also gently nodded. The current Shadowed Star is indeed somewhat different from several dozen years ago, but this change is usually done subtly and few people are aware of it, but this time it is obvious. This means that Little Brat has made great progress this time, perhaps even breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm. Guizhu grinned, his figure wrapped in black chi giving him a gloomy look. The faster a star master's strength improved, the greater the benefits the corresponding stars would receive. The two had a relationship of shared honor and disgrace. Third-order origin King Realm. Yi Shiyun muttered to herself, not knowing when she would be able to break through to this realm. She was more eager to go to the star boundary than anyone else because there was a star field in the star boundary. The last time the great emperors left, she had not been able to follow them, a matter she deeply regretted. The movement in the distant void was not only noticed by Yi Shiyun and Gue Zhu, but also by countless people on Shadowed Star. Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, and Qian Tong, the three origin kings, needless to say, had much sharper senses than any other cultivator. Many more origin returning realm masters also turned their gazes towards the sky. However, they were unable to see much of what was happening, only a series of energy rainbows passing through the depths of the star territory and landing all over Shadowed Star, enriching Shadowed Star's world energy. In the distant dead territory, Yang Kai stood naked in the void with a strange expression on his face, his brow furrowed. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Over the past few years, he had been cultivating in the dead territory to comprehend the Emperor pressure. In order to comprehend world principles, he had even used his origin essence crystal. He thought he could break through to the third-order origin king realm. But for some unknown reason, he was always a hair's breadth away, causing his cultivation to be stuck at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. The most obvious feature was that he had not condensed his own origin essence crystal in his body. An origin essence crystal contained the essence and insights of an origin king realm cultivator. Without an origin essence crystal, one could not be a third-order origin king. Although his cultivation had not made a breakthrough, under the strong pressure of the dead territory, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had broken through. Of the 5 elements supreme treasures. Except for the sun's true essence. All the other materials had been consumed and absorbed by him. In addition, his territory domain had reached the grand accomplishment stage. So even if he hadn't broken through, Yang Kai felt that he was much stronger than before. Is the opportunity not there yet? Or is there something missing? Yang Kai couldn't understand. A cultivator Dao. He was destined to experience all kinds of hardships. Nothing could be forced. So, though, he was that said Yang had a chance. Yang confidence he could break through to the origin. Yang said Yang said, he was Yang of Yang. Forget it, I'll leave it at that for the time being. In any case, my current strength is not much worse than those people, so it's more than enough to open a path to the star boundary. Yang Kai soon relaxed and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring to put on. His figure flickered as he directly crossed a few 100,000 kilometers and returned to Shadowed Star. As the Star Master, this kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. After returning to the sect, Yang Kai did not alarm too many people and only met with his family. A few days later, he took Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang through the cross-cultivation star space array and left Shadowed Star. For the next year, no one knew his whereabouts. A year's time was neither long nor short. One day a year later, High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array suddenly lit up with a white light, and from this light 2 figures appeared. Yi Shiyun and Gue Zhu had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing the newcomers, Yi Shiyun bowed and looked at the majestic man and asked, "Is your excellency the president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, AIO?" The man nodded slightly and smiled, "It is this AI. High Heaven Sect's Yi Shiyun greets President AIO. "So it is Elder Yi, I've been looking forward to meeting you." AIO hurriedly cupped his fists. He had also learned about the situation in High Heaven Sect from Yang Kai. Yi Shiyun then looked at the other person and smiled, "Then this must be Senior Long Tian Shang." "This one doesn't dare." Long Tian Shang's attitude was gentle as he returned the courtesy. "You two came a little early," Gue Zhu chuckled from the side. AIO and Long Tian Shang's eyes narrowed as they stared at Gue Zhu at the same time. Although Guizu's aura made them feel a little uncomfortable, both of them knew that he was a master who could stand on equal footing with them, a powerful third-order origin king. So they did not dare to neglect and quickly exchanged pleasantries. "Where is that little brat Yang Kai? Why isn't he here to greet us?" Aio was a little unhappy. After all, he was Yang Kai's father-in-law in name, so how could a son-in-law not greet his father-in-law? "Sect Master has not returned yet, and I don't know where he went, but Sect Master will definitely not miss the time," Yishiyun explained. "That smelly brat." Aio spat disdainfully. He must have been wandering around somewhere and lost track of time. Long Tianshang laughed. "A year ago, he went to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce and took Shuiyu away. Didn't he tell you where he was going?" Aio said with a sullen face, "That little brat appears and disappears like a ghost. Before I even agreed, he took Shuiyu away. And, at that time, he had 3 women with him, all of them origin kings. I really don't know where he found them." "3 women?" Yishiyun raised her brow. President Aio said that 2 of them should be Sect Master's 2 senior sisters. "They are indeed origin kings, but why is there an extra one?" As soon as Yishiyun's voice fell, she heard someone say, "The extra one is this queen's adopted daughter." As he spoke, the super long-distance space array lit up again, and a graceful and peerless figure appeared from within. Following closely behind her was a burly man who looked like a bear. Aio and Long Tianshang were startled and hurriedly looked back. After seeing the face of the newcomer, Aio's eyes almost popped out as he exclaimed, "Chi Yu. Why is it you, old witch?" The newcomer was Red Moon Tribal Lord of Monster Star, the only monster king on the entire Monster Star. And from Aio's tone, the two obviously knew each other. However, this was not surprising, as there were only so many origin kings in the Star territory, and those above the second order were pitifully few. Even if they had never met, they had heard of each other. Chi Yu sneered, "What? You can come here, but this queen can't?" Aio snorted, "I haven't seen you for many years, but your mouth is still as sharp as ever. However, I didn't expect that little brat Yang Kai to be related to your monster race. What surprised me even more was that you have also reached the third-order origin king realm. Aren't you the same?" Chi Yu looked at Aio with a faint smile. Aio narrowed his eyes, "So, you are also one of the 6? Aren't you?" Chi Yu asked back. "Naturally, Yang Kai can be considered this king's son-in-law. How can this king refuse his invitation?" Aio smiled proudly. "Sorry, Yang Kai is also this queen's son-in-law," Chi Yu sneered. The 2 masters looked at each other and suddenly gritted their teeth and cursed together, "How many women does this brat have?" A year ago, Yang Kai went to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce and took away Shuiyu. Similarly, he went to Monster Star and took away Shanqing Luo. Including Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, he now had 4 stunning beauties by his side. Moreover, all 4 of them were first-order origin kings. Shuiyu had also broken through to the origin king realm during the few years Yang Kai was in retreat. She had lived up to her talent. Who isn't a romantic youth? Long Tianshang laughed from the side, "You two should be content. Having a character like Yang Kai as your son-in-law should be a great bargain." Aio frowned, "Even so, I'm still a little unwilling." Chi Yu said coldly, "When he comes back, let's teach him a lesson first." Aio nodded fiercely to the side in agreement. Because of this, the 2 of them instantly stood on the same side. "You are all honored guests of my high heaven sect. Sect Master has not returned yet, so this mistress will be in charge of managing the sect. Please enter and rest, the scenery of my high heaven sect is quite good," Yishiyun said as she stepped aside and gestured. The few of them had no objections and immediately followed Yishiyun into High Heaven Sect, where they were arranged on one of the main peaks. Over the next few days, honored guests arrived one after another. Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsang-yun arrived at High Heaven Sect with Gu Jian Xian through the cross-cultivation star space array. The elusive Wu Dao also arrived at High Heaven Sect through the cross-cultivation star space array. Yi Shiyun made proper arrangements and did not leave out any feeling of neglect. Today, High Heaven Sect had gathered a total of 6 third-order origin kings. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. Third-order origin kings had always been elusive, and no one knew where they were in retreat to comprehend the heavenly way, but now, they were all gathered together. Such a rare opportunity excited many of the origin kings present. After everyone gathered, they began discussing the martial Tao on one of the main peaks of High Heaven Sect, exchanging their cultivation experiences. The sounds of discussion stirred up the surrounding world energy and spread out in all directions, benefiting many High Heaven Sect disciples. The concept of time had become extremely faint in the minds of origin kings. Once the 6 third-order origin kings sat down, an entire month passed. During this month, the voices of the 6 constantly resounded from the top of the main peak, their voices echoing in all directions, filling the void with profound mysteries. Even after more than a decade, there were still traces of the third-order origin kings discussing the martial Tao on this main peak. Many High Heaven Sect disciples liked to come to this main peak to meditate, hoping to catch a glimpse of its mysteries. A month later, the cross-cultivation star space array, which had been silent for a long time, flashed again. This time, 5 figures emerged from it. 1 man and 4 women. The one in the middle was Yang Kai, and the other 4 were naturally Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, Shan Qing Luo, and Shuiyu. Chapter 1926. The cross-cultivation star space array that Yang Kai had arranged in star territory over the years had connected almost the entire territory, making it extremely convenient for him to travel back and forth. In the past year, he had taken his 4 women on a tour of the central capital, spent some time in Tong Xian Realm's 9 Heavens Holy Land, visited many beautiful stars, and toured the wonders of star territory. This year was an extremely fulfilling and joyful one for Yang Kai and his 4 women. Because there were no disputes, no battles, and no cultivation during this year, all they did was help each other in times of need. Everyone forgot everything and cherished what they had. But this day finally came, and Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect with his 4 women. The moment Yang Kai's figure appeared, the third-order origin kings who were discussing suddenly turned their heads towards the space array. "That little brat is back," Long Tian Shang grinned. "Smelly brat, you're finally willing to show up," Qiyu coldly snorted, looking quite displeased. Gue Zhu chuckled strangely, "Sect master is blessed with many wives, so it's rare for him to remember to return on time. Everyone shouldn't ask for too much." AIO directly sent a message, "Boy, I'll give you 3 days to deal with trivial matters. After 3 days, act according to plan." On the other side of the space array, Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists towards the main peak where everyone was. Immediately after, he turned his head and smiled at the 4 women, "I still have 3 days." No matter who it was, the 4 women couldn't help but look gloomy. Although they had been mentally prepared, when this day really came, they were still reluctant. What's more, they were worried about the unknown place Yang Kai was going to. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai sat in High Heaven Sect and gathered many of the sect's elders. To discuss the development of the sect, Yi Shiyun was appointed to temporarily take over the role of sect master while Su Yan Xia Ning Chang was promoted to elder, assisting from the side. This way, even if he and Gue Zhu left High Heaven Sect, with 3 first-order origin kings here and the sect's natural spirit array, the sect's safety could be guaranteed unless it was attacked by a third-order origin king. However, even if a third-order origin king attacked, High Heaven Sect still had the power to fight back. After arranging everything, Yang Kai finally felt relieved. Subsequently, He also left behind a large number of secret arts, secret techniques, and pills which he hid on one of High Heaven Sect's main peaks for the disciples to practice. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the atmosphere in High Heaven Sect was solemn. Countless disciples left their secluded places and gathered in the square, looking up at the man who had single-handedly created High Heaven Sect. The fourth master Yang and Dong Suzhu said goodbye to Yang Kai with tears in their eyes. Su Yan and the other 3 women also gathered around Yang Kai and spoke to him one by one. When you get there, if you meet someone who can take care of you, take them in as well. When a man goes out, he needs a woman to take care of him. Only then can he feel at ease, Su Yan said earnestly. Junior brother, you have to take care of your body. Don't try to be brave, Xia Ning Chang whispered with red eyes. No matter what you do outside, you have to give us some space. You have to leave us some space in your heart. Shui Yu's expression was gloomy. If you dare to abandon us sisters, I'll see you again. The next time we meet, I'll. Shan Qing Luo gestured with her fingers like a sword, a murderous aura surging from her body. Yang Kai laughed dryly and his expression became solemn. He said, while I'm away, I'll have to trouble you to take care of father and mother. Of course. You can go with peace of mind, Su Yan nodded seriously. It's good to have you around. Yang Kai said affectionately. The 4 women couldn't help blushing a little, Shanqing Luo saying coquettishly, hurry up and go, the seniors are all watching us make a fool of ourselves. Yang Kai chuckled, not caring about the gazes of others as he pulled the 4 women into his arms one by one, hugging them fiercely, seemingly wanting to retain the softness and warmth of their bodies before turning around and flying off into the distance without looking back. The 4 women all opened their mouths, but none of them called out. Respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Behind him, Yi Shiyun's voice sounded. In the next moment, the entire High Heaven Sect shouted in unison, respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Their voices were like dragons and their auras like rainbows, shaking the 9 heavens. Thank you for your blessings. Long Tian Shang laughed and responded from afar. Several streams of light quickly shot towards the star field and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that many people began to silently shed tears. Somewhere in the star field, a group of 7 people stood. Except for Yang Kai, everyone else was a third-order origin king. For Yang Kai, everyone here was basically an acquaintance. Gue Zhu, Qiyu, and Aio needn't be mentioned. Although Long Tian Shang and Yang Kai had only met a few times, they could be considered to have met a few times. Sword Union's Union Master, Gutsang Yun, was a short old man. Yang Kai often exchanged cultivation experiences with this old man when he was in Sword Union for more than a year. Gutsang Yun was a gentle person without any arrogance, so Yang Kai had a good impression of him. The friendship between the 2 was also quite good. As for the last person, Yang Kai didn't recognize him. Seeing him cast a suspicious gaze towards the last master, Long Tian Shang smiled and said, Come, Yang Kai, let me introduce you. This is the oldest and strongest third-order origin king in Star Territory, Brother Wu Dao. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, You are Master Wu Dao? Wu Dao didn't look very eye-catching. He wore a grey robe and his hair and beard were all white. Although he had the demeanor of a transcendent being, he was skinny. If Long Tian Shang hadn't introduced him, he wouldn't have thought that this was the legendary Wu Dao. Daolus was the name of a person and the symbol of an era. It was rumored that this person had lived for more than 5,000 years and had experienced countless major events in the territory of the Star Realm. He had witnessed the rise and fall of many forces. Although he was an elusive figure, he was recognized as the strongest Origin King realm master in the world. It was Wu Dao. The first time Yang Kai heard the name Wu Dao was on Green Mountain's star. During the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai met a young man named Su Bin Bai, who was Tyrannical's disciple. Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai was also here for this reason. Seeing Su Bin Bai in a different light, it could be seen how famous Pathless was. This was simply a living fossil within the territory of the Star Realm. The rarest thing was that although this person's strength was extraordinary, he had always lived in seclusion. He had never done anything to bully others, and his reputation had always been good, earning the respect and worship of many cultivator. Junior Yang Kai greets Master Wu Dao. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly bowed. Sect Master Yang is too polite, Wu Dao smiled faintly. Brother Long is just flattering this old master, why do you take it so seriously? This old master is just a bastard. It's not a big deal that I've lived for a long time, but Sect Master Yang was able to find a way to enter the star boundary to explore the higher martial Dao. This Wu Dao admires Sect Master Yang greatly. This time, I will have to trouble Sect Master Yang to lead the way. Yang Kai quickly said he didn't dare and looked around. Saying, for all of you to disregard your own safety and assist this junior in opening the way to the star boundary, this junior is deeply grateful. Please accept this junior's bow. Saying so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. Chi Yu smiled and said, little brat, don't make this matter sound like it's your own. We agreed to your request entirely out of consideration for ourselves. After reaching the Third Order Origin King realm, if you want to break through, you can only go to the star boundary as a cultivator. Who would be willing to step forward? Wu Dao being able to come here is the best example. Wu Dao smiled bitterly and said, yes. When I heard Brother Long mention this old master knew that I had no choice but to come this time. This old master will not live for long. A Third Order Origin King who had lived for more than 5,000 years. Wu Dao himself didn't have much lifespan left, and if he wanted to take another step forward, he could only break through his own cultivation. Going to the star boundary was his last hope, so how could he not come? That being said, this junior still has to thank all of you. Yang Kai felt a little guilty because he hadn't told them all the truth, including the matter of the guardian of the star territory. However, it didn't make sense to say such things now, so Yang Kai didn't go into detail. Alright, enough with the small talk. Boy, tell us what to do now, AIO urged impatiently. Are all of you going to the star boundary? Yang Kai asked. Martial Uncle Long won't be going, he's just here to assist, AIO explained. My Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is a big business, so someone has to stay behind to oversee it, so this time I will accompany you. Yang Kai nodded, expressing his understanding. He had already made proper arrangements for High Heaven Sect with 3 Origin Kings, so there was no need to mention Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. If Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't have a Third Order Origin King, it would likely be carved up by others in a few years. In that case, Junior will begin. As Yang Kai spoke, his expression became solemn as he waved his hand and sent out 9-star Emperor tokens. These 9-star Emperor tokens were originally dull and plain, as the divine technique sealed inside them had already been used, leaving only a trace of Emperor pressure behind, but when they appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the 9-star Emperor tokens began to emit a buzzing sound. Immediately, the lines on the Star Emperor tokens began to flash. These lines were extremely complex and seemed to contain a great deal of mystery. Under the premise that no one was controlling them, the 9-star Emperor tokens began to rotate according to a certain trajectory. Gradually, one of the Star Emperor tokens was fixed in the center while the other 8 scattered around, forming a regular octagonal array. From the depths of the star territory, there seemed to be some kind of suction force that was pulling in countless scattered energies into this 8-pointed array, causing the buzzing sound of the Star Emperor tokens to become more and more obvious as the lines on them became brighter and brighter. At that moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Everyone, please pour your Saint Qi into this array." As soon as these words fell, he was the first to erupt with his own strength and pour it into the 8-pointed array. The others did not want to be outdone either. They roared, growled, or remained silent. However, every single one of them used all the power they had in their lives. In an instant, with everyone as the center, the star field within a 10,000-kilometer radius began to shake. Chapter 1927. If a third-order origin king attacked with their full strength, it would be enough to destroy a small cultivation star. Inside this star field, a total of 6 third-order origin kings and 1 second-order origin king had gathered. 7 people attacking together, how spectacular would that be? If such a huge amount of energy were to erupt, it would definitely be able to destroy the entire star field, turning it into a vacuum. But in fact, such a situation did not occur. The 8-pointed array formed by the 9 Star Emperor tokens seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit at this moment, and no matter how many masters poured their Saint Qi into it, it would still be swallowed up. Everyone's complexion changed as they realized that they had underestimated the means of the great emperors. The great emperors had created these Star Emperor tokens tens of thousands of years ago, yet they still possessed such great power. It was difficult to imagine what kind of strength the great emperors themselves possessed. Exchanging glances, there was no need for communication. Everyone began pushing their strength more and more fiercely into the 8-pointed array. As time passed, the 8-pointed array grew brighter and brighter, and the 8-pointed array itself grew larger and larger. Originally only the size of a wash basin, the 8-pointed array had now grown to the size of a table. Every origin king wore dignified expressions as pushing their Saint Qi so crazily was not a small burden for them. However, they were also feeling quite satisfied because some of them had not tried to use their full strength for a long time. They were all standing at the peak of star territory, so who was qualified to make them use their full strength? But now, the 8-pointed array was an opening for them to vent their strength. Gu Zongyun could not help but laugh loudly, not caring about the loss of his own strength as he desperately squeezed out more of it. It was as if he wanted to see where his limits were. The others naturally did not want to be outdone and began using their own secret techniques. In an instant, the energy they poured into the 8-pointed array increased by a few notches. After a while, everyone's complexion became ugly. Because they found that even if they continued to push their Saint Qi, there were still no signs of opening the path to the star boundary. Instead, the 8-pointed array was constantly growing larger. Everyone could not help turning to look at Yang Kai, wanting to see some clues from his face. He saw that Yang Kai's expression was as usual, without the slightest hint of panic. He was neither too fast nor too slow, and was not at all inferior to the others. His calmness made everyone feel a little more at ease. They all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths before continuing. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the origin kings had taken countless pills to maintain the circulation of their strength. Until a certain moment 3 days later, a loud buzzing sound suddenly erupted in the star field. At this moment, the shining octagonal formation rapidly expanded outwards. Then, it shrank to the size of a house and stabilized in an instant. Rays of profound light flowed as the octagonal array stood quietly in the void like the open mouth of a beast. The 9 Star Emperor tokens had long since disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing. He stared blankly at the entrance of the octagonal formation in front of him, not saying anything for a long time. "This is the passageway?" After a long silence, Guizhu asked. He could feel the power of the void from it. The thing in front of him was somewhat similar to the void corridor, but it was also completely different. It seemed to be more profound and dangerous, causing even someone as powerful as him to feel somewhat apprehensive. Should we enter or not? Gu Songyun turned his head and looked around. No one could give an answer. Everyone turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. He opened his mouth and said, "We will definitely enter. However, let's restore ourselves first." Yang Kai is right, Chiyu nodded seriously, there may be some kind of danger inside. Then let's use half a day to restore ourselves. We don't know how long this thing will last. If we delay for too long and it disappears, the gains will not be worth the losses. Wu Dao voiced his concerns. No one had any objections. Everyone immediately took out pills and sat down to restore themselves. Yang Kai directly took out a large number of Saint crystals from his space ring and pushed his Saint Qi to explode them, allowing the rich energy to linger around and assist the masters in restoring themselves. Half a day later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array again. Yang Kai took the lead and said without the slightest fear, "This junior will be the vanguard. Seniors, please bring up the rear." "How can I let you do this?" Aio snorted. No matter what, Yang Kai was his son-in-law. As his father-in-law, he certainly couldn't let Yang Kai take such risks. If something happened, wouldn't Xueyu become a widow? Saying so, he was about to be the first to enter. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and said lightly, "I am proficient in the Tao of space. This is a kind of void corridor. It will be more convenient for me to walk in front." Yang Kai is right. Aio, don't try to be brave. In this situation, space force is more useful. Chiyu nodded in agreement. Aio hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Then be careful, little brat." Yang Kai smiled lightly and turned to Long Tianshang, "Senior Long, I'll have to trouble Senior to take care of Shadowed Star. Don't worry, I will come here often. In any case, it is convenient to come and go now. As long as my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce exists, Shadowed Star will be safe." Long Tianshang quickly said. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly before turning around and plunging into the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array. Immediately after him, Gu Songyun, Wu Dao, and Gue Zhu flashed in one after another. Chiyu also followed closely behind. Aio bid farewell to Long Tianshang before rushing in as well. In the blink of an eye, only Long Tianshang was left. He stared quietly at the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array with a look of yearning in his eyes. In the end, he sighed, turned around, and flew towards Shadowed Star. After Yang Kai entered the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He thought that this place would be the same as the void corridor he had passed through before. It should be empty and chaotic. But when he walked in, he found that things were not as he thought at all. This place was not a chaotic void at all. Instead, it was filled with extremely pure energy. There were specks of fluorescent light all around, making one feel as if they were in a sea of starlight. These fluorescent lights danced around like fireflies, as if they had a life of their own, vivid and lifelike. Looking around, Yang Kai was surrounded by this kind of starlight. It was as if he was in a sea of starlight. Yang Kai could not help but let out a comfortable grunt, feeling the fatigue from opening the star boundary passage these past few days had been swept away. With a single thought, the surrounding starlight seemed to be drawn towards him, immediately disappearing into his body. Pure energy was born from the place where the starlight disappeared, wandering through his limbs and bones, filling his body that had not yet recovered. Yang Kai was overjoyed, never having expected such a thing to happen. "This is..." Someone behind him exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, he was also stunned by the scene here. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Songyun. Immediately afterward, Wu Dao, Gue Zhu, Chiyu, and Aio all of them no longer had their usual aloof and lofty image. They no longer had the mentality that third-order origin kings should have, as they were all shocked by this place. The world energy here is so rich, and it's so pure that it can be directly absorbed without refining. If we cultivate here, wouldn't one day be equivalent to a year outside? What is this place? Have we already reached the star boundary? This should not be the star boundary. Yang Kai shook his head. How do you know? It's hard to say. Yang Kai explained with a wry smile, but I know that this place should be between the territory of the star boundary and the star boundary. Only by passing through here can we enter the star boundary. The environment here is already so superior, could it be that the star boundary is even better? With this thought in mind, everyone could no longer calm down. If that was the case, breaking through to the next realm was just around the corner. Everyone who could cultivate to the third-order origin king realm was a peerless genius, and if they had the right environment, their cultivation would definitely soar. I don't know what the situation is like in the star boundary, but we may not be able to stay here for long. Yang Kai did not let everything in front of him go to his head and calmly analyzed. What do you mean? This is a passage after all. Who can guarantee that it will always be stable? If there is any turbulence, we may be lost here forever. Hearing what he said, everyone could not help but be shocked as they realized that they had overlooked the danger. Aio nodded. Yang Kai is right, I'm afraid this is really not a place to stay for long. Yang Kai smiled, but there is no need to be too nervous. Since we are going to pass through this place, we should try to get as many benefits as possible. I just sense that the starlight here can not only restore one's Saint Qi, it also seems to have the effect of cleansing one's body and soul. You might as well circulate your secret art and absorb it. Cleansing the body and soul. Wu Dao's eyes lit up as he laughed. If that's the case, we can't miss out on this opportunity. Hearing this news, no one dared to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the dense starlight around them like fireflies. But soon, everyone discovered a problem. Among the 6 of them, the speed at which Yang Kai and Aio absorbed the starlight seemed to be more than 10 times faster than the others, especially Yang Kai. Wherever he passed, the starlight seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and rushed towards him like moths to a flame, leaving no trace of starlight behind. Although Aio's situation was not bad, there was still a clear gap between him and Yang Kai. As for the others, they were even worse. They had to work hard to use their Saint Qi to attract the starlight and integrate it into their bodies. In terms of efficiency, they were less than 1% of Yang Kai's. What kind of secret technique are you two cultivating? Wu Dao was puzzled. Of the 6 people here, Yang Kai and Aio were not the strongest, especially Yang Kai, who was only a second-order origin king. His cultivation was at the bottom of the group, but now, he was absorbing the starlight with the greatest efficiency, something Wu Dao could not figure out. Chapter 1928. The others obviously also noticed this problem and turned to look at Yang Kai and Aio in confusion. I didn't use any secret technique, I just circulated my secret art to absorb the starlight, Aio said with an innocent expression as he looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, I also didn't use any secret technique. Everyone here was an overlord of their respective territories. Since they had come here from the star field, it was only natural for them to work together and not engage in mutual deception. As such, no one doubted the words of Aio and Yang Kai. That's strange, the two of you, what's so special about you? Gu Songyun frowned and pondered. Chi Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered thoughtfully, could it be, because you're both star masters? Hearing what she said, everyone couldn't help showing a look of understanding, feeling that this was quite possible. Among the 6 of them, only Yang Kai and Aio had refined a star's source and were star masters, while the other 4 were not. If there was something different about these two compared to the others, there was only one explanation. Thinking about it carefully, this was the only reasonable explanation. Strange, the body of a Star Lord is actually so mysterious? Wu Dao shook his head, a look of regret on his face. If he had known this would happen, he would have tried every means possible to refine a cultivation star. Even if it was extremely dangerous, it was worth a try. The surrounding starlight had the effect of cleansing one's physical body and soul, but this was only what everyone could sense. Perhaps there were more benefits that they had not yet discovered, so naturally the more they could absorb, the better. But now, the other four could only look at Yang Kai and AIO with great envy as the surrounding starlight continued to pour into their bodies and disappear. AIO couldn't help laughing. A smug look appeared on his face. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this, we'll split up, I'll take one side alone. Seniors will take one side, don't be too far away from each other, just be able to sense each other's presence." Wherever he passed, there was no longer any starlight. Naturally, he couldn't allow others to follow behind him. Fortunately, so far, no danger had been discovered here, so they could split up. "That's fine," Wu Dao nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's proposal. The others also had no objections, so the 6 of them split into 2 lines, with Yang Kai on the right and the remaining 5 on the left. The group of 6 people moved forward at a moderate pace. Although Yang Kai did not understand why Star Masters had such great convenience here, the starlight here was definitely related to their source, otherwise, he and AIO would not be so different from the others. It was probably because of the star source in his body that these starlights were so close to him. It was so easily absorbed. After observing the situation on his left and finding that AIO and the others were all fine, Yang Kai relaxed and focused on feeling the benefits of the starlight entering his body. Yang Kai, Yang Kai's is star. But as the starlight entered his body, Yang Kai still felt that his physique had improved significantly. His flesh and blood wriggled, and each piece of his flesh seemed to contain heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Even the pure golden blood flowing in his body was purified to a certain extent. Pure golden blood was Yang Kai's unique treasure. He had always thought that this pure golden blood could not be any purer. But only now did he realize that he had been too short-sighted. Pure golden blood could still be condensed. His body was cleansed, becoming spotless, his bones crystal clear, and even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels glowing like porcelain. This was a sign that his body had become extremely pure. In terms of his soul, Yang Kai had also obtained great benefits. Yang Kai transformed into his soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. He saw specks of starlight filling his entire knowledge sea. While absorbing and strengthening his soul, they flew towards the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and were accepted by the soul-warming lotus. After accepting the starlight, the soul-warming lotus released a dreamy 7-colored glow that spread outwards like ripples. The glow contained an indescribable mystery, and as the ripples spread, Yang Kai's soul became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Previously, he and AIO's performance here was different. The speed at which they absorbed the starlight was unmatched by others, which could be explained by their status as Star Masters. But as a Star Master, he absorbed the starlight 10 times faster than AIO. This was hard to explain. He couldn't figure out the reason just now, but now that he saw the situation in his knowledge sea, he understood. It was actually the soul-warming lotus's doing. With the soul-warming lotus helping him absorb the starlight and fusing it with him, how could AIO compare? Seeing this scene, Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Xiaofan, the master from Star Boundary's Falling Star sect, had said. Xiaofan had said that the soul-warming lotus could evolve further and reach its final form. Yang Kai had been extremely surprised at that time because he had always thought that the 7-colored form was the final form of the soul-warming lotus, but now he learned from Wuxia Feng that he was wrong. What would the soul-warming lotus look like if it evolved further, and how to make it evolve further, Yang Kai had no idea, but now that he saw the soul-warming lotus actively absorb the starlight, he naturally understood that the starlight here would have a great effect on the evolution of the soul-warming lotus. Letting the soul-warming lotus do as it pleased, Yang Kai slowly walked forward. Wherever he passed, he would become like a magnet, attracting all the nearby starlight to him. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Kai enjoyed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai strolled leisurely. Time passed slowly. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, so no one knew how long they had been here, but at least a month had passed. Suddenly, a low cry came from the left side of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled, thinking that something had happened over there, so he quickly opened his eyes and looked over. But soon, he knew that he was wrong. The 5 people there were safe and sound, but Ao showed a shocked expression, his brow furrowed as if he was thinking about something. The other 4 also had the same expression. Everyone, what happened? Yang Kai asked. Gue Zhu raised his head and said, Sect Master, feel the power in your body and see if there are any changes. He did not directly answer Yang Kai's question and instead let him feel it himself. Yang Kai immediately understood that this matter was not trivial and did not dare to neglect, immersing himself in it. Soon, Yang Kai also showed a look of shock and his expression changed. It seems that you've noticed it too. Gue Zhu laughed strangely. It was precisely because we discovered this problem that we suddenly woke up. What's going on? Yang Kai looked at everyone in amazement. Everyone shook their heads, unable to explain. Wu Dao pondered for a long time before speaking. According to this old master's observation, the Saint Qi in our bodies seems to be showing signs of transforming into a higher level of existence. Transforming into a higher level of existence? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Wu Dao gently nodded. This old master will state his opinion first. I don't know if it is correct or not, but the situation should be like this. He paused for a moment before continuing. We cultivators, from the beginning of our cultivation, possess Yuan Qi. After our cultivation reaches the Yuan Qi realm, Yuan Qi will transform into Yuan Qi. Only Yuan Qi can support the secret techniques of a cultivator above the Yuan Qi realm. Low-grade Yuan Qi is not qualified. This is like a child growing up and needing to wear bigger clothes. If the clothes are too small, it will only hinder their movements. Everyone nodded lightly. What Wu Dao said was just common sense. Everyone had cultivated for so long, so how could they not understand this? When a cultivator's cultivation reaches the Saint realm, the Yuan Qi in their body will transform into Saint Qi. Wu Dao's eyes flashed, however, after entering the Saint realm, from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm to the Origin King realm, there is no sign of Saint Qi transforming. This old master has considered this problem before and has always wondered what kind of power a cultivator's body should possess above Saint Qi, but he could not figure it out. Today, this old master may have found the answer. Speaking of this, Wu Dao's eyes flashed with excitement. What Senior Wu Dao means is. Yang Kai's brow rose. The Saint Qi in our bodies will transform into a higher level of existence? It should be. Wu Dao laughed heartily, and the starlight here does not only have the effect of cleansing the body and soul, it also helps us transform the power in our bodies. This old master estimates that once all the power in our bodies is transformed, we will be able to take that final step. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. The masters here, with the exception of Yang Kai, were all third-order Origin kings, so they naturally understood what Wu Dao meant by taking that final step. Above the Origin King realm. That was a realm that many masters within the Star Territory had pursued for countless years but had never been able to reach. At this moment, the transformation of the power in everyone's bodies was an opportunity, a ray of light. This was definitely a brand new power they had never encountered before, one that was many times purer and more powerful than Saint Qi. In other words, if two origin kings with the same cultivation and the same techniques were to fight, and one used Saint Qi while the other used this brand new power, the latter would definitely win without any suspense. Yuan Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, and Sheng Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, so this new power was naturally much stronger than Sheng Qi. I just don't know what this power is called, Wu Dao said with some regret. After all, no one had ever come into contact with a higher level of the martial Dao, so it was natural that they did not know. But I feel that this power seems to be closely related to my life source and soul source. Qi Yu said thoughtfully. All things in the world had their own source. The stars had their own star's source, and a cultivator naturally had their own source. The source was the foundation of all things, and without it, everything would perish. The power transformed from Saint Qi in everyone's bodies was closely related to their own essences. Chapter 1929. Yang Kai, you've absorbed the most starlight. How much of the Saint Qi in your body has been transformed? Gu Zongyun suddenly asked with concern. As soon as his voice fell, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai probed for a moment before replying, about 1%. So much. Wu Dao was taken aback. Everyone else also looked at him with envy. Is it a lot? Yang Kai was stunned. Wu Dao smiled bitterly, it's a lot. This old master has only transformed less than 1/10,000th of the Saint Qi in his body, but even so, this old master has benefited greatly. You've already transformed 1%, so I'm afraid it won't be long before all the Saint Qi in your body is transformed. Yes, I estimate that at my current speed, even if I stay here forever, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to transform all my Saint Qi. Qi Yu nodded. What about President Aio? Everyone turned their attention to another person they cared about. Much worse than Yang Boy, only about 1/10 of his. Aio shook his head slowly. That's still very fast, everyone couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected that a star master would receive such extraordinary benefits after entering this place. The speed at which Yang Kai's Saint Qi was transforming was something they couldn't hope to achieve. Everyone chatted for a while and felt that they couldn't waste any more time. After all, such an opportunity wasn't something they could come across easily. They immediately split into two groups again, one absorbing the starlight while the other hurried on. Somewhere about 100,000 kilometers away from where everyone was. This place was also filled with starlight, just like the environment where Yang Kai and the others were. At this place, there were 3 figures. Among these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't look very old and were all dressed like youths, but their auras were extremely powerful. One of them. His face was gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the sea of starlight, like a dormant beast, his aura intimidating. So much so that the other 2 actually stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. All 3 of them were cultivators at the third-order Origin King realm. And at the place where the 3 of them were, there was a semicircular energy shield that enveloped them. It was unknown what was so mysterious about that semicircular energy shield, but it actually blocked the invasion of the surrounding starlight. Therefore, the area around the 3 of them was completely empty, with not a single thing in sight within a radius of several hundred feet. The man, who was like a dormant beast, closed his eyes tightly. Forming a mysterious seal with his hands, he seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. From time to time, violent energy fluctuations would surge out from his body. Although he was also a third-order Origin King cultivator, the other man and woman were obviously much weaker compared to this man. Suddenly, the bald man opened his eyes with an impatient look on his face. After looking around for a while, he muttered, "We've already waited here for 5 years. How long more do we have to wait?" Hearing what he said, the woman beside him also opened her eyes, glanced towards the center, and whispered, "Don't be impatient, brother Fengde. 5 years isn't a long time for you and me, is it?" Being able to stay in the Starlight Corridor with the help of the Netherworld Dark Territory shield provided by Brother Yin Lusheng has already benefited a lot. Hearing her mention Yin Lusheng, the bald man, Fengde, glanced at the man in front of him with some apprehension. Nodding, he said, "Yes. We have indeed borrowed the Netherworld Darkness Shroud from Brother Yin to continue staying here. Otherwise, the Starlight Passage can only accommodate one person for 2 months before being expelled. But, it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this, right? What is Brother Yin waiting for here? Junior Sister Lu, do you know?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly, "I don't know. But Brother Yin must have his own plans." Fengde smiled bitterly, "Forget it, let's not talk about it. By the way, Junior Sister Lu, how much Saint Qi has been transformed in your body?" "About 1/5. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly as she looked at Yin Lusheng with some envy and whispered, "Not as good as Brother Yin. In my opinion, almost all the Saint Qi in his body has been transformed into Source Qi. I'm afraid that as soon as he leaves this Starlight Corridor, he will be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. A Star Master's body is really extraordinary." Fengde sighed emotionally. Fengde also sighed with emotion. "If I had known this would happen, I would have refined a cultivation star as well. How dangerous is it to refine a star's source?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly, "Without a great opportunity, it is impossible to succeed. How many third-order origin kings have died in the past 10,000 years on our great desolate star territory while trying to refine a star's source? This mistress has never dared to try because she was not fully confident. In any case, since we can come to the star boundary, it won't be too late to search for a star's source in the future." Fengde slowly shook his head. "That being said, I have heard that in the star boundary, star sources are extremely rare. Many masters even don't hesitate to sever their cultivation to venture deep into the Starlight Corridor and return to the territory of the various star boundaries. You and I missed the opportunity before, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain star sources in the future." Lu Xianyun looked sad, knowing that Fengde was right. "You two are making this king a little restless." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. Both Lu Xianyun and Fengde couldn't help shivering as they looked up in fear, just in time to see Yin Lusheng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, open his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, seemingly without the slightest emotion, making anyone who looked at them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said apologetically, "This mistress and Brother Feng were just casually chatting and did not expect to disturb Brother Yin. Please forgive us, Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng looked indifferent and did not say anything. Fengde frowned and said, "Brother Yin, we have been waiting here for 5 years, do we still have to wait any longer? Do you want to leave this place?" Yin Lusheng glanced at Fengde faintly. Fengde said, "If Brother Yin can tell you exactly what you're waiting for here, then this Feng wouldn't mind risking his life to accompany you. However, since entering this Starlight Corridor, you've been meditating in seclusion here. This Feng is really, are you dissatisfied with my approach?" Yin Lusheng's voice was cold. Fengde's expression became ugly as he frowned, "I dare not, it's just," before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred as Yin Lusheng appeared in front of him at some unknown time. Under the cold gaze of Yin Lusheng, Fengde couldn't help feeling goosebumps rise all over his body. An aura of death enveloped him, causing him to scream in horror, and without hesitation, he launched a counterattack. "Don't!" Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed drastically as she cried out. "Humph!" Yin Lusheng coldly snorted. Facing Fengde's terrifying attack, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he casually raised his hand and neutralized the attack, then immediately grabbed Fengde's neck with his hand. In an instant, Fengde, who was also a third-order origin king, was suppressed and unable to circulate his Saint Qi properly, allowing Yin Lusheng to lift him up like a little chick. This scene was simply unbelievable, and even Lu Xianyun was stunned in place. Only at this moment did she realize that she had been underestimating this Yin Lusheng. He had definitely transformed all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to subdue Fengde in a single move. After all, before coming here, Yin Lusheng was indeed strong, but not to this extent. But after coming here, the distance between them suddenly increased. This was the direct result of transforming one Saint Qi into Source Qi. Brother Yin. Fengde struggled, but he could not break free from Yin Lusheng's grip, a look of horror flashing across his eyes as he felt death beckoning him, his face turning pale. If we were not both from the territory of Great Desolate Star, do you think this king would be so kind as to let you enjoy the benefits of the Netherworld territory? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dared to question this king's approach. You deserve to die. Yin Lusheng reprimanded coldly as he increased his strength, causing Fengde's soul to fly out of his body. Lu Xianyun's pretty face also turned pale. She wanted to plead for mercy, but when she remembered Yin Lusheng's cruel style, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Because she knew that if she provoked Yin Lusheng's anger, Fengde would not be the only one to die. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Brother Yin, please show mercy. This mistress and Brother Feng know we were wrong. Please forgive Brother Feng." "You know you were wrong?" Yin Lusheng asked indifferently. Fengde nodded quickly. "Don't do it again." Yin Lusheng snorted coldly and threw Fengde aside as if he was throwing a rag sack. Lu Xianyun wanted to help him, but she didn't dare to act rashly and could only look at Yin Lusheng in fear. After punishing Fengde a little, the latter did not attack again, instead crossing his hands behind his back and saying lightly, "This king doesn't want to go too far. After all, you and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and my Netherworld sect also has inheritances in the star boundary. After arriving in the star boundary, you can worship my Netherworld sect and we will still be a family in the future." Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said, "Since Brother Yin has said so, then this mistress will respectfully accept." The reputation of the Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory was not very good, and it was probably the same in the star boundary, but there were many masters in the sect, and few people dared to provoke it. If they could enter the star boundary this time, perhaps their cultivation would be much smoother in the future. It was just that, the Netherworld sect's name would be tainted for no reason, which made Lu Xianyun a little unhappy. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Fengde, who had escaped from death, was also grateful, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Yin Lusheng was very satisfied with the attitude of the two of them and took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to know why this king has not entered the star boundary and instead has been waiting here?" Lu Xianyun and Fengde glanced at each other, the former saying, "If it is not convenient for Brother Yin to say, there is nothing inconvenient about it," Yin Lusheng said lightly. "Since you are going to join the Netherworld sect anyway, you are not outsiders, so there is no harm in telling you. The reason this king has been waiting here is to wait for a cultivator from other stars to enter the star boundary." Chapter 1930. A cultivator waiting for the territory of another star to enter the star boundary? Lu Xianyun and Fengde were taken aback, never having expected that Yin Lusheng would not hesitate to use the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield to isolate the starlight here for 5 years just for this reason. One had to know that the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield was the sect-guarding treasure of the Netherworld sect. It was said to have been passed down from the star boundary, and its grade had long surpassed Origin King grade. Only a sect like the Netherworld sect, which also had inheritances in the star boundary, could possess such a heaven-defying treasure, and every time it was used, the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield would absorb tens of millions of Yin souls. Lu Xianyun suddenly recalled that 5 years ago, Yin Lusheng had gone to a cultivation star in the territory of Great Desolate Star and massacred the inhabitants of more than a dozen cities. At that time, she had thought he had lost all humanity, but now it seemed that he was actually preparing for the Netherworld Dark Territory shield. You don't understand? Yin Lusheng looked at the two lightly. Lu Xianyun shook her head and said, "Please enlighten me, Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng said, "I am waiting for those Star Masters." As soon as this statement came out, both Lu Xianyun and Fengde showed a look of realization. Lu Xianyun said, "Could it be that the rumored Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can seize the source of stars of others is true?" Yin Lusheng nodded and said, "Naturally." "So, Brother Yin wants to seize the source of stars of others?" "No." Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly. "I already have a source of stars, so I won't be able to obtain a second one in a short time." "Then, Brother Yin, I do have one, but I still lack a decent gift for this trip to the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect. If I can prepare such a gift, this king's future will be smooth sailing after entering the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect." Lu Xianyun and Fengde understood. What did he want to do by waiting here for 5 years? Although Yin Lusheng was almost a tyrant in the territory of Great Desolate Star, he was just a third-order origin king after all. Once he entered the Star Boundary, such a cultivation would be nothing. The Netherworld sect had fierce internal competition. Infighting between disciples was a common occurrence. This time, Yin Lusheng was going to the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect without a backer. Without a backer, he could only rely on himself. As for the Star Lord level cultivator, that was his goal. As long as he could bring such a gift to the Netherworld sect, would he be afraid of not being valued? For a time, Lu Xianyun and Fengde couldn't help admiring Yin Lusheng's foresight. Any third-order origin king cultivator yearned for the Star Boundary, so spending 5 years waiting here showed how determined Yin Lusheng was. It was just that, it would be fine if he could wait, but if he couldn't, then the losses would outweigh the gains. After all, he was always here. Even if all the Saint Qi in Yin Lusheng's body was converted into Source Qi, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough and would only be wasting time. As long as this king can gain the attention of the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect, I will definitely not lack cultivation resources in the future, and the day I become an emperor is just around the corner. If the two of you follow me, you won't be short of benefits." Lu Xianyun and Fengde quickly thanked him. "Since you know this king's plan, then don't be noisy and wait patiently." Yin Lusheng waved his hand. "Yes," Lu Xianyun and Fengde nodded in unison. After experiencing the scene just now, neither of them could resist. No matter who it was, neither of them had the heart to resist. If Yin Lusheng wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of waving his hand. The distance between them was just too big. At that moment, a crisp tinkling sound rang out. Yin Lusheng was startled and immediately took out a small bell from his waist. This bell looked inconspicuous, but at this moment, it seemed to be disturbed by something and constantly emitted a soft ringing sound. "Someone's coming." Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed. He couldn't help grinning. This king has not waited here for 5 years in vain. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much, otherwise, ha ha ha." His low laughter was extremely harsh, causing Lu Xianyun and Fengde's expressions to change drastically. They secretly mourned for the people who were about to arrive. No matter how powerful and influential these people were in their star fields, no matter how high their status was, they would never be able to defeat them. But meeting Yin Lusheng here could only be said to be their bad luck. If Yin Lusheng had waited until he became a Star Master level cultivator, it would have been fine, as he would probably have given them a quick death. But if he didn't, Lu Xianyun and Fengde were sure that these people would soon understand what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. After all, the Netherworld sect's methods of torture were enough to make the entire territory of Great Desolate Star tremble. 100 kilometers ahead, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. He didn't know what the situation of the others was like, but the Saint Qi in his body was transforming into another form at a very fast speed. This kind of power was closely related to his own essence, making him feel more and more comfortable and powerful. However, this transformation speed was still a bit slow. He estimated that at this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. The group of 6 was silent. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked forward, his brow furrowing. Faintly, he felt the aura of a living being in front of him, but due to the special environment here, even with the strength of his divine sense, he couldn't explore too far, so he wasn't sure. After thinking about it, Yang Kai began circulating his Space Force secret technique and adding his Space Force to his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense crossed the void and probed into the distance. Sure enough, there's someone here. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was something he had never expected. There was actually someone else in this starlight corridor. Was this a cultivator preparing to enter the star boundary from some other star's territory? Yang Kai could only speculate. At the same time, he quickly sent a divine sense message to everyone to stop. On the other side, Yin Lusheng, who was waiting quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Just now, Yang Kai actually felt a strange divine sense float past him, which made him feel a little incredulous because in this starlight corridor, one's divine sense couldn't explore too far. Even Yang Kai himself couldn't see more than a kilometer away, so he had to rely on the bell-like artifact to detect the aura of a living person approaching. Was it an illusion? Yin Lusheng muttered to himself before immediately grinning, if it wasn't an illusion, then I must have encountered a master. Interesting, interesting. After waiting here for 5 years, Yin Lusheng had already transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi, and although he had not yet broken through to the Tao Source realm, his combat power was no longer comparable to that of an Origin King. No matter who this person was, since they had entered the star boundary from some other star's territory, their cultivation would definitely not exceed the Origin King realm. Yin Lusheng didn't put them in his eyes. The bell in his hand stopped ringing for a while, which made Yin Lusheng even more certain that he had encountered a cultivator with an extremely strong divine sense. The other party must have discovered the situation here. The truth was just as he thought. After Kai Yang stopped the other 5 people, he told them about the situation over there. There are people here? And 3 of them at that? Chi Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Young boy, are you sure you're not mistaken? Aio also looked suspicious. Since Sect Master Yang said so, he must not be speaking without thinking. Wu Dao frowned. It's just that I don't know what these 3 people want to do, and whether they are hostile. Yes, we are new here, so we should avoid some disturbances. Yang Kai, what's the situation over there? Tell me more about it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, in my perception, those 3 people have been standing in place, seemingly waiting for something. As for their cultivations, they are naturally third-order Origin Kings, but one of them gives me a very dangerous feeling. If even you feel danger, they must not be simple. Aio frowned. But since they are third-order Origin Kings, they should be cultivators from another star territory. They probably want to enter the star boundary like us. Could it be they got lost here? We'll know once we ask. Guizhu laughed. Guizhu laughed strangely. There are 3 of them and 6 of us, twice their number. Do you think we should be afraid of them? That being said, you should know that after entering this place, there is a huge gap between third-order Origin Kings. Take President Aio for example. I'm afraid none of us is his opponent right now. Yes, that kind of transformed Saint Qi is extremely powerful. But we can't just stand here, can we? All of you are heroes. When did you start to be so overcautious? As soon as this remark came out, everyone could not help being shocked. Only then did they realize that since entering this starlight corridor and feeling the mysteries of this place, while looking forward to entering the star boundary, their mentality had gradually changed. They could no longer be as arrogant and domineering as before. Alright, let's be careful and act according to the circumstances. If they are really lost, then it's fine, but if they are hostile, we might as well fight. Yang Kai said lightly. That's how it should be. Wu Dao nodded in agreement. Then Junior will be the vanguard. Yang Kai smiled slightly and volunteered. I'll do it, you scram to the back. AIO snorted and stood at the forefront. As an elder, what was the point of having Yang Kai protect him all the time? Chiyu also smiled and said, this time, you just need to follow obediently. Alright then. Yang Kai did not insist. In any case, it was still unclear whether the other side was friend or foe, so it was meaningless to insist now. Immediately, the group of 6 approached Yin Lusheng and the others. As they approached, the ringing of the bell in Yin Lusheng's hand became more and more urgent, more and more frequent. 100 kilometers was nothing to these people, so in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the two groups met. AIO took the lead and stood about 300 meters away from Yin Lusheng and the others, staring forward with rapt attention. The surrounding starlight poured into his body uncontrollably, allowing him to absorb it. Yin Lusheng's originally indifferent eyes burst into a strong light the moment he saw AIO, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Good, 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 this king didn't have to wait for 5 years. Finally, a decent one has come. Chapter 1931. Yin Lusheng laughed heartily as if no one was present, making Yang Kai and the others extremely unhappy, especially AIO, who was being stared at by him. AIO couldn't help but feel a sense of danger, causing all the pores on his body to tighten. Out of courtesy, AIO didn't get angry and instead cupped his fists and said, "This one is AIO, may I ask how to address you and why you are here?" Yin Lusheng grinned and said calmly, "This king is Yin Lusheng of Netherworld sect from the territory of Great Desolate Star." "Which territory are you from? Which territory are you from?" Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer this question. However, before coming here, they had all heard from Yang Kai that this world was not limited to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but there were many other undiscovered territories. These territories were blocked by the boundary force and did not intersect with each other, making it impossible for those without the divine technique to pass through. So, when they heard the other party introduce themselves and mention something about Great Desolate Star territory, they could accept it. "Don't tell me you don't even know what your own territory is called?" On the side, the bald youth Fengde looked at Yang Kai and the others with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a group of country bumpkins. AIO smiled awkwardly, we really don't know. Our territory has been sealed off for tens of thousands of years and has never been in contact with the star boundary, so we don't know what the outside world calls our place." "Sealed off for tens of thousands of years?" Fengde and Lu Xianyun were surprised, the latter asking curiously, "Then how did you find the Starlight Corridor and come here?" She knew that some territory had problems with the connection to the star boundary, such as the imbalance of the world principles, making it impossible for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. Another example was the collapse of the Starlight Corridor, making it impossible to find the way to the star boundary. So, she was very curious about how AIO and the others repaired the Starlight Corridor after tens of thousands of years. AIO showed a difficult expression, not wanting to explain this problem. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of Star Field. The other party was a stranger he had met by chance, so he hadn't reached the point where he could confide in them. Lu Xianyun observed his expression and said with a slight smile, "This mistress was reckless." "It's fine." AIO saw her pleasant expression and the conflict in his heart lessened a lot. So, he asked, "Friends, are you also going to the star boundary?" "Yes." Lu Xianyun nodded. "Then, why are you stopping here? Are you lost?" Lu Xianyun and Fengde didn't know how to answer for a while and instead turned their eyes to Yin Lusheng. AIO immediately knew that the person who gave him the most uncomfortable feeling was the one in charge among the three. He turned his gaze back to Yin Lusheng and was about to ask again, but at this moment, Yin Lusheng suddenly raised his eyebrows. Staring at Kai Yang, who had been blocked by the crowd, his eyes flashed a terrifying light. 1. Was of his. Of desolate the star territory, of them. Them. Of theirs of their, s's ofs. Of the b of them. Of, no. Often, at a glance, they would have a rough guess in their hearts. Lu Xianyun and Feng De gave off a good feeling, but Yin Lusheng made everyone unhappy. There was no other reason than the evil qi emanating from his body was too strong. At this moment, seeing him take an interest in Yang Kai, how could they not know that the situation had changed? In an instant, everyone moved slightly, blocking Yang Kai's figure. Ha ha ha. Yin Lusheng suddenly burst into laughter. There's more than one star master. There are two. Sure enough, the heavens are blessing this king. Inside the starlight corridor, there was a clear difference between a star master and others. It could be seen at a glance by the speed of absorption of the surrounding starlight. Previously, Yin Lusheng's attention was attracted by AIO, so he didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai. Later, he discovered that Yang Kai was hiding in the back. What's more, Yang Kai's absorption speed was more than 10 times faster than AIO's. What made him even more incredulous was the other party was a second-order origin king cultivator. How could he not be happy? After waiting here for 5 years, he only wanted to bring a gift to the Netherworld sect, but now, the heavens had sent him 2 great gifts. Yin Lusheng's eyes instantly became greedy. This friend. AIO's face turned cold as he stood in front of everyone and stared at Yin Lusheng. Friend? Yin Lusheng squinted at AIO, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Step by step, he walked out of the Netherworld dark territory and asked slowly, "Who is your friend? What does your excellency mean?" AIO's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect the attitude of the other party's leader to be so different from the other two. After all, everyone was talking nicely before, so how could the other party suddenly change his attitude? Nothing. Yin Lusheng came to the edge of the Netherworld dark territory and looked ahead indifferently, saying indifferently, "If you ants don't want to die, open your knowledge seas and let this king plant his soul brand. Depending on this king's mood, perhaps he can let you live." What? Ants? Impudence. You want to enslave us? This old master is dying of laughter. AIO and the others were suddenly filled with righteous indignation. Among the 6 of them, aside from Yang Kai, which one of them wasn't standing at the peak of star territory? Which one of them wasn't a supreme master in star territory? They had always been the one standing at the top, overlooking all living beings. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? It had been a long time since they had heard the word ant. What was even more unacceptable was that Yin Lusheng actually wanted them to open their knowledge seas and plant his soul brand. If that was the case, then they would have to obey Yin Lusheng's orders for the rest of their lives, and their lives would be under his control. Being ridden on top of their heads so presumptuously, even if AIO and the others had good tempers, they would still be furious. Yang Kai's face also instantly turned gloomy, knowing that this was a disaster, not a blessing. Although the other party was only a third-order origin king, since he dared not put them in his eyes, it was obvious he had something to rely on. However, Yang Kai didn't quite understand what he was relying on. Only by really fighting could he figure it out. "Are you angry?" Facing the anger of AIO and the others, Yin Lusheng calmly asked. Yin Lusheng's expression was unexpectedly calm as he said indifferently, "Ants don't have the qualifications to be angry. You have to understand that it is your honor to have this king plant his soul brand on you. Not a disgrace. Honor my ass." Chi Yu cursed, "If you feel honored, you might as well open your knowledge sea and let this queen plant her soul brand on you." Yin Lisheng's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Finally, he appeared outside the Yellow Springs Dark Territory shield. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. This aura appeared so abruptly that everyone's face changed drastically. Yin Lisheng raised his finger and a ray of light suddenly appeared on his fingertip as he pointed it towards Chi Yu's position and shouted, "Underworld prison, finger spear." With a whoosh, a pure energy condensed into an attack. Breaking through the barrier of space, it directly descended in front of Chi Yu. Feeling the terrifying killing intent contained in this attack, Chi Yu's pretty face changed greatly. Forming a seal with her hands, a huge silver-white spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her. This silver-white spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws fiercely. It looked incredibly powerful, and on the spider's forehead, there was a crescent-shaped white mark. That mark seemed to emit a faint fluorescent light, and it had the pure power of the moon. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Chi Yu was a descendant of the ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's bloodline flowed through her veins. It was for this reason that she had accepted Shan Qing Luo as her adopted daughter and cared for her 100 times over. Chi Yu was a Monster King level master, and a monster race master of this level. The secret technique unleashed by using the power of the bloodline was naturally extraordinary. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Phantom opened its mouth. From its mouth, it spat out a mass of white energy, which suddenly turned into a spiderweb that looked extremely tough, as if it could not be broken. It blocked in front of Chi Yu. Oh! A descendant of an ancient variant? Yin Lisheng seemed to be a little surprised by the scene in front of him, but the expression on his face was still calm. At least it's worth watching. But if that's all, then, die. As soon as his voice fell, the finger spear collided with the spiderweb. With a puff, the seemingly sturdy spiderweb could not stop the attack of the finger spear at all and was directly broken through. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu's face turned pale, knowing that the gap between her and her opponent was too big, and that the other party's attack was not something she could resist. Heaven and Earth Reversal. With a low shout, Tyrannical stretched out his hand into the void, as if pulling out a long sword from the void. The power on the long sword condensed into a vortex. Tyrannical waved the long sword and slashed forward. Jia 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 jia. 10,000 souls heaven devouring great emperor. Gue Zhu laughed strangely as the 10,000 soul banner turned into a black curtain, covering a large part of the world. Endless cries and howls came from the banner, and one could vaguely see distorted faces struggling and squirming on it. It was a horrifying sight. Great Sun Golden Wheel. Gutsong Yun attacked. Tyrant Body Shattering Fist. AIO attacked. The 5 Third-Order Origin Kings erupted with all their strength at this moment, each displaying their own secret techniques. In an instant, a violent power rushed forward to block Yin Lisheng's finger spear. Asterisk Hong Long Long, asterisk the world shook as endless power sputtered into the void. With a violent noise, AIO and the others all shook and involuntarily retreated a few steps. The finger spear was blocked, and their secret techniques dissipated. But everyone's face was extremely ugly. Because the 5 of them had only managed to block a casual blow from the other party with their combined strength. If the other party had used his full strength, how terrifying would the power be? Everyone simply could not imagine. They had never felt so powerless before. Even if they were facing an opponent in the same realm, they would still be filled with fighting spirit, and even if they died, they would bite off a piece of their opponent's flesh. But facing Yin Lisheng, everyone felt like they were facing an insurmountable mountain. They could only look up but could not see where the peak was. All they could see was clouds and mist. Chapter 1932. AIO and the others were all world-shaking figures, and their mental fortitude was incomparable to ordinary people, but in front of Yin Lusheng's abyss-like strength, the strength they had always been proud of suddenly became like the light of a firefly, not worth mentioning. After the first blow, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's expression was extremely dignified as they stared vigilantly at Yin Lusheng, lest he attack again. Interesting. Yin Lusheng smiled indifferently, but it's still too early for you to compete with this king with your current strength. This king will warn you one last time, if you don't want to die, release your knowledge C defenses. Don't even think about it. Just kill us. Jia, this king doesn't have a hobby of being a slave. Although AIO and the others felt something was wrong, they still responded firmly. Good, since you want to die, then don't blame this king for being cruel and merciless. Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly as his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Zongyun. He stretched out his hand and slapped towards Gu Zongyun. In the center of this palm, there seemed to be an infinite amount of power swirling around it, making it impossible for a master of Gu Zongyun's level to resist. Gu Zongyun desperately pushed his Saint Qi but was unable to break free and could only watch as the palm slammed down towards him. My life is over. This thought quickly flashed through Gu Zongyun's mind. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a dazzling five-colored light blooming from his body. Union Master Gu, retreat. Yang Kai's voice entered Gu Zongyun's ears, and at the same time, Gu Zongyun was pleasantly surprised to find that the force holding him suddenly loosened. How could he dare to be negligent? Desperately urging his strength, Gu Zongyun hurriedly fled. Yang Kai suddenly punched out, his fist shrouded in five elements indestructible sword Qi, the five elements mutually restraining each other. An endless cycle. Hong, when the fist and palm collided, a violent sound rang out. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as the five-colored light around his fist suddenly burst like a bubble. His entire body was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. On the other hand, Yin Lusheng's body swayed and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. This scene happened too suddenly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. By the time everyone regained their senses, Yang Kai had already been sent flying. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yang Kai. The faces of AIO, Chiyu, and the others changed drastically as they hastily flew over. He wanted to find out the truth. Gu Zongyun and Gue Zhu, who had just escaped death, stood in front of Yin Lusheng, watching him vigilantly, lest he attack again and kill them all. This person. Lu Xianyun, who had been standing in the netherworld territory, narrowed her eyes as she looked in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying. Her delicate face was full of disbelief. He whispered, he actually blocked Brother Yin's attack. Not only that, it even made Brother Yin take a few steps back. Although Yin Lusheng's fate was unknown, an Origin King realm cultivator being able to do this was shocking enough, not to mention, this guy was just a second-order Origin King. Next to Lu Xianyun, Fengde also opened his mouth wide as his heart trembled. He knew how powerful Yin Lusheng was at this moment. When Yin Lusheng attacked him just now, he could not muster up the courage to resist before his life was in his hands. But this young man from the territory of an unknown star. Being able to do this to such an extent made Fengde unable to believe his eyes. He should be dead, right? Fengde thought to himself, but even if he was dead, it was enough to be proud of. After all, he was just a second-order Origin King, yet he had faced Yin Lusheng head-on. But before he could finish this thought, a violent coughing sound came from the other side. He's not dead? Fengde exclaimed, looking like he had seen a ghost, wishing he could gouge his eyes out and place them on Yang Kai. Lu Xianyun also let out a cry as she covered her mouth with her small hand. On the other side, Yang Kai struggled to get up and wave to AIO and Chiyu, who were flying over. His face was as pale as paper, and the blood in his chest was roiling. Unable to hold back, he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Fierce. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, straightened his body, and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yin Lisheng. After Yin Lisheng was forced back a few steps by Yang Kai, he had been standing there with a strange expression on his face. He did not take the opportunity to pursue, but instead frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yin Lisheng came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai lightly, nodding, "You're also very good. This king misjudged you. It turns out you are the strongest among this group." Ha! Yang Kai smiled arrogantly, spitting a mouthful of blood to the side as he squinted at Yin Lisheng. "You flatter me, I just transformed a little more strength than them. Aren't you the same? I'm afraid all the strength in your body has been transformed, right?" Yin Lisheng's eyes narrowed as he clapped his hands. "Boy, you have sharp eyes." Yang Kai grinned. "If not, how could you fight 5 third-order origin kings alone? It's not that they aren't strong enough, it's just that they didn't have enough time." Hearing Yang Kai's words, AIO and the others suddenly understood. Before this, they had already experienced the benefits of transforming their strength, but because it hadn't been long, the gap between them wasn't too obvious. Before they could adapt to the new strength in their bodies, they suddenly encountered someone like Yin Lisheng, which made AIO and the others doubt their own strength for a while. After Yang Kai's explanation, they understood that the reason for this scene was not their problem, but Yin Lisheng's. The strength in his body had been completely transformed, so even if they were in the same realm as him, how could they beat him? It was like 2 cultivators with the same strength, one holding a wooden sword and the other holding a divine weapon, so naturally the latter had the absolute advantage. "I'm very curious, how long have you been here?" Kai Yang calmly asked, trying to extract some information from her. "Not long, just 5 years." Although Yin Lisheng saw through Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't hide them. 5 years, so it seems that your excellency is also a star master," Yang Kai said thoughtfully. "Your mind is really sharp." Yin Lisheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai appreciatively. "This king appreciates you very much. If you submit to this king will give you endless benefits and even spare your friends." Yang Kai laughed. "If I submit to you, what benefits will you give me?" Yin Lisheng raised his chin and said arrogantly, "As long as this king has it. Then I'll take your life." Yang Kai grinned ferociously. Yin Lisheng slowly shook his head, courting death. "Although you are very smart, you don't even know what this new power is called, so how can you compete with this king? In addition, let me tell you something else, this king only used 30% of his strength just now." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Just 30% was enough to make everyone feel helpless, but if he went all out, ha 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 ha, die in despair, this king likes to see your expressions. Yin Lisheng laughed and stepped forward, suddenly arriving in front of Gu Yun and Wu Dao. "Hell, 7 hells refined flour." Yin Lisheng shouted as he formed a seal with both hands and a burst of pure source qi burst out. With a push of his hands, an extremely enchanting flower suddenly appeared and shot towards Gu Yun, Wu Dao, and the others. World stabilizing. Tyrannical's expression changed greatly. He spun his sword, and the blade shone brightly. He poured all of his power into the sword and slashed forward. Sun Sword, illuminate the 4 directions. Gu Yun's body also released a bloody light as he bit the tip of his tongue and burned his blood essence before spraying it towards the sword in his hand. The 2 of them worked together to block Yin Lisheng's killing move. "In front of this king, you are all ants. What qualifications do you have to resist?" Yin Lisheng's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger towards the 2. With 2 soft sounds, the Saint Qi protecting Wu Dao and Gu Yun's bodies was instantly pierced through, causing them to cry out in pain as blood dripped from their bodies. Yin Lisheng stretched out his hand and swept the two away like he was swatting flies. In midair, the two spat out a mouthful of blood as their bones were dislocated. Kill them. Yin Lisheng coldly snorted as he continued to walk forward unhurriedly. After hearing his order, Fengde and Lu Xianyun, who had been hiding in the netherworld territory, could only come out. Fengde rushed directly towards Gu Zongyun with a ruthless look on his face, wanting to kill him. He did not dare to disobey Yin Lisheng's orders. Lu Xianyun found Wu Dao and shouted in a low voice, "Excuse me." Saying so, her jade white palm shot out towards Wu Dao. Although this move was ruthless, it did not contain any murderous intent. If she had any other choice, she did not want to kill the innocent. After all, her reputation in the territory of Great Desolate Star was still very good. Unfortunately, people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads. A black curtain suddenly appeared, wrapped up the injured Wu Dao and Gu Zongyun, and flashed directly into the distance. After the black curtain dissipated, Guizhu's figure appeared, his whole body wrapped in black qi, only his two flickering eyes flashing with an evil light. "Are you two all right?" Guizhu asked in a low voice. "We won't die." Wu Dao responded. "We're in big trouble." Guizhu said gloomily, "I just heard that guy say that they have been here for 5 years, which means they spent 5 years transforming the power in their bodies. They are much stronger than us. So what? Even if we die, we can't let them off easily." Gu Zongyun showed a fierce look as he watched Fengde and Lu Xianyun approach them. On the other side, Yang Kai took a few breaths as he saw the crisis Guizhu and the others were in and whispered, "You two, leave this to me, you go help them." Aio and Qiyu were both startled and shook their heads without thinking. They could also see that Yin Lisheng's strength wasn't on the same level as everyone else here. Yang Kai wasn't his opponent at all. If they let Yang Kai fight him alone, they were afraid it wouldn't bode well for him, so how could they feel at ease leaving Yang Kai behind? Chapter 1933. "We'll go with you," Aio quickly said. If the three of us join forces, we may have a chance to beat him." Qiyu nodded. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You're thinking too simply. That new power is very strong. If I can't beat him, it's useless even if we join forces. On the other hand, Guizhu and the other two might have a chance. You join up with Guizhu, and if you find a gap, escape from here." "Then what about you?" Aio asked in alarm. "I'll find a way to leave. Don't forget, escaping is my strength." Yang Kai smiled confidently and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Aio and Qiyu glanced at each other and nodded, Aio quickly saying, "Boy, don't die. Be careful." Qiyu also exhorted before she and Aio both flickered and joined up with Guizhu and the others. Yin Lisheng saw all of this but had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that in his opinion, it didn't matter even if the 5 of them joined up. With the strength of Fengde and Lu Xianyun, it was enough to take them down. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Boy, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Yin Lisheng looked at Yang Kai calmly and ridiculed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Everyone's goal is the star boundary, so there's no need to kill each other here, right? Besides, there are no grievances between us. We didn't even know each other before this, so why bother? Are you afraid?" Yin Lisheng looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. "In fact, there's no harm in telling you." Yin Lisheng said, "This king wants to strip the star's source from your bodies. It's a gift to the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect, so whether you live or die makes no difference to me. If you're afraid, submit to this king and I can spare your lives." "Strip the star's source?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. So this is your purpose. Indeed, this king has been waiting here for 5 years. You guys are finally here. Tell me, isn't your luck very bad? Yang Kai laughed and said, it's not that great, but your luck isn't that great either. You still haven't given up? Yin Lisheng's face turned cold. How can I give up when I haven't even fought? Yang Kai's face darkened. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Yin Lisheng, opened his hand, and pressed it down, shouting, "Secret technique, exile." A ring of pitch-black energy swirled around the giant hand, spinning like a vortex and suddenly expanding. Like the mouth of a beast, it bit towards Yin Lisheng. Unable to agree, Kai Yang had already made the first move to gain the upper hand. This is... Yin Lisheng's pupils shrank as he felt the strange power contained in the black vortex. His expression became solemn for the first time as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, sending out a powerful force as he shouted, "Break for me!" Asterisk bang, asterisk Yang Kai's secret technique was suddenly disintegrated. His body shook slightly, but he did not give up, instead, his hands fluttering like butterflies. A low voice sounded, "Secret technique. Moon blade." Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk a series of pitch-black blade-like attacks formed and shot towards Yin Lisheng. It really is a space secret technique. Yin Lisheng's face was shocked as he looked at all this in front of him in disbelief. When Yang Kai displayed the exile secret technique just now, Yin Lisheng had already guessed it. It was just that he wasn't too sure, but now that he saw the space force contained in these countless moon blades, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. And it was not just an ordinary mastery. Being able to operate the Tao of space to this extent showed that this person's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep, at least at the Grandmaster level. Yin Lisheng's eyes couldn't help but fill with jealousy. The Tao of space was simply too obscure and difficult to master, but since ancient times, every cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space had made great achievements. Yin Lisheng was the strongest master on Great Desolate Star's territory and had dominated the territory for countless years. After breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he had also studied this obscure Tao of space. However, he had never been able to find a way to master it and had finally given up helplessly. But now, he actually saw the Tao of space bloom brilliantly in the hands of a second-order Origin King cultivator. This shocked and angered him. How could a power he could not master be used so flexibly by someone else? Was he inferior to him? With this thought in mind, Yin Lisheng's eyes suddenly turned red and a cold murderous intent filled his body. So what if you possess the Tao of space? In the face of absolute strength, you can only crawl at this king's feet and tremble. Yin Lisheng roared as he stretched out his hand, and the netherworld dark territory shield he had arranged in the distance seemed to be summoned and turned into a stream of light that shot towards his body and enveloped him. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk countless moon blades slammed into the netherworld dark territory shield but were unable to break through it, only causing ripples on its surface before disappearing. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he instantly realized that the grade of the other party's defensive artifact was definitely extremely high, otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his moon blade attack. Yin Lisheng looked down at the moon blades raging around his body and sneered sarcastically, "This king's netherworld dark territory shield is a Tao source grade artifact from the star boundary, but with your means? Even if you attack it for 10,000 years, you won't be able to break it." As he spoke, he braved the countless moon blades and arrived in front of Yang Kai before suddenly throwing out a punch. Yang Kai's face sank and he was about to use his space secret technique to teleport away, but in the next moment, he found that something was wrong. The surrounding space was extremely viscous, and the space secret techniques he used in the past were greatly hindered here. Yin Lisheng grinned fiercely, "This is not your star territory, this is the starlight corridor, the intersection between your star territory and the star boundary. The world principles here are hundreds of times stronger than your star territory, so your space secret techniques will be greatly restricted here. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist had already arrived in front of Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the surging force caused Yang Kai's bones to crack and his skin to ache. It was conceivable that if this punch hit, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A resounding dragon roar rang out, penetrating the 9 heavens and shaking the entire world. Yin Lusheng was dumbfounded, but in the next moment, he felt an ancient and desolate aura suddenly surge from Yang Kai's body. This aura was so strong that it made Yin Lusheng shudder. Dragon scales condensed from Saint Qi covered Yang Kai's right arm, transforming his right hand into a dragon claw in an instant. At the same time, a palm-sized dragon scale appeared on his chest. This was a real dragon scale, an artifact of a true dragon. This dragon scale was obtained from Purple Star's vault and had long been refined by Yang Kai into his body. Coupled with his golden divine dragon source, he could already display a trace of a true dragon's power. *Yin Lusheng's fist smashed into Yang Kai's chest, but the expected scene of him taking Yang Kai's life with a single punch did not occur. Instead, he felt a tingling pain in his fist. Yin Lusheng involuntarily took a few steps back and raised his fist to look, only to be completely stunned. He found that his fist was bleeding. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although greatly shaken, was not seriously injured. Yin Lusheng's eyes turned to the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest, and his eyes flashed for a moment before bursting with a greedy light. "A real dragon scale? You can actually refine it into your body?" At this moment, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his expression became fanatical. After all, this was a real dragon scale, and in terms of value, it was far above his netherworld dark territory shield. If he could obtain this piece of dragon scale, how could his future achievements be any worse than before? Such a treasure, what qualifications do you have to possess it? Yin Lusheng shouted as he madly attacked Yang Kai, "Give it to this king quickly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." Kai Yang was also enraged. Since his debut, although his path had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, he had always been able to turn misfortune into blessings. But this time, he had encountered an enemy that even he couldn't easily win against. The heart of martial Dao lay in perseverance, unbreakable courage, and moving forward bravely. Facing such a powerful enemy like Yin Lusheng also aroused Yang Kai's fighting spirit. He met his enemy head-on without fear, taking a stance of fighting with his life. Hong Hong Hong, the two men's fists and feet collided. Yang Kai displayed his dragon transformation secret technique, coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His strength had reached an inestimable level, but even so, he was still not Yin Lusheng's opponent. The power surging out of Yin Lusheng's body was like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art around Yang Kai's body was constantly being destroyed, and every time it reformed, it would be shattered by Yin Lusheng's move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was covered in blood. If it weren't for the real dragon scale protecting his vitals, Yang Kai estimated that he would have already died here. On the other hand, Yin Lusheng's whole body was wrapped in the netherworld dark territory cover, and no matter how Yang Kai attacked, he could not break through his defenses. He was already in an invincible position. "Boy, accept your fate, you are not my opponent." Yin Lusheng laughed wildly and continued to deal damage to Yang Kai. "Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly roared. The next moment, the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, and firebird Lu Yen appeared together. As if sensing Yang Kai's urgency, Xiao Xiao directly transformed into a stone giant as soon as he appeared, a layer of lava armor covering his body as he brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and smashed it towards Yin Lusheng. Lu Yen, on the other hand, transformed into a firebird and spat out violent thunder fire from his mouth. Yin Lisheng's eyes shrank. Although he was surprised that Yang Kai had suddenly summoned 2 helpers, he didn't care too much about it. He ignored the attacks of the Firebird and Xiao Xiao, looking as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. Kong, the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Yin Lisheng's body, and as a violent force hit him, Yin Lisheng realized that he had underestimated the power of the stone giant. Even with the protection of the Netherworld Dark Territory cover, he was still hit and almost fell to the ground. Under this violent force, even the Netherworld Dark Territory cover itself flashed wildly. Chapter 1934. What the hell is this? Yin Lisheng's eyes flickered as he stared at Xiao Xiao in shock. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell whether Xiao Xiao was a living creature or a puppet. The stone mongoose race was too rare, and if Yang Kai hadn't received guidance from Yang Yan, he probably wouldn't have known about Xiao Xiao's origins. Although Yin Lisheng had dominated the territory of Great Desolate Star for countless years, there were always some existences he didn't know about. The stone mongoose was one of them. After transforming into a stone giant, Xiao Xiao's strength was extraordinary, and with the heaven-shaking pillar weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, his violent power was enough to shatter the void. After succeeding in his attack, Xiao Xiao didn't stop, raising the heaven-shaking pillar again and smashing it down. Bind! Yin Lisheng shouted in a low voice as his territory surged out, wanting to use the power of his territory to affect Xiao Xiao's actions. But his plan failed as Xiao Xiao's actions were not restrained in the slightest in his territory. Instead, an obscure and inexplicable force lingered around Xiao Xiao's body, stirring up Yin Lisheng's territory into chaos. Is this principal strength? Yin Lisheng's face changed wildly as he felt the mysterious power exuding from Xiao Xiao's body. Principal strength was a kind of power that only Dao Source Realm cultivators could sense. It was a kind of power that was obtained through the sublimation of one's domain. Even Yang Kai had not been able to grasp it until now, but now, he had seen it in the body of an unknown existence that resembled a puppet. This made him extremely surprised. Did you also swallow some kind of source? Yin Lisheng's eyes were sharp as he instantly guessed the reason why Xiao Xiao had mastered principal strength, roaring, "So what if you have principal strength? You want to act presumptuously in front of this king with your incomplete power?" Scram! As he roared. Suddenly, he formed a seal with both hands, and a powerful force quickly condensed around his body as he shouted, "Nether prison, bone spear." A bone spear that was as white as jade suddenly appeared in front of him. That bone spear was so white that it was flawless. The sinister power that lingered in the air trembled slightly and then suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the bone spear appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. Kong, the bone spear hit Xiao Xiao's chest. Xiao Xiao roared furiously as he was sent flying by a huge force. Gravel flew out from his body as if he had suffered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had been sent to. The Firebird's cry sounded from the sky. Countless violent thunderbolts rained down like a rain of arrows, enveloping Yin Lisheng's location. Mutated thunderfire, it seems you've refined a lot of heaven-earth flames. Yin Lisheng glanced at the Firebird and grinned. Good, this king just happens to be short an artifact spirit, so you can make up the numbers. Xiao 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 was Xiao Xiao Xiao's nether. Xiao, Xiao 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 Xiao, Xiao Xiao, Xiao. While speaking. Sheng Xiao 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 of Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao, S. Xiao 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 was. S. Xiao, S. Shocked, Lu Yen flapped her wings and hurriedly dodged. But the huge palm seemed to have a life of its own, following Lu Yen like a shadow. No matter where she ran, she still couldn't get rid of it. In the end, she was slapped down by the palm. The palm turned into a cage. Lu Yen was imprisoned in it. Lu Yen continued to cry and spit out thunderbolts, burning the cage in an attempt to escape. But looking at her posture, she wouldn't be able to get out for a while. At this moment, Yang Kai appeared in front of Yin Lusheng like a ghost. If it weren't for the Netherworld Territory shield, Yang Kai would have stuck to him. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he gripped the verdant dragon bone sword in his dragonized right arm, circulated his strength, and slashed down viciously. "Don't bother me, Aunt." Yin Lusheng roared as the evil qi around his body condensed into a huge phantom of a human head. This phantom opened its mouth wide and roared at Yang Kai. The invisible force easily destroyed Yang Kai's knowledge sea's defenses, causing his knowledge sea to become turbulent. Soon, Yang Kai's entire body began to feel dizzy. Such a strong divine sense attack. Yang Kai's heart sank. If he didn't go all out this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Although this Yin Lusheng was not the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered, he was definitely not someone Yang Kai could match. Although Wu Xingfeng, whom Yang Kai had encountered before, was much more powerful than him, at that time, he had Yang Yan's help, so Wu Xingfeng was no match for Yang Yan. But now, he could only rely on himself. Suppressing the discomfort in his mind, Yang Kai poured all his strength into the dragon bone sword and slashed at the Netherworld Territory shield. With a loud vibration, Yang Kai was sent flying through the air, his body bleeding profusely, his appearance extremely miserable. "Do you still want to resist?" Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai coldly, a look of victory on his face. After he landed on the ground, Yin Lusheng calmly said, "With your ability and aptitude, I'm afraid you are one of the top existences in your star territory. Even compared to this king, you are not inferior, but you appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is your fate, boy, accept it and let this king subdue you." Yang Kai struggled to stand up and glanced up at the battlefield not far away, his expression cold. Over there, Gue Zhu and the other four were still not Fengde and Lu Xianyun's opponents. It was not because of the gap in their cultivations, but because of the difference in the strength of their bodies. These three masters from Great Desolate Stars territory had spent 5 years in this starlight corridor transforming the strength in their bodies. But what about them? They had only been here for a little over a month. How could they be compared to these two? Therefore, not long after the battle began, Gue Zhu and the others had been defeated. Gue Zhu's condition was very bad, and the black qi around his body seemed to have dissipated, revealing his body. Aio's abdomen was bleeding profusely, obviously having suffered a serious injury. The heavenly moon demon spider phantom floating behind Qi Yu was dim, Wu Dao's face was pale, and Gu Yun was coughing up blood constantly. He had already reached the end of his road. The bald man's attacks were ruthless, while the woman seemed to be holding back. But even so, Gue Zhu and the others could not hold on for long. As for his two assistants, Xiao Xiao had been sent flying, and Lu Yen was still struggling in the cage. His life was not in danger, but once he was defeated, Lu Yan's consciousness would be erased and he would be poured into Yin Lusheng's artifact to become its artifact spirit. The 6 of them had traveled together with an infinite yearning for the star boundary, but who could have expected that such a scene would await them? Yang Kai's heart sank. "Give up. You and the other person have star's source, so this king won't kill you, but as for the others," Yin Lusheng said indifferently. So far in the battle, he had suffered a small loss and was beaten into a sorry state, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. "Fengde, leave the one with star's source and kill the others," Yin Lusheng suddenly ordered. "Yes." Fengde grinned fiercely, his already violent attacks suddenly becoming more violent, as if he wanted to vent the humiliation he had suffered at Yin Lusheng's hands and take revenge on Gue Zhu and the others 100-fold. For a time, the situation of Gue Zhu and the others became more and more worrisome. Yang Kai took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and looked at Yin Lusheng, you want my star's source? I can give it to you. Oh? Finally giving in? A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Yin Lusheng's mouth. You'll have to take this move first. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ferocious as he raised his hand and summoned a purple bead into his palm. This bead was about the size of a pigeon's egg and looked extremely beautiful, with tiny arcs of lightning flickering inside it. This is... Yin Lusheng frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding, as if this inconspicuous bead could bring him great danger. Before he could figure out the grade of this bead-like artifact, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from it, one that seemed to exterminate all living things, as if it was the summons of the Grim Reaper. Yin Lusheng's expression finally changed as he exclaimed in horror, "You also have a Dao Source grade artifact?" He had mistakenly thought that the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a Dao Source grade artifact. Yang Kai grinned, "Are you afraid?" Yin Lusheng's expression fluctuated before he finally calmed down and shouted, "So what if you have a Dao Source grade artifact? You can break this king's defenses first." Saying so, he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Although he didn't quite believe that the bead in Yang Kai's hand could break the defenses of his Netherworld Dark Territory shield, there was nothing wrong with being careful, so he wasn't prepared to give Yang Kai a chance to use it. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move, allowing Yin Lusheng to rush towards him as he poured his strength into the Annihilation Thunder Bead like a flood. As his strength surged, the arcs of lightning inside the Thunder Bead seemed to have been given life and began to dance about. Xiao, with a soft sound, a faint purple light suddenly shot out from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. This purple lightning arc flashed and disappeared, seemingly without any lethality. However, it was this inconspicuous purple lightning arc that directly penetrated the Netherworld Dark Territory shield around Yin Lusheng's body. No matter how Yang Kai attacked, even taking a small hit from it, the Netherworld Dark Territory shield was as fragile as a bubble in front of this purple lightning arc, unable to withstand a single blow. Yin Lusheng's forward figure suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by a spell, his eyes trembling violently as he looked down in disbelief. The next moment, he discovered a horrifying scene. A small hole had appeared in his Netherworld Dark Territory shield. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of crashing sounds. The Netherworld Dark Territory shield collapsed. This Dao Source grade artifact directly reverted to its original form, its light dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. An Emperor artifact? Yin Lusheng paled in horror as he looked at the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Yang Kai's hand in horror. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. The bead in his hand was not a Dao Source grade artifact, it was clearly an Emperor artifact of a higher grade. Chapter 1935. Only an Emperor artifact could possess such terrifying destructive power, able to cause the Netherworld Darkness Shroud to lose a great deal of its spirituality with a single blow. Dao Source grade artifacts simply did not possess such power. Who is this little brat? Not only does he have a real dragon scale, but he also has an Emperor artifact. Didn't they say that the star territory he is in has been sealed off for tens of thousands of years? Why does he have such a strong heritage? At this moment, Yin Lusheng's eyes trembled violently. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only now did Yang Kai discover to his shock that the Emperor artifact's attack had not only broken his Netherworld Darkness Shroud but had also caused him serious injuries. The destructive power inside his body was wantonly destroying his physique and meridians, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress it. Yin Lusheng suddenly became nervous, but at the same time, he also felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Yang Kai's strength was too low to display the full power of the Emperor artifact, otherwise, even a Dao Source Realm Master would have been annihilated by that blow, let alone him. That Emperor artifact. I must snatch it no matter what. If the value of the dragon scale is below the netherworld dark territory, then the value of this emperor artifact is above the dragon scale. Even in the star boundary, it is a supreme treasure that can only be found by chance. Yin Lusheng stretched out his hand and madly tapped on his body, desperately circulating his strength to suppress his injuries, at the same time taking out a large number of spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. At the same time, he took a step forward and dragged his severely injured body towards Yang Kai. But at this moment, a cry of alarm suddenly came from not far away as Lu Xianyun shouted, "Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng was taken aback. Turning his head to look, he could not help but be shocked. A huge gully had appeared in the starlight corridor at some point, like a natural chasm. It stretched across the corridor like a crack, and inside this crack was a chaotic void, with countless starlight being drawn in by an inexplicable force. The starlight poured into the crack. Kacha, countless more cracks appeared in the starlight corridor. At this moment, the entire starlight corridor seemed to have turned into a broken mirror, crisscrossing with cracks. Damn it! Yin Lusheng's face went pale as he knew that the power of the Emperor artifact just now had shaken the stability of the starlight corridor and it was likely that this place would soon collapse. Damn it! Yin Lusheng cursed. He had never expected such a result. He had thought that he would have to wait here for 5 years. By converting all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi and supplementing it with the unbreakable defense of the Netherworld Darkness Shroud, Yang Kai could kill anyone he wanted, be it Buddha or Buddha. But how could he have known that a variable like Yang Kai would appear? The starlight corridor was a path for cultivators from the star field to travel to the star boundary. Generally speaking, the cultivators who entered here were all Origin Kings, and no matter how much trouble an Origin King caused, it was impossible for them to affect the stability of the starlight corridor. Yang Kai was origin star origin core of origin yang how could yang have? Was of course yang of course, Feng, of course of times. Of course. Fengda's face was also pale as he felt the collapse of the starlight corridor. For a moment, he was like a headless fly, no longer in the mood to kill Gue Zhu and the others. This place is about to collapse, Yin Lusheng said quickly. He immediately turned his head and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, since you can't be captured alive, all of you must die. Kill them for me. His last sentence was directed at Fengda and Lu Xianyun. Yang Kai's face changed. Don't even think about it. Saying so, regardless of his own losses, Yang Kai madly poured out his golden blood to supplement his body, which had been drained by the use of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Rich space force surged out. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad as he stretched out his hand and slammed it towards the void. Layers upon layers of space force appeared. Like a ripple, this starlight corridor, which was already unstable, became even more unstable in an instant, and in just 2 breaths of time, it began to shatter. Like ferocious beasts that were about to devour people, enormous spatial rifts appeared one after another. Yin Lusheng seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions and rushed over madly. Yang Kai ignored him and immersed himself in manipulating space force, influencing the changes in the starlight corridor with his own power, *walala, like a mirror being shattered, the entire starlight corridor instantly shattered and countless void cracks formed. Yang Kai! Aio suddenly shouted as the place where he and everyone else were was swallowed by a void crack. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared into the chaotic void. Yang Kai endured the discomfort in his body and poured his divine sense into the void crack to guide Aio and the others. A tender cry rang out as Lu Xianyun was also swallowed by another void crack. The next moment, Fengda's figure also disappeared. Firebird Lu Yen finally broke free and flew towards Yang Kai, but what blocked her way was another void crack. This void crack was like a heavenly river, separating her from Yang Kai. Lu Yan's eyes were full of anxiety, but she could not reach Yang Kai no matter how hard she tried. After 3 breaths, she was also swallowed by a void crack. Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown, and at this time, only Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng remained in the starlight corridor. Yin Lusheng's expression was ferocious as he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his huge bone spear flickering with a cold light as he pointed it at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai sneered, "Today's enmity will be repaid 100-fold in the future. I'll remember you." Saying so, he took the initiative to jump back into the void crack behind him, his bone spear stabbing empty air. "Damn it, damn it!" Yin Lusheng roared madly. Seeing more and more void cracks appearing around him and space becoming more and more unstable, he could only grit his teeth and take the initiative to jump into the nearest void crack and disappear. After everyone left, the starlight corridor suddenly exploded, and countless void cracks swept through the area like sharp blades. It was conceivable that if there were any living creatures left here, they would only end up crushed to pieces. This scene lasted for half an hour. Only then did the starlight corridor slowly recover under the might of the world principles here. In the mountains, Yang Kai lay quietly in a valley, motionless, looking up at the gorgeous star field. His expression was as tranquil as an ancient well. There was no sadness or joy, only indifference. The encounter and battle with Yin Lusheng and the others made Yang Kai realize his shortcomings in an instant. A group of 6. They were all top existences in star territory, but they had been toyed with by Yin Lusheng alone, almost unable to resist. In the end, if they had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, all 6 of them would have died. Yin Lusheng also came from star territory, but from a place called the Great Desolate Star. He had not even entered the star boundary, yet he already possessed such great strength. He was a true cultivator of a higher realm. What kind of heaven-defying means did he possess? Yang Kai yearned for such a place. As for Gue Zhu and the others, Yang Kai was not too worried. After all, the 5 of them were together, and at the last moment, Yang Kai had separated his divine sense to guide them, so they would not get lost in the void. As for the firebird and the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. After this battle, they had also separated from him. Yang Kai was worried about the 2 of them. After all, the firebird was the manifestation of an artifact spirit, so it was easy for her to be targeted, and Xiao Zhao's form was special, so if he was caught, he would likely become a slave. However, it was useless to worry now as Yang Kai himself was not out of danger yet. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead had drained all of his strength, and at the last moment, he had also used a space secret technique to interfere with the collapse of space in the starlight corridor, so this time he had completely exceeded his limit. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had not moved again. While silently inspecting his injuries, Yang Kai restored his strength. His injuries were not serious, he had just overdrawn his strength. After all, he had the protection of the dragon scales. Even someone as strong as Yin Lusheng was unable to cause any substantial damage to Yang Kai. This should be the star boundary, right? Yang Kai was a little uncertain. Because if he were to lie here and look up, everything he saw seemed to be somewhat different from what he saw in star territory. In the sky, there were huge nebulas, each with its own unique shape, looking extremely beautiful. Such a scene could not be seen in star territory. In the night sky of star territory, there were only twinkling stars. Moreover, Yang Kai could vaguely perceive the direction of his star territory. There seemed to be something that gave him a close connection with star territory, allowing him to perceive the location and existence of his homeland no matter where he was. Yang Kai frowned, not understanding why this was the case. After waiting for a long time, when his soul had recovered a little, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to take out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth. Immediately, he manifested his soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. He vaguely sensed that the key to connecting him to his hometown was in his sea of consciousness. Looking around, Yang Kai carefully observed his surroundings. When he looked up into the sky above his knowledge sea, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he finally understood what it was that made him connect with his homeland. A star. It turned out to be a star that he had always regarded as a useless tool that could only be used to identify directions. At this moment, looking at the star again, Yang Kai was surprised to find that its shape was exactly the same as the nebula he had seen in the star field. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a thoughtful look. In that case, one of the countless nebulas that he saw before was really the star field where his hometown was located? So the shape of that nebula was exactly the same as the star in his knowledge sea. And the other nebulas were the territory of other stars? Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little shocked. According to his previous observations, there were countless territories in the star field. If each nebula represented an independent territory of its own, then this world was simply too big. Even someone as strong as an emperor wouldn't be able to see the whole picture. When Wu Xingfeng saw the star in his knowledge sea, he was extremely excited, causing Yang Kai to realize that this star seemed to be related to some huge secret. Later, when he asked Yang Inflammation didn't say much. However, Yang Kai guessed that this star probably had a lot to do with becoming a star territory guardian. Chapter 1936. After learning that the star chart in his knowledge sea had a lot to do with the star field of his homeland, even allowing him to perceive its location, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. As a result, no matter where he was, as long as he looked up, he would be able to see the existence of his homeland, as well as a familiar figure. This made his heart feel enriched. Even if he was alone at the moment, he did not feel lonely. I wonder if I can still draw upon the power of the stars in the star boundary. I am the star master of Shadowed Star. When I was in the territory of Homeward Star, no matter where I am, I can draw upon the power of Shadowed Star to enhance my strength. Now that I am in the star boundary, I wonder if I can still do so. Considering all this, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and began activating the star's source of Shadowed Star in his body. At the same time, he paid close attention to the changes in the territory of Homeward Star. Suddenly, a spot of light flickered somewhere in the nebula and a faint ray of starlight shot straight towards him across the vast distance of Homeward Star's territory. In the blink of an eye, this starlight rushed into Yang Kai's body. It's actually possible? Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had only intended to experiment on a whim, but he had not expected that even in the star boundary, he could still draw upon the power of Shadowed Star. However, perhaps the distance was too great, so even if he could draw upon it, it would not have much effect. The faint starlight entering his body did not provide much help to Yang Kai. Perceiving this, Yang Kai quickly cut off his connection with Shadowed Star. After all, he was in a strange place at the moment, so if this phenomenon continued, it would likely bring about an unexpected disaster. He was already beginning to regret his rashness. Immediately afterward, closing his eyes, Yang Kai began circulating his secret art to refine the medicinal efficacies and replenish his lost strength. The surrounding environment was extremely comfortable and the world energy was extremely rich. Compared to any other place in Homeward Star's territory, the world energy here was much richer. Moreover, compared to Homeward Star's territory, the world energy here was slightly different. There seemed to be some subtle differences that could not be explained. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to return to his peak state in a few days. As for what he should do next, Yang Kai hadn't decided yet, but the most important thing right now was to find Gui Zhu and the others, especially Firebird Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai was always worried about them. As time passed, the mountain was completely silent. It was as if there wasn't even a single beast. There was only the sound of the wind and the rustling of fallen leaves. Suddenly, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared coldly at a certain spot in the sky. There. At some point, a figure had appeared and was quietly floating in the air. The moonlight shone down, revealing this person's slender and beautiful figure. "It's you." The man looked at Yang Kai with a surprised expression. "Die." Yang Kai suddenly shot up from the ground like a cannonball. While in mid-air, he had already used his dragon transformation secret technique, transforming his entire arm into a dragon claw, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. A violent force swept through the air. Yang Kai rushed towards the woman. "Wait!" The woman was shocked, using her secret technique to resolve Yang Kai's attack while quickly retreating, hurriedly saying, "There's been a misunderstanding between us." Kai Yang didn't say a word. The dragon claw tore through the void and reached towards her chest. It was as if he wanted to grab her heart. The woman was shocked and frowned. "Stop, in your current state, if you continue to force yourself, I'm afraid you'll only worsen your injuries. There's no need for you to cry like a cat crying for a mouse." Yang Kai coldly snorted, increasing the strength of his hand as space force swirled around his body. His figure flickered, breaking through the woman's defenses in the blink of an eye, appearing directly beside her and sending out a palm strike. The woman cried out and drew a semicircle with her white hand, creating a defensive barrier that blocked Yang Kai's blow. At the same time, she quickly retreated, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai in disbelief. "You're seriously injured, yet you still have such powerful strength. You really aren't an ordinary person. No wonder you were able to escape unscathed from Brother Yin." Yang Kai frowned and did not attack again. He had not recovered much of his strength yet, so he could not kill this woman in a short time, so it was not appropriate for him to attack again. Seeing him calm down, the woman squeezed out a smile and said, "Can we have a good talk now? If you have something to say, say it." Yang Kai did not give this woman any face and said coldly. The other party frowned. Although she was a little annoyed, she knew that she could not blame Yang Kai for his attitude, so she could only say, "You haven't recovered from your injuries yet, and I'm also afraid of the Emperor artifact in your hand, so it's best for us not to have any conflicts. As for what happened before, I had no choice." Yang Kai looked at her coldly and nodded. "Go on." This woman was the third-order origin king cultivator who had been with Yin Lusheng in the Starlight Corridor. At that time, she had joined forces with the bald youth to attack Gue Zhu and the others. Yang Kai had observed her before and knew that her attacks were different from the bald man's. She had no murderous intent, so hearing her say this now, he believed her. If it had been Yin Lusheng or the bald youth here, Yang Kai would not have stopped. If it weren't for these three, how could he have been separated from Gue Zhu and the others? How could he have let Xiao Xiao and the firebird Lu Yen wander alone into the void? It could be said that Kai Yang hated these three people to the bone. Let me introduce myself first. This mistress is Lu Xianyun, and like Brother Yin, I come from the territory of Great Desolate Star. Lu Xianyun opened her red lips and said, looking at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he quickly said, "Yang Kai. So, it's Brother Yang." Lu Xianyun pursed her lips and smiled, "Then we know each other. I want to explain to you that although Brother Yin and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, we are not from the same sect. Before this, I was forced to act against your companions. This mistress apologizes to you here. If apologies are useful, what's the point of cultivating?" Yang Kai sneered. "Think what you want," Lu Xianyun smiled lightly. Lu Xianyun smiled indifferently. She was also an overlord-level character, so for her to put down her face and explain so much to Yang Kai was because she felt guilty. Yang Kai had some grievances. Naturally, she could understand. Now that Brother Yin is not here, this mistress no longer needs to act according to his wishes, so I think it's best for us to bury the hatchet. Bury the hatchet is fine, but as for the rest, forget it. You can go now. I need to heal my wounds, so I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Yang Kai closed his eyes and said coldly. Lu Xianyun smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to be so unapproachable. What do you want? Lu Xianyun smiled, how about we cooperate? You and I both come from the territory of an inferior star. We are new here and are not familiar with this place, so we should cooperate. What do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai did not answer immediately and instead fell into contemplation. Lu Xianyun continued, since you want to cooperate, this mistress might as well be frank. Brother Yang, although you are only a second-order origin king, your performance is far from what a second-order origin king cultivator can show. If your companions were here, this mistress would not be interested in cooperating with them. So, it's my honor? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. You can't say that, this mistress just doesn't want to wander the star boundary alone. The star boundary is much more dangerous than the territory of a superior star. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. You seem to have some understanding of the star boundary? I don't know much, but I believe I know more than you do. Lu Xianyun smiled slyly. Yang Kai snorted, you also know that our superior star territory has been closed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, information is blocked. Saying so, he simply sat down cross-legged. Since he was sure that Lu Xianyun was not hostile to him, Yang Kai did not bother to be on guard against her. It was better to take some time to restore his strength. Brother Yang, what does this mistress want to know? This mistress can tell you everything she knows. It can be considered a show of sincerity in cooperating with you. Seeing Yang Kai relax, Lu Xianyun immediately understood the change in his heart and could not help smiling. There are many things I don't understand, Yang Kai said lightly. How did you find this place? Oh. I came out of the void crack. I was nearby when I saw starlight fall and thought some kind of treasure had appeared, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that it would be Brother Yang recovering here. Lu Xianyun smiled. Yang Kai wore a depressed expression, knowing that his actions just now were truly reckless. Fortunately, it was only Lu Xianyun who had been attracted here. If it had been a powerful enemy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then let's talk somewhere else. Yang Kai thought to himself and did not dare to stay any longer. Lu Xianyun nodded, sure. Saying so, the two of them flew into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from their previous location, inside a cave, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sat cross-legged a few meters apart. Yang Kai went straight to the point, I have a question that I need to ask. Brother Yang, please speak. Lu Xianyun reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her figure radiating charm. Why did you think of cooperating with me? Weren't we enemies before? Yang Kai stared straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly, because I don't think Brother Yang is an evil person, but rather a trustworthy person. Oh? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. Lu Xianyun said seriously, I'm not a little girl anymore. I've lived for so many years, and I have a good eye for people. I don't dare to say that I'm 100% correct, but I have my own scale in my heart. Brother Yang's previous actions in the Starlight Corridor were all witnessed by this mistress, so I feel that you should be a person who values friendship and righteousness, and also have considerable strength. The latter is the main point. Yang Kai curled his lips. Lu Xianyun nodded, I don't deny this, but if you were not the right person, would not have taken the initiative to cooperate with you. Good, since a woman like you is so open and honest, if I say anything else, it would seem too pretentious. Yang Kai nodded, you and I can cooperate. I also want to know more about the star boundary, but remember, if one day you dare to stab me in the back, heh. Yang Kai grinned strangely, causing Lu Xianyun's tender body to inexplicably shiver as she nodded seriously, rest assured, this mistress is not a treacherous person. That would be for the best. Then, it's settled? Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 1937. Inside the cave, while healing his wounds, Yang Kai asked Lu Xianyun about the star boundary. This woman was quite frank, not hiding anything from him, greatly improving Yang Kai's impression of her. So, the realm above the Origin King realm is the Tao Source realm, and above that is the Emperor realm? Lu Xianyun nodded. Only when a cultivator reaches the grand accomplishment stage in Shi can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend their territory field. Only when they reach the grand accomplishment stage in their territory field can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend principal strength. What a Tao Source realm cultivator controls is principal strength. Principal strength. Yang Kai showed a look of reverence. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly. Brother Yang, don't think too much about it. Even a Tao Source realm master can only use simple principal strength. I've heard that only after reaching the Emperor realm can one control principal strength. Only then can one truly change the world with a single thought, and one's words become law. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, comprehending principal strength is only one of the basic requirements for breaking through to the Tao Source realm. The other most important condition is to transform one's own strength into Source Qi. Source Qi? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is that what the new power in our bodies is called? A power one level higher than Saint Qi is Source Qi. Brother Yang must have also felt that this new power is closely related to our own Source Qi, which is why it is called Source Qi. I did feel that way. In the Starlight Corridor, the biggest role of the Starlight is to promote the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in an Origin King's body. So, the more Starlight one can absorb in the Starlight Corridor, the better, Lu Xianyun explained. Then you spent 5 years in there, didn't you absorb a lot of Starlight? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Brother Yang is thinking too much. Although we stayed there for 5 years, the time we absorbed the Starlight was less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, I spent the rest of the time hiding in the Yellow Springs Darkness Shroud. Underworld Nether Territory Shield? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right, it's Brother Yin's defensive artifact. It's a Tao Source grade artifact, and I've heard that it was passed down from the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect. This time, Brother Yin carried it with him, and if it weren't for it, we would have been expelled from the Starlight Corridor long ago, and we wouldn't have been able to stay there for 5 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. The Starlight within the Starlight Corridor can bring enormous benefits to a cultivator, especially to cultivators like us who travel from the territory of low-level planets to the astral boundary. It could be said that the Starlight was the first opportunity we encountered. But Brother Yang, do you really think a cultivator can stay inside as he pleases? Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. That's impossible. No one can stay in the Starlight Corridor for more than 2 months. Once the time is up, they will be expelled by the world laws of the Starlight Corridor. Kai Yang finally showed a look of understanding. He had some doubts before. If every cultivator could stay in the Starlight Corridor for several years, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for cultivators in the territory of low-level planets. Because as long as a guy like Yin Lushan controlled the Starlight Corridor, no one would have an easy time. Now, after listening to Lu Xianyun's explanation, Yang Kai realized that it was the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield. The Starlight in the Starlight Corridor can accelerate the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in our bodies, so naturally, the more we absorb, the better. This is especially true for Star Master level cultivators. Because they possess Star Source, they have an extremely high affinity with Starlight. The absorption rate is much faster than ordinary cultivators, Lu Xianyun explained. Suddenly, she paused, her pair of beautiful eyes widening as she looked Yang Kai up and down with a stunned expression. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Strange. Lu Xianyun frowned. She asked in surprise, Brother Yang, aren't you a star master? Before in the starlight corridor, she had clearly seen it. The surrounding starlight was like a whale sucking water into Yang Kai's body. That was definitely the most obvious sign of being a star master. Even Yin Lusheng couldn't match such a speed. The other star master accompanying Yang Kai wasn't even 1/10 as fast as he was. I am a star master. Yang Kai didn't conceal this, after all, he had been exposed in the starlight corridor before. But why don't you have the light of stars on you? Lu Xianyun's expression became even more strange. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at her with a puzzled look. Lu Xianyun explained, let's put it this way, when a star master level cultivator first enters the star boundary, because they absorb too much starlight in the starlight corridor and are unable to refine it for a while, a layer of light from stars will appear on their body. This layer of light from stars is extremely obvious, and only when a star master finishes absorbing all the stars will this layer of light disappear, but you. Yang Kai looked down at himself and didn't find any trace of the light from stars. However, with a thought, he checked his knowledge sea and found that it was full of starlight, especially in the area where the rainbow soul-warming lotus was located, where the starlight was unimaginably rich. He suddenly felt relieved, knowing that the starlight he hadn't absorbed for a while had gathered in his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun wasn't wrong, it was just that his situation was a bit special. This matter was related to the rainbow soul-warming lotus, so Yang Kai didn't explain. Is it related to the starlight corridor's final collapse? Lu Xianyun frowned and thought of a possible explanation. Perhaps. Yang Kai immediately seized the opportunity. Lu Xianyun glanced at him and didn't pursue this issue any further, smiling slightly and saying, but this is also good. Without the light of stars, Brother Yang will be much safer. Why is that? Yang Kai asked. It's because of the star's source, Lu Xianyun explained. Why would Brother Yin target you? It's because he wants to deprive you of the star's source. In the star boundary, the source of stars is a good thing. A cultivator with the source of stars can more easily comprehend the world principles and break through to the Tao source realm and become an emperor realm master. So, everyone covets the source of stars. If you have the light of stars outside your body, wouldn't it be telling others that you are a star master who just came out of the starlight corridor? Wouldn't others have ideas about you? You should know that in the star boundary, there is more than one secret technique to deprive others of their star's source. This mistress would like to advise you not to let others know that you are a star master in the future, otherwise, it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. Damn it! Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Lu Xianyun was startled and asked in amazement, what's wrong? My companion. Yang Kai thought of Aio, who was also a star master, and his face sank. Aio knew nothing about the star boundary, and he had absorbed a lot of starlight in the starlight corridor. If he came to the star boundary at this moment, he would definitely see the light of stars. If what Lu Xianyun said was true, then Aio's situation was probably not good at the moment. Lu Xianyun also reacted and thought for a while before saying, the starlight corridor collapsed and everyone was swallowed by the void cracks. You can't do anything about it. You can only pray that the heavens help him. Also, there are two sides to everything. Although a star master cultivator is easy to be targeted, if he meets a noble master, he may be valued. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to explain, maybe your friend will meet a master who will accept him as a disciple. Star masters who come from the territory of a low-level star are very popular in the star boundary. All star masters have great potential for development. Some great sects even like to recruit people like you and your companion as disciples and focus on nurturing them. Is that so? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course. Lu Xianyun nodded seriously. There are 10 peak emperors in the star boundary, and rumor has it that 6 of them came from the territory of a low-level star and were all star masters before. 10 peak emperors? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Who are they? He suddenly thought of Yang Inflammation and wondered if Yang Inflammation was qualified to be among the 10. Lu Xianyun smiled embarrassedly. I'm not sure. Everything I know is from Brother Yin. His netherworld sect has an inheritance in the star boundary, so he knows more than we do. However, the 10 peak emperors are all world-shaking figures that are beyond our reach. Brother Yang, you can count on it. As for this mistress, I'll be satisfied if I can cultivate to the level of an ordinary emperor in the emperor realm. Speaking of this, Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai said, don't be too modest. Who can say for sure when it comes to cultivation? Maybe one day you'll soar to the sky. Lu Xianyun smiled, then I'll take advantage of Brother Yang's auspicious words. Yang Kai nodded. Although he was anxious for AIO in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that AIO would discover something was wrong and hide for a while until he finished absorbing and fusing with the starlight. He believed that AIO would not act rashly. After all, he was a veteran. After chatting for a while, the two of them felt a lot more cordial, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as when they first met. Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of Lu Xianyun's character. He knew that a person like her would not attack them unless she was forced into a corner. Previously, in the Starlight Corridor, she was helpless, so it was not her fault. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter secluded retreat to heal his injuries, so he slowly recovered his strength while continuing to chat with Lu Xianyun. Unfortunately, Lu Xianyun herself didn't know much about the matters of the star boundary, so she only spoke for half a day before she told him everything she knew. Afterward, the two of them talked about the situation of their respective star territory. Although it was just a casual chat, Yang Kai also found that the territory of their great desolate star was not much worse than the territory of his homeworld star. The territories of the two stars were almost the same in every aspect. The difference was that in the great desolate star territory, there was Yin Lusheng, who ruled supreme, while in the territory of Yang Kai's homeworld star, there was no real hegemon, but rather a tripartite balance of power. Chapter 1938. The more information he learned about the star boundary, the more Yang Kai discovered the brilliance of this new world and the more aware he was of his own shortcomings. He was full of longing for greater strength. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. What's wrong? Lu Xianyun looked at him with a puzzled look, but in the next moment, she also noticed something and her whole body suddenly stiffened, her pretty face turning pale as she stared at Yang Kai. Kai Yang raised a finger and placed it in front of his mouth, gesturing. But before Lu Xianyun could make any response, a light suddenly flashed at the entrance of the cave, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them instinctively circulated their Saint Qi, stood side by side, and stared vigilantly at the newcomer. The newcomer had no intention of hiding his whereabouts and simply stared at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly as he sneered, "Two little mice, your vigilance is quite high." With the help of the dim light, Yang Kai was able to see the other party's face. This was a man who seemed to be in his 30s, dressed in white robes, and had an extraordinary temperament, but what made Yang Kai concerned was the other party's aura. It was unfathomable, far greater than the pressure he felt from Yin Lusheng in the Starlight Corridor. Tao Source Realm. This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and his face became even uglier. He and Lu Xianyun were both well-known figures in their respective star territories, so the two of them hiding in the cave and talking naturally concealed their auras. If it were an ordinary origin king, it would be impossible for them to detect them. But if the other party was a Dao Source Realm Master, being able to discover the existence of the two of them made sense. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful a Dao Source Realm Master was, only that a cultivator of this realm was not someone he could compete with right now. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside and 3 figures followed the man into the cave. One of them asked, "Brother Ko, what did you find?" The other person was surprised and said, "Hey, there really are 2 guys hiding here. Brother Ko is really amazing, you can even detect them." The last person laughed out loud. Brother Ko is an expert of the First Order Dao Source realm. These 2 fellows are about the same level as us, how can they play tricks under Brother Ko's nose? These people were all men. After entering the cave, they all looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a sarcastic expression. The one who spoke first looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a meaningful look in his eyes. Then, he looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's good figure and chuckled. Obviously, he thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were hiding in this small cave and doing something shady. Although Lu Xianyun looked embarrassed, she didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai was also silent. There were 3 third-order origin kings on the other side. The leading Dao Source Realm Master was not someone he and Lu Xianyun could contend with, so Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. Fortunately, the other party had not taken action directly, otherwise, he and Lu Xianyun would have been in deep trouble. The leading Brother Ko glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly, the look in his eyes becoming more and more contemptuous as he coldly snorted, "So little source chi in your bodies. Where did the 2 of you come from and what are you scheming in my Blue Feather sect?" Blue Feather sect? Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. However, the 2 of them also guessed that this was probably the territory of a sect called Blue Feather sect, and the 2 of them had accidentally intruded, so they were discovered by the other party's disciples. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and cupped his fists. "Greetings, friends, we did not know this was your sect's territory. We accidentally intruded. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. You can rest assured, we will leave immediately." Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun understood immediately. She quickly followed Yang Kai out of this dangerous place. The leading man surnamed Ko and the other 3 stood at the entrance of the cave, motionless. They had no intention of evading at all. The man surnamed Ko sneered, "Accidentally intruded? You can deceive little children with such words, but do you want to deceive this Ko as well? Tell me honestly, are you guys from the Daybreak Pavilion?" Daybreak Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, I've never heard of it." "You're quite good at acting." One of the men behind the man surnamed Ko sneered and said, "Brother Ko, don't talk nonsense with them, just take them back and give them a good explanation. Do you think they won't tell the truth? Daring to trespass into my Blue Feather sect's territory, this group of Daybreak Pavilion people don't put us in their eyes at all." The man surnamed Ko also said with a cold expression, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal, letting out a low shout as he pointed towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun from afar. 2 bursts of power shot out and hit Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's chests, who were caught off guard. The 2 of them turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to resist, they were shocked to find that something like a rope had appeared on the surface of their bodies. These ropes were densely packed with rice grain-sized rune patterns that flickered incessantly, completely restraining the power in their bodies. The more the 2 of them struggled, the stronger this secret technique became. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's complexion changed drastically. With just a casual move, the 2 of them had completely lost their ability to fight, allowing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to fully realize the horror of a Dao Source Realm Master. After doing all this, the man surnamed Ko no longer looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, waving his hand and saying, "Take them away." Saying so, he turned around and walked out, not giving the two of them any chance to refute. Yang Kai was annoyed, but he knew that now was not the time to act out. The three cultivator who followed the man surnamed Ko swarmed up and pushed Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun away. Lu Xianyun twisted her body and gritted her teeth, "Don't touch me, I can walk on my own." The cultivator who had been sizing up Lu Xianyun before sneered, "This little girl is quite grumpy. I like it, but I don't know if she can withstand the torture later." The other two showed a knowing expression. This made Lu Xianyun feel even more sad. In any case, she was an overlord of the Grand Desolation star field. She had not even had the time to appreciate the splendor of the star boundary when she was captured and imprisoned. She had never encountered such a thing in her life and was simply unable to accept it. And listening to the conversation of these three, it seemed that she would have to endure some kind of torture after arriving at Blue Feather Sect. Lu Xianyun couldn't help but pale at the thought of the treatment she might receive. She looked at Yang Kai for help. "Friends, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Can you listen to my explanation?" Yang Kai made a final attempt with a sullen face. "Explanation? Wait until we arrive at the sect. It won't be too late for you to explain later." The cultivator surnamed Ko snorted coldly. "Yes, hand over your space rings first, if you don't want to suffer more." Yang Kai glanced at Lu Xianyun and slowly shook his head, taking off his space ring and throwing it to the nearest person. In fact, there weren't many valuable things in his space ring, only some items that he would use on a daily basis, the truly precious treasures. They were all stored in the Demon Mystic Tome. So, handing over his space ring didn't have any psychological burden for him. On the other hand, Lu Xianyun's expression was one of struggle and unwillingness. If it weren't for the fact that her strength was sealed, she would have fought. Everything she had was stored in her space ring, so how could she be willing to hand it over? But now that she was under the eaves, she had to bow her head. Like Yang Kai, she could only take off her space ring and throw it at one of the cultivators. After taking the two space rings, the cultivator didn't check them for himself and instead offered them to the leader, Brother Ko. Brother Ko was very satisfied and put away the space ring. A moment later, the group exited the cave. Brother Ko casually pulled out an object and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dragon and phoenix engraved ship. It was an extraordinary ship. The ship wasn't big. It was only divided into 2 decks, but it was more than enough to accommodate the group. Brother Ko casually waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with his own strength before lightly landing on the deck. The others also flickered and landed on the ship. Soon after, Brother Ko urged his strength and activated the ship's spirit array. In the next moment, outside the ship, a thin layer of energy flashed and wrapped around the entire ship, allowing it to fly forward at an extremely fast speed. Both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at all this in amazement, their eyes filled with amazement. In their respective star territory, neither of them had ever seen this type of flying artifact. The most they had seen were star shuttles and starships. Although this ship didn't look as large and magnificent as a starship, in terms of refinement, it was by no means comparable to a starship, and in terms of practicality, it was far superior to a star shuttle. This kind of existence was a cross between a star shuttle and a starship and was very suitable for traveling. Brother Ko and the others didn't pay attention to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. After all, the two of them had their strength sealed and couldn't play any tricks. However, after seeing the expressions of the two, the disciples of Blue Feather Sect couldn't help laughing and whispering to each other while pointing at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, seemingly mocking them. The two of them noticed this and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. The original overlords of Star Territory acting like country bumpkins after arriving in the star boundary was indeed a bit inappropriate. Brother Ko saw the reactions of the two and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and simply focused on controlling the speed and direction of the ship. After flying for about half an hour, a dense cluster of buildings suddenly appeared in the mountains ahead. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun immediately knew that this was the entrance to Blue Feather Sect. The two of them were naturally very curious about this Star Boundaries sect and couldn't help standing up from the deck to look around. In the next moment, the two of them were shocked. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains and rugged mountains that stretched out for tens of thousands of kilometers. Obviously, this was the territory of Blue Feather Sect. The entire sect stood in the middle of a mountain range, giving off an aura that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. This kind of momentum was not something any sect in the star field could compare with. Even Yang Kai's High Heavens sect was not on the same level as this Blue Feather sect. Chapter 1939. Your Breaking Sun Pavilion's headquarters is no worse than this place. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Brother Ko narrowed his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who were still in shock. Yang Kai turned his head and quickly said, "Like I said, we are not from Breaking Sun Pavilion and this is our first time here, believe it or not." Brother Ko nodded lightly and did not say anything more, simply standing on the deck with his hands behind his back, giving off an air of confidence. When they arrived above Blue Feather Sect, Brother Ko tapped his foot and the ship descended straight down. Down below, many cultivators who saw the ship approached, and after discovering that it was Brother Ko and the others, they all cupped their fists and greeted them. This Brother Ko seemed to have a lot of prestige in Blue Feather Sect, so many disciples knew him. There were also some people who were curiously looking at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, wondering how Brother Ko had managed to capture these two. Yang Kai vaguely heard them talking about Breaking Sun Pavilion and seemed to suspect that he and Lu Xianyun were spies for Breaking Sun Pavilion. Breaking Sun Pavilion and Blue Feather Sect definitely have some kind of grievance. Kai Yang concluded in his heart. At the same time, he and Lu Xianyun were also secretly looking around at the cultivator and were immediately taken aback. There were about 70 to 80 cultivators gathered around them, and of these 70 to 80, more than half were Origin King Realm cultivators. There were even a dozen third-order Origin Kings, and Yang Kai felt that they were even stronger than Yin Lusheng. In a one-on-one fight, if not for the Dao Source grade artifact, the Underworld Dark Territory Shield, Yang Kai was 100% certain that Yin Lusheng would not be their opponent. Through the information he had obtained from Lu Xianyun before, Yang Kai quickly understood. These dozen people should have successfully transformed all their Saint Qi into Source Qi, but the reason they had not been able to break through to the Dao Source realm was because their comprehension of principal strength was not enough. This had become a barrier to their breakthrough. This barrier was the huge gap between the Dao Source realm and the Origin King realm, and the most basic reason why Brother Ko could command such awe. This was the first sect Yang Kai encountered after arriving in the Star Boundary, and what he saw shocked him greatly. Several dozen Origin Kings gathered together. This was something unimaginable for a cultivator in Star's territory. In Star, Origin territory. Not to mention those old masters, even first-order Origin Kings were lofty existences that ordinary cultivators rarely seen. But here, they were like weeds in the fields. They were everywhere. But, Yang, they were, or even, the Emperor, Realm, and Realm, Origin Realm cultivators, or even to the Realm. Or even to that point, to mention to, the Emperor Realm. Of the 70 to 80 people, more than half were Origin Kings. There were also Origin Returning Realm cultivators and Saint King Realm cultivators, but the lower the realm of a cultivator, the fewer there were. In the Star Boundary, the strength of a cultivator was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although the cultivation environment here was countless times better than in Star territory, a cultivator's cultivation and strength always increased bit by bit. Even in the Star Boundary, the cultivators here cultivated from the bottom up bit by bit. Saint Kings would appear. Origin returning realm cultivators were naturally not surprising. Just as Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were secretly shocked, Brother Ko pointed to a cultivator who had been following him and said, "Chui Jing, send these two to the bone prison, I'll report to Protector Bian. Let's see how to deal with them." Send them to the bone prison? The cultivator named Chui Jing was a little stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Brother Ko's treatment of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun was a little unexpected. However, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded, yes. Saying so, he beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said coldly, "Come down, how long do you want to stay on this ship?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sighed helplessly and could only jump off the ship. "Follow me," Chui Jing said and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed silently. Both of them knew that it was useless to explain anything now. Since Brother Ko didn't trust them from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't trust them now, so they could only take things as they came. Fortunately, although the two of them had their strength sealed, they didn't suffer any injuries. Along the way, they seemed to be heading towards a mountain peak. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked tentatively, "Dare I ask this friend, where is the bone prison?" Chui Jing turned around and glanced at Yang Kai with a sneer, snorting, "Who's your friend?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he cupped his fists and said, "This one has offended you. May I ask if this senior brother can explain to the two of us what this bone prison is?" Yang Kai's attitude made Chui Jing very satisfied, so he put on a kind face and said lightly, "You know from the name, it's naturally a place where people are imprisoned. Over there, you'll know when you get there." A series of low chuckles caused Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's expressions to change slightly, subconsciously feeling that this bone prison was definitely not a good place to go. The bone prison was indeed located at the foot of a mountain peak, and there were Blue Feather sect disciples guarding it. After Chui Jing handed over Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to the disciples here, he left directly, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. This disciple was also a third-order origin king cultivator, and his aura was extremely vigorous and deep, making him look extremely difficult to deal with. After Chui Jing left, this disciple squinted his eyes and looked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun up and down, curling his lips as he muttered, "Damn, that Chui Jing bastard, every time he captures someone, he takes away their space rings, causing father here to have nothing to drink." After muttering to himself for a while, this disciple turned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said, "Stop pretending, hand over the rest of your things." "What things?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were stunned. "The artifacts you refined in your body." "Don't tell me even those things were taken away by Chui Jing," the Blue Feather sect disciple sneered. As soon as this statement came out, not only did Lu Xianyun's pretty face change slightly, but Yang Kai's face also became ugly. It was common knowledge that a cultivator could refine artifacts in their body and summon them whenever they needed to. Previously, Brother Ko and the others had only asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to hand over their space rings, not the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so they hadn't been too ruthless. But as soon as they arrived at the bone prison, the cultivator guarding this place actually asked them to hand over the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so the two's expressions naturally became ugly. Artifacts that could be refined in a cultivator's body were obviously the best artifacts the cultivator possessed and were the most frequently used artifacts. They were connected to the cultivator's mind and soul, so if they were destroyed or taken away, the cultivator's mind would definitely be damaged. Comparing this person's request to what Brother Ko and the others had done before, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Brother Ko and the others were being kind. However, Yang Kai only refined 3 artifacts in his body. The Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and the Sealed World Bead were the only 2 Emperor artifacts he had refined in his body. No matter which of these 3 were, it was impossible for him to hand them over. Although he didn't know what Lu Xianyun's natal artifact was, she obviously wouldn't give in so easily. However, The other party seemed to have expected this, and seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun remain silent for a long time, he sneered and said, "Do you want me to use force? If you don't want to hand over this woman, I, Yan Xiaofan, am not a man who doesn't know how to be gentle with women, he he he." Speaking of this, he let out a series of obscene laughter. How could Lu Xianyun not know what he was thinking? She immediately hid behind Yang Kai without a trace. Yan Xiaoran's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and said, "I can refuse to hand over this woman, but you can't." "I don't have any artifacts in my body," Yang Kai quickly said. Yan Xiaoran coldly snorted, "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face." Saying so, he suddenly pulled off a bag that had been hanging from his waist. The pouch looked small and exquisite, and no one knew what was inside. It was bulging, and it seemed to be a living thing that was constantly wriggling. Yan Xiaoran sneered, opened the bag, and poured out something from it. After seeing what this thing was, Lu Xianyun couldn't help crying out in alarm, her pretty face going pale. This thing was actually a small snake, but it was somewhat different from ordinary snakes. It was snow-white in color and looked flawless, as if it had been carved from fine jade. With Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize the name of this small snake-like spirit beast or what its purpose was, but Yan Xiaoran taking out this monster beast at this time obviously had something to do with snatching the cultivator's natal artifact. Yan Xiaoran undoubtedly attached great importance to this spirit snake, so he took it out very carefully. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai in front of him, grinning fiercely as he said, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't cry out in pain later." As soon as these words fell, Yan Xiaoran's hand shook slightly and the white spirit snake shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, piercing the skin on the back of his hand. A strange scene occurred. The white spirit snake bit through Yang Kai's skin and, like smoke, drilled into Yang Kai's body through the wound, shuttling through his meridians and flesh. In an instant, Yang Kai's body trembled violently as an unbearable pain spread from his muscles and meridians, causing his face to become extremely red. If it weren't for his strong willpower, Yang Kai would have screamed miserably already. "Brother Yang!" Lu Xianyun called out, fearing that Yang Kai would suffer some kind of accident. Yang Kai let out a low roar from his throat, like a wounded beast, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Yan Xiaoran in front of him. Yan Xiaoran didn't show any fear and simply laughed, "Don't worry, you won't die. This treasure-seizing snake of mine doesn't have any other skills, it only knows how to snatch the artifacts refined by others. After it takes away the artifacts, you will naturally recover." Sure enough, Yang Kai felt a bad premonition. The purpose of this spirit snake was exactly as he had guessed before, a strange existence that could wantonly snatch artifacts from others. For a time, his heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 1940. The three artifacts that Yang Kai had nurtured and refined in his body couldn't be easily shown to others. Even in the star boundary, these three artifacts were existences that could cause a reign of terror. Needless to say, the Emperor artifact and Emperor beads were treasures passed down by Yang Yen and another Emperor realm master. They were of extremely high grade and powerful enough to make any cultivator below the Emperor realm fight for them. Even those in the Emperor realm would covet them. Although the verdant dragon bone sword's grade was not high, that was because Yang Kai had not completely refined it into a real artifact, so the dragon bone sword was basically a semi-finished product. Its main materials were the spine of a true dragon and the dragon bead. This was the body artifact of an ancient true dragon and was on the same level as the dragon scale Yang Kai had fused with. In terms of value, even if it was not as good as a top emperor artifact, it was not far behind. Therefore, as soon as the treasure-seizing snake entered his body, Yang Kai felt something was wrong. No matter which of these three artifacts was taken away, Yang Kai could not bear it, but now that his strength was sealed, he could only silently endure the pain caused by the treasure-seizing snake's rampage through his body, unable to resist. What's more, even if he was restored to his peak, he may not be Yan Xiaoran's opponent. Yan Xiaoran sneered to the side, his eyes filled with cold expectation. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done such a thing, grinning fiercely as he said, "It's not too late for you to regret now. If you don't want to suffer, just cooperate obediently. You should know that although artifacts are precious, without your life, you can't use them no matter how many you have." Yang Kai stared at him coldly without saying a word, his eyes filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to carve the appearance of this person into the depths of his bones. Yan Xiaoran curled his lips and said, "Stubborn, since that's the case, don't blame me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal. The treasure-seizing snake, which was already rampaging through Yang Kai's body, became even more ferocious. Yang Kai's screams rang out. All of a sudden, a voice was heard. He could clearly feel the trajectory of the treasure-snatching snake in his body. He did not know what kind of talent this monster beast had. It had an unimaginable sense of smell and tracking ability when it came to finding secret treasures refined in the cultivator's body. It seemed that any secret treasure that was hidden could not escape its detection. It quickly found the location of the dragon bone sword. It went straight in that direction. Yang Kai endured the pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He wanted to control the dragon bone sword to dodge, but he was unable to do so. It didn't take long for the treasure-seizing snake to reach the dragon bone sword. Without even looking at it, it opened its mouth wide, as if it were about to swallow the sword and take it by force. If it succeeded, Yang Kai's losses were huge. However, something unexpected happened. The treasure-seizing snake had only completed half of its swallowing action when it suddenly retreated in panic, as if it had been frightened by something. He avoided the dragon bone sword in a straight line. At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint dragon aura emanating from the dragon bone sword, and it was embedded in the dragon pearl where the dragon bone sword was. The dragon soul slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the treasure-seizing snake. It was this dragon aura and the dragon soul's glance that scared the treasure-seizing snake away. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He only needed to think for a moment to understand why such a thing happened. It was not that the dragon bone sword's grade was too high, but the dragon bone sword's dragon aura and the remnant dragon soul had a natural restraining and deterring ability for the treasure-seizing snake. It was not surprising. True dragons were ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that flood dragons, pythons, and snakes were all transformed from true dragons after countless generations of dilution. Naturally, they had a natural restraining power against these three creatures. The treasure-seizing snake was also a kind of snake. How could it dare to be presumptuous in front of the old ancestor's aura, so it immediately retreated far away. Yan Xiaoran, who had been observing, could not help but frown. He did not know what had happened to his treasure-seizing snake. The treasure-seizing snake had failed to immediately seize the other party's artifact. In the past, as long as his treasure-seizing snake moved, it would not take more than 10 breaths. It would be able to snatch the artifacts of others easily, but today, something seemed to have happened. Yan Xiaoran could not help glancing at Yang Kai meaningfully, but he did not care too much and continued to wait. The treasure-seizing snake did not dare to swallow the dragon bone sword and could only look for other artifacts. Its next target was the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead naturally didn't have the dragon's might to deter it, but the Annihilation Divine Lightning within it wasn't something that the treasure-seizing snake dared to provoke. Thus, it merely circled around the Annihilation Thunder Bead before leaving dejectedly. With the treasure-seizing snake's ability, it did not dare to touch an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The only result of forcibly snatching it was being turned to ashes by the Annihilation Divine Thunder. The treasure-seizing snake was also somewhat intelligent and knew how to seek benefits and avoid disaster. Soon, it arrived in front of the sealed world bead. Seemingly because of the experience it had gained from the dragon bone sword and the annihilation thunder bead, the treasure-seizing snake did not rush to swallow the sealed world bead this time and instead wandered nearby, carefully observing. After determining that the sealed world bead did not sense any danger, the treasure-seizing snake opened its mouth and swallowed the sealed world bead before attempting to withdraw from Yang Kai's body. But it was already too late. The moment the sealed world bead entered its stomach, a surge of world force erupted in its abdomen. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the treasure-seizing snake's abdomen and it hissed as it fled in panic. The sealed world bead was a world of its own, and Yang Kai had only been able to absorb it into his body because he had refined it before. Swallowing the treasure-seizing snake was equivalent to swallowing an entire world. With its ability, how could it possibly bear such a thing? It was already lucky that it did not explode on the spot. The treasure-seizing snake finally discovered that everything in Yang Kai's body was not so easy to plunder. It still possessed a bit of intelligence, so after suffering such a heavy blow, how could it dare to stay? At the same time, Yan Xiaoran's expression changed as he shouted, "What's going on?" He had some connection with the treasure-seizing snake, so the moment the treasure-seizing snake was injured, he was aware of it. In a panic, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, trying to urge the treasure-seizing snake to come out. Yang Kai endured the unbearable pain and suddenly took a few steps back. Xiao, from somewhere in his chest, a small blood-stained snake shot out, its forked tongue darting out, as if it had been wronged, and shot towards Yan Xiaoran. On the abdomen of the little snake, there was a bloody hole, its internal organs exposed to the air, causing Yan Xiaoran's heart to ache. But at this moment, Yang Kai did something that both Yan Xiaoran and Lu Xianyun could not believe. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure-seizing snake in the palm of his hand. Pinching the snake's head, Yang Kai exerted a little force with his thumb and index finger and crushed the little snake's neck bone. Yang Kai's strength was indeed sealed, but his physical strength could not be sealed at all, so his actions were as quick as lightning. By the time Yan Xiaoran reacted, the treasure-seizing snake had already died. Yang Kai grinned at him and then stuffed the little snake into his mouth and began to chew on it. Yang Kai's mouth was full of blood, making him look like a bloodthirsty beast, his scarlet eyes flashing with a terrifying light. "You!" Yan Xiaoran was stunned. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Because Yang Kai's strength was sealed, Yan Xiaoran did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. By the time he wanted to rescue him, it was already too late. The treasure-seizing snake had already become Yang Kai's food. Lu Xianyun's tender body could not help trembling. She and Yang Kai were now grasshoppers on the same rope, and in her opinion, Yang Kai's actions were simply pushing them into a fiery pit. Did he not know that people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads? This is bad, this is bad. I really shouldn't have cooperated with this person. He looked quite steady before, so how could he make such a crazy move? Lu Xianyun's intestines turned green with regret as her face became extremely ugly. You court death. Yan Xiaoran was furious as he took a step forward, his eyes turning red as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent out a fierce palm strike. Kong. How could Yang Kai block the violent blow of a third-order origin king in his current state? Thus, he was immediately sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the mountain wall several hundred feet behind him, creating a huge human-shaped crater on the mountain wall. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai slid down the mountain wall. "Brother Yang!" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in horror. Although she did not understand why Yang Kai suddenly acted so crazily, seeing him being hit by a palm strike, she could not help calling out nervously. After all, she and Yang Kai both came from the territory of a low-level star and had some common interests. On the other hand, none of the Blue Feather sect disciples were good people, so if Yang Kai died like this and she was the only one left, her fate would be miserable. She subconsciously did not want Yang Kai to die like this. However, she also knew that Yang Kai's chances of survival were not high. Just now, Yan Xiaofan had not shown any mercy in his furious attack. Even if she had taken that blow, she would have died, let alone Yang Kai, a mere second-order origin king. Cough cough. A violent cough came from the mountain wall as Yang Kai struggled to stand up, spat out the treasure-seizing snake's flesh from his mouth, and swallowed the snake gall. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the disheveled yet arrogant Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her heart shaking wildly. He survived? How did he do it? He didn't die. Yan Xiaofan was also stunned. His furious attack just now was intended to take Yang Kai's life directly to avenge his treasure-seizing snake. After all, although the treasure-seizing snake could not be used in battle, its ability to rob others of their innate divine technique and refine artifacts was already a precious treasure. Yan Xiaofan had spent a lot of money to buy it from someone else, so now that it had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands, how could he let this go? So, after seeing that Yang Kai was not dead, Yan Xiaofan's eyes suddenly became cold as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step, like an erupting volcano, his anger and powerful momentum surging towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1941. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and instead grinned, "If you kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. You're just a mere prisoner. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Even if I kill you, no one will care. Is that so?" Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Ko said that he was going to ask Protector Bien how to deal with us. "Tell me, if Protector Bien learns that you killed me, what will happen to you?" Hearing the words Protector Bien, Yan Xiaofan's eyes flashed with a strong sense of dread and his anger seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, suddenly cooling down. "I made the right bet." Seeing him like this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Judging from the behavior of the Blue Feather sect disciples he had met, this sect did not seem to be a good one. The cultivator inside was also not a good person. Yang Kai guessed that the rules were extremely strict and once violated, he would be severely punished. That was why Yang Kai had used the name of Protector Bien, whom he had never met before, as a banner. Yan Xiaofan was really shocked. As Yang Kai had said, if he killed Yang Kai before Protector Bien gave the order, it would definitely be overstepping his authority. If Protector Bien found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Therefore, he didn't dare to kill again. However, the treasure-seizing snake had been bitten to death by Yang Kai, so it was impossible for him to just give up, so Yan Xiaofan only hesitated for a moment before walking towards Yang Kai fiercely and saying, "Little brat, you can rest assured that if Protector Bien wants you dead, I will personally send you on your way and allow you to live for a few days." Yang Kai heard this and curled his lips fiercely. "But now, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Your physique seems to be quite extraordinary. I hope you can take this blow." As soon as these words fell, Yan Xiaofan rushed in front of Yang Kai and condensed his burning anger and violent source qi into his fist before slamming it towards Yang Kai's abdomen. Kong, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was curled up like a shrimp, twitching in pain. But before that, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a storm, it sprayed towards Yan Xiaofan. Caught off guard, the latter's face was covered in dirt. After being provoked again and again, how could he endure it? Almost instinctively, he lifted his leg and swept it wildly at Yang Kai's neck. The next moment, Yang Kai flew out and fell to the ground, motionless. From the looks of it, he seemed to have fainted. You're lucky. Yan Xiaofan coldly snorted, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun before shouting, "Drag him over and follow me." Now that the treasure-seizing snake was dead, even if Yan Xiaofan wanted to snatch Lu Xianyun's artifact, it would be impossible for him to do so, so he could only lock them up in the bone prison before torturing them. Lu Xianyun heard this. Quickly trotting over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her finger to check his pulse, and after confirming that he was still alive, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Xianyun stretched out her hand, picked up Yang Kai, and then carried him on her back. Following closely behind Yan Xiaofan, they walked into the cave at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Suddenly, a gloomy feeling lingered all over her body, causing Lu Xianyun to subconsciously shrink her neck. Inside the mountain, vaguely, there was a burst of tragic screams echoing in the air. Just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Yan Xiaofan led the way in front and sneered as he walked, "Only a few people can come out alive after entering the bone prison. If you don't want to suffer any inhumane treatment, give me your artifact as soon as possible. Hand over the artifact to me as soon as possible and I'll let them give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly, biting her bloodless lips, not uttering a single word. The deeper they went, the darker and more humid the environment became, and an unpleasant stench filled the air, causing Lu Xianyun to frown involuntarily. All the way down, they seemed to have penetrated 1,000 meters before arriving at a dungeon-like place. The cells were divided into many different sections and seemed to be made from the bones of some monster beast, making them extremely sturdy. Inside the dim cells, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Yan Xiaofan and the others like wild beasts, causing Lu Xianyun's hair to stand on end. Kill me, I beg you to kill me." A miserable howl came from somewhere, an extreme thirst for death. Lu Xianyun really couldn't imagine what kind of torment this person had endured to make him want to die so badly. But in this place, death was obviously an extravagant hope, and the sound soon turned into an extremely mournful howl. Lu Xianyun's cheeks were pale and bloodless as she felt that this might be her fate in the future, causing her to suddenly feel sad. "Get in." Yan Xiaofan suddenly stopped in front of a cell, opened the door, and motioned to Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun didn't dare to disobey and could only carry Yang Kai into the cell. Yan Xiaofan closed the cell again before sneering, reaching out and patting the bone bars, saying gloomily, "2 newcomers have arrived, take good care of them." Saying so, he turned around and left. At the same time, in the originally silent cell, several scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Xianyun was taken aback. Only now did she realize that there were actually 4 people imprisoned in this cell, something she hadn't noticed when she first came in. "Huh? A woman?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, and the cultivator who was originally imprisoned here sniffed lightly, apparently smelling the faint fragrance coming from Lu Xianyun's body, causing him to suddenly become excited. "A woman actually came? Ha ha ha. Our brothers are in luck." Someone immediately laughed. When these words were spread out, it immediately caused a commotion in the next cell. Countless prisoners crowded to the side of the fence and looked at the place where Lu Xianyun was with great interest. They constantly let out obscene laughter, as if they were looking forward to something. Lu Xianyun's face sank as she quickly retreated to the innermost position, leaning against the wall behind her as she stared ahead vigilantly. Inside the cell, a tall and sturdy man slowly stood up. This man was at least 20 feet tall, and his huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although the power in his body was also sealed, his whole body still emitted a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. "This woman is mine," the burly man said lightly, but there was an irresistible majesty in his voice. The other 3 men hesitated for a moment before one of them said flatteringly, since seventh brother Zong has spoken, we brothers will naturally give him some face, but after seventh brother Zong is done with her, heh heh heh. After that, do as you please. Seventh brother Zong said coldly. Many thanks, seventh brother Zong. The three men quickly thanked him and took the initiative to step back with lewd smiles on their faces, waiting for the show to begin. The burly man named seventh brother Zong stared at Lu Xianyun, and it seemed that it was only now that he was able to clearly see Lu Xianyun's appearance with the help of the dim light, and he couldn't help nodding. Good, she's actually a top-grade woman. These bastards from Blue Feather sect have finally done something good. What do you want to do? Lu Xianyun calmly stared at seventh brother Zong and asked. She did not panic because of this, because she knew that in this kind of place, it was useless to reason. Only strength had the right to speak. Now that everyone's strength was sealed, they could only rely on their physical strength. Looking at the iron-like body of seventh brother Zong, Lu Xianyun felt immense pressure. Don't you know what I want to do? Seventh brother Zong coldly snorted, not putting the petite Lu Xianyun in his eyes at all. If you don't want to suffer, just obediently enjoy it. Ha ha ha, seventh brother Zong's words are really interesting. That's right, little girl, I advise you not to provoke seventh brother Zong. He has very high attainments in the body refinement technique. With your small body, you can't possibly be his opponent. If you can't resist, then obediently enjoy it. Are you afraid that seventh brother Zong won't satisfy you? Disgusting, despicable. Lu Xianyun ground her teeth and cursed. Ha, if you curse him like that, you'll only stimulate his bestial desires. It's better if you don't make a sound. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Lu Xianyun was startled at first, but immediately became happy and called out, You're awake? Oh, I didn't faint. Yang Kai said, taking the initiative to jump down from Lu Xianyun's back, stretching out his hand and rubbing his forehead and abdomen, grimacing, that bastard was really heavy-handed, I was almost crippled by him. Damn, I'll make him pay for it later. Lu Xianyun stared blankly at Yang Kai, completely shocked by his words that he wasn't unconscious. This person, what kind of freak is he? Yan Xiaoran's attack wasn't even qualified to knock him unconscious, so just how strong was his endurance? In a daze, she even forgot about the dangerous situation she was in. Oh? You have a lover? Zong Qi stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Huh, this friend must be joking, I and this girl are just friends. Yang Kai explained. Zong Qi coldly snorted, whether you are her friend or lover, I'll warn you, if you don't want to die, scram. You're very arrogant. Yang Kai looked up at the burly man in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, I'll also warn you, if you don't want to die, scram. The same words were returned to him verbatim. The prison cell suddenly fell silent. The other three men hiding in the darkness stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a dead man. Suddenly, one of them reacted and shouted, Not good, quickly retreat. Boss Zong is very terrifying when he is angry. The other two men also shivered, a look of panic appearing in their eyes, as if recalling something bad. They also hurriedly retreated to the outermost edge. Only then did Zong Qi let out a cold laugh. You're very interesting, but angering me won't do you any good. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel in front of me and lick my shoes clean and I'll spare you, otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Chapter 1942. Fuck. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, clearly in a bad mood. Since entering the Starlight Corridor, it seemed that none of the people he had met were easy to deal with. First, he met Yin Lusheng, who attacked him for no reason, then he met Big Brother Ko, who captured him and brought him to Blue Feather sect for no reason, Then he met Yan Xiu ran in front of the bone prison, who tried to snatch his artifact for no reason, and then there was this burly man. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had only been in the star boundary for a short time, but all he had encountered were some unpleasant memories. Were the people of the star boundary all so fierce and aggressive? Or was he just unlucky? No matter what the reason was, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. The repeated encounters made the anger in his heart surge like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Zhong Qi's provocation and shameless boasting were obviously a fuse that completely ignited the anger in Yang Kai's heart. So after hearing Zhong Qi's threat, Yang Kai was not only not afraid, he even asked with interest, "Listening to what you mean, it doesn't seem to matter if someone dies here?" Zhong Qi sneered, "This is Blue Feather Sect's bone prison, what does it matter if a few people die here and there?" "Understood." Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly raising his head and grinning, revealing his white fangs as he gloomily declared, "Then you're out of luck." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed in front of Zhong Qi, took a step forward, assumed a melee stance, and threw out a straight punch. This punch seemed to contain all of the dissatisfaction and anger that Kai Yang had suffered recently, and its momentum was like a rainbow. It was as fast as thunder. Zhong Qi was tall and burly, and he had extremely high attainments in body tempering, so he didn't put Yang Kai's attack in his eyes at all. He just sneered, "Interesting, someone actually dares to provoke this Zhong, I'll crush all your bones as punishment." Saying so, he also threw out a straight punch. It met Yang Kai's fist head-on. When the two fists collided, the cold expression on Yang Kai's face turned into a sinister smile. Zhong Qi's disdain suddenly turned into astonishment, and then horror. With a cry of alarm, Zhong Qi's towering body was sent flying backwards, and in mid-air, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Zhong Qi's body slammed into the bone bars of the bone prison and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Yang Kai had already leaped out like a fierce tiger, riding on his body. His fists turned into a storm of attacks, raining down like raindrops. Bang bang bang, within the small bone prison, waves of continuous rumbling sounds came out like war drums, shaking people's hearts. Inside the bone prison, the three people who were originally prepared to watch a good show were now dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they looked at the scene not far away. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. While she was shocked, she also felt a trace of excitement. In this kind of place, the stronger Yang Kai was, the safer she would be. In any case, she and Yang Kai were now allies on the same side. In the other cells, there were also bursts of screams and shouts. The cultivator imprisoned here had been tortured all year round. Their ferocity had been honed to the bone. What they were most happy to see was this kind of bloody struggle. It was also a kind of pleasure for them to pass the time. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk the muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a faint splash of red blood mixed with the sound of breaking bones. The commotion in the cell alerted the guards. Soon, two Blue Feather Sect disciples came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yang Kai, who had just been imprisoned, who was showing off his strength, they just sneered and showed no intention of stopping him. Instead, they stood in place and watched for a while before leaving. Zhong Qi was right. In this Blue Feather Sect's bone prison, what did it matter if a few people died? As such, the Blue Feather Sect guards did not try to stop him at all. As time passed, Zhong Qi, who had been pinned to the ground by Yang Kai, began to howl miserably as he cursed out loud, but soon, he no longer had the strength to do so, only moaning and begging for mercy remained. Yang Kai was like a mad beast, ignoring him completely. In the end, Zhong Qi didn't even groan. By the time Yang Kai stopped and stood up, Zhong Qi's whole body was lying there like a puddle of mud, covered in blood and broken bones, clearly dead. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and the depression he had been suppressing in his heart had disappeared in a flash. Seeing Yang Kai stand up, the other 3 people in the cell all retreated to the corner in horror, staring at him with trembling eyes, fearing that Yang Kai would kill them all. They knew Zhong Qi's ability very well. Under the premise that everyone's strength was sealed, in this bone prison, whoever had the strongest physique would have the advantage. All 3 of them had suffered at Zhong Qi's hands before, so even if they joined forces, they were definitely not his opponent. However, this newcomer had actually beaten Zhong Qi to the point where he couldn't even fight back. It was easy to imagine how strong his physique was. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, Kai Yang didn't have any intention of attacking again. Instead, he walked straight to the corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. This made the 3 of them sigh in relief. They felt as if they had just escaped from death's door. Lu Xianyun also didn't disturb Yang Kai, knowing that his mood was unstable at the moment, so she simply sat down cross-legged near Yang Kai to restore her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the cell suddenly opened. The 2 blue feather sect guards who had been here before stood at the door with cold faces and beckoned to Yang Kai, "Little brat, get out here." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at them before standing up slowly. Lu Xianyun tugged at his clothes from behind with a worried look on her face. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. They won't dare to kill me." As long as Protector Bien, who he had never met, didn't say how to deal with him, these blue feather sect people wouldn't dare act recklessly. For this alone, Yang Kai felt that he should thank Protector Bien. After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other 3 men in the cell and sneered, "If you don't want to die, don't move. If I come back and find that my companion has suffered any harm, you know what the consequences will be." The 3 men had long been deterred by Yang Kai's ferocity. Zhong Qi's body was still lying in place, untouched, so how could they dare to say anything? All of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. "Dilly-dallying, do you want to die? Get out here quickly." The guard at the door urged impatiently. Yang Kai curled his lips and walked out. Outside, the 2 guards looked Yang Kai up and down, one of them sneering, "I heard you made Brother Yen suffer a big loss? Boy, you're quite capable, killing Zhong Qi on your first day here. He's not a guy to be trifled with. For this alone, our brother admires you. However, Brother Yen told us to take good care of you, so don't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having eyes but failing to see and provoking someone you shouldn't have." With the 2 of them speaking one after another, Kai Yang quickly understood the whole story. He didn't say much and just motioned for the 2 to lead the way. The 2 guards glanced at each other and couldn't help giving Yang Kai a thumbs up, smiling meaningfully, "You've got guts." Soon, Yang Kai was taken to a dark cell. Inside, he was tied up and the 2 blue feather sect disciples were using all kinds of torture on him. It wasn't until half a day later that the dying Yang Kai was thrown back into his cell. After seeing Yang Kai's miserable appearance, Lu Xianyun was almost scared silly, thinking that Yang Kai would soon die. If Yang Kai died, she would fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. In this kind of place, the fate that awaited her could be imagined. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai, who seemed to be on the verge of death, actually sat up cross-legged an hour later and assumed a meditative posture. On the second day, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he looked a little distressed, his injuries didn't seem to be too serious. Even the scars on his body had disappeared, and the blood clots on his body had all fallen off, revealing new skin. Lu Xianyun found that she was becoming more and more unable to see through Yang Kai and instinctively realized that this person was hiding some unimaginable secret. Over the next few days, this was the case. Every day, Yang Kai had to endure the torture of the 2 blue feather sect guards before being thrown back into his cell half-dead and forced to meditate to recover. As time passed, Lu Xianyun was shocked to discover that Yang Kai's body seemed to be changing little by little, becoming stronger and stronger. Inside his body, which had been sealed, there seemed to be an unimaginable surge of power. Once the seal was lifted, this power was bound to be fully unleashed. In fact, this was indeed the case. The torture of the two Blue Feather sect guards allowed the Starlight Yang Kai absorbed in the Starlight Corridor to quickly integrate into his body, promoting the transformation of his Saint Qi into Source Qi. Yang Kai had absorbed an unimaginable amount of starlight in the Starlight Corridor, and some of it had been integrated into his body as a catalyst to transform the strength in his body, but most of it had been hidden in his knowledge sea. This was why he, as a Star Master, did not have the light of stars on his body. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai could guide the starlight from his knowledge sea and integrate it into his body to promote the transformation of his strength. But now that his strength was sealed, he could not guide it at all. On the contrary, the torture of the two Blue Feather sect guards allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. When his body was destroyed and in the process of repairing itself, the power of the starlight actively poured out of his knowledge sea and into his body, forcibly transforming his Saint Qi into Source Qi. After discovering this, Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. So in the face of the torture of the two guards, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he actually enjoyed it, hoping they would torture him as miserably as possible. Chapter 1943. Time flew by and soon, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and silently sensed his physical condition before shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Too slow, the rate at which the Saint Qi in his body was transforming made him somewhat dissatisfied. As an Origin King Realm cultivator, the purer the Source Qi in one's body, the more power one could display. At this moment, only a little more than 1/5 of the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been transformed into Source Qi. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to completely transform the Saint Qi in his body. Seeing him open his eyes, the 3 prisoners in the cell all showed flattering smiles, but no one dared to speak. Yang Kai's ferocious and valiant image had been deeply ingrained in their bones. In this place, it would be easy for Yang Kai to take their lives. Life and death were not in their control, so how could they not flatter Yang Kai? Even Lu Xianyun had been flattered by these 3 over the past few days. Although Yang Kai looked down on these 3 fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, he still inquired about some information from them during their usual chats. There was all kinds of information about Blue Feather Sect and the Star Boundary. As Yang Kai expected, Blue Feather Sect was not a good sect, but it was not an evil sect either. It was just that the disciples of the sect were somewhat unscrupulous. There was also Daybreak Pavilion nearby, which often had friction with Blue Feather Sect, but the strength of the two could be said to be on par. Not to mention Blue Feather Sect, the entire Star Boundary was divided into 4 territories, north, south, east, and west. Each territory occupied an endless amount of land, and even a Dao Source Realm Master would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. It was possible that even a Dao Source Realm Master might not be able to cross a large territory, which showed just how vast the Star Boundary was. Under each domain, there were countless provinces. As for Blue Feather Sect, it was a sect located in the southern territory of the Star Boundary, Qi Province. Qi Province covered an area of 80 million kilometers and was basically unranked in the entire southern territory, whether it was in terms of the number of masters, comprehensive strength, or area. This was the case. And in a place like Qi Province, there were countless existences like Blue Feather Sect. This information made Yang Kai feel the grandeur of the Star Boundary. This was definitely a world much vaster than the territory of the Star Boundary. The few words revealed by the 3 of them were like an epic painting slowly unfolding in front of Yang Kai, filling him with longing for the vaster sky. However, these 3 were not Master Realm Masters, just First Order Origin King Cultivator. They hadn't even left Qi Province, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. However, this information was enough for Yang Kai to digest for a long time. At this moment, he was frowning as he inspected the changes in the energy in his body. Suddenly, Kai Yang raised his head and furrowed his brow. "Heh heh heh. Brat, you're indeed a little unusual. You can actually detect this old man's divine sense." A voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It was indiscernible and traceless, making one unable to grasp it. Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he looked around, but didn't see any flaws in the people being held in the nearby cells. "Don't bother looking, this old man is locked in the innermost layer, you can't see him," the voice sounded again. After being locked up here for more than 10 days, Yang Kai also knew that the more powerful a cultivator was, the deeper they would be locked up. The owner of this voice who suddenly spoke said he was locked in the innermost layer, so his strength was definitely not low. He was likely a Tao Source Realm Master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hide from others and send a divine sense message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "Who is Senior? Do you need something from me?" "Naturally, there's something, and it's a good thing," the voice laughed. It was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. "Ever since you came in and killed Zhong Qi, this old master began to pay attention to you. If this old master is not mistaken, you've cultivated some extremely profound body tempering technique, yes? So what?" Yang Kai frowned but did not try to deny it. Since others had been paying attention to him, there was no way he could hide the situation of his body. "If that's the case, this old master wants to ask you for a favor. Senior, please speak frankly. Release this old master," the owner of the voice said. Yang Kai could not help sneering. Senior must be joking, this junior is just a prisoner now, how could he possibly have the ability to release you? Since this old master has said so, naturally he has a way. The man coldly snorted, "I can teach you a secret technique that will allow you to undo the seal on your body and restore your strength. With your ability, as long as you can restore your strength, no one in this bone prison will be able to stop you. At that time, it will be easy for you to release this old master." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but light up. The man continued, "You don't want your fate to be held in the hands of others, right? This old master's secret technique can definitely allow you to undo the seal on your body." These words were low but contained an irresistible force, causing Yang Kai to almost agree, but in the next moment, he was startled and realized that something was wrong. The person in his mind must have used some kind of secret technique to affect his thoughts, so he could not help coldly snorting and saying, "Senior using this kind of trick to deal with Junior, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" The voice laughed loudly, "Boy, you're strong, this old master was wrong. How about this old master apologize to you?" Seeing him readily apologize and admit his mistake, Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "Since you have a secret technique to restore your strength, why don't you use it yourself? Instead, you want to borrow my hand?" The voice replied, "If I could use it myself, why would I need you? Not only is this old master's strength sealed, but his joints are also locked by those bastards' chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. I can't use any secret technique at all. What's more, even if I were to restore my strength, with these spirit-suppressing gold chains, I wouldn't be able to use any of it. So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Although he had never heard of spirit-suppressing gold before, from the information revealed by this man's words, Yang Kai could determine that this thing was definitely a nemesis of Source Qi. Otherwise, a Tao Source Realm Master would not be imprisoned here and unable to escape. "Let me ask you one more thing, there are so many cultivator in this bone prison, so why did Senior choose me? With your eyesight, it shouldn't be difficult to tell that my strength isn't high, right?" Yang Kai asked cautiously. "This old master naturally knows what level you are at. There are many people in this bone prison who are stronger than you. however. Spirit-suppressing gold is not afraid of source qi and can only be destroyed by brute force. This old master thinks you are quite suitable. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai understood why this man had asked him if he had cultivated some kind of profound body tempering technique from the beginning. It turned out that it was because of the existence of spirit-suppressing gold. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming active. Although he didn't know who the person talking to him was or how strong he was still imprisoned here and didn't know what his fate would be tomorrow. If Protector Bien gave the order to kill him, Yang Kai believed Yan Xiaoran would be more than happy to send him on his way. If he could really obtain the secret technique to unlock this seal from this person, then he would still have the strength to fight back and not be placed on the chopping block like a fish on a fish. As for whether or not he would rescue this person when the time came, that would depend on his mood. Seeing Yang Kai fall into contemplation, the man quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "This old master won't hide it from you. This old master has the cultivation of the third order Dao source realm and is only a step away from the Emperor realm. If you can save this old master will be sure to thank you." The third order Dao source realm. Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Ko he had encountered before was only in the first order Dao source realm, yet he had already made Yang Kai feel like he was no match for him. If he was in the third order Dao source realm, he could easily kill him. Before knowing what kind of temperament this man had, Yang Kai didn't dare to agree rashly, lest he end up losing the rice he had used to steal a chicken and end up worse off. "I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that this old master always keeps his word and will not deceive you. If you feel that this is inappropriate, this old master can make a soul oath." Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "This junior can feel senior sincerity, but this matter, let me think about it first before giving an answer." "No rush, think about it carefully." The man smiled meaningfully, not showing any intention of urging him. "By the way, may I ask what senior's name is?" "Wu Meng Chuan." Yang Kai silently memorized this man's name and began to consider the gains and losses of agreeing or not. In fact, according to his thoughts, he should agree first. No matter what, he had to obtain the secret technique to lift the seal and restore his strength. But with his current strength, even if he restored his strength, he wouldn't be able to leave Blue Feather Sect. At that time, he would still have to rescue Wu Meng Chuan and use his strength in the third order Dao source realm. But if that was the case, only the heavens knew how this Wu Meng Chuan would deal with him in the end. So Yang Kai was a little hesitant for a while. Just as he was feeling a little embarrassed, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the passage. Yang Kai raised his head in surprise and frowned slightly. These days, he was taken out by the two guards every day to be tortured, but this time, it seemed that it wasn't time yet. He didn't know why the guards came in at this time. After a while, the two guards who had been torturing Yang Kai appeared at the door of the cell with a strange expression on their faces. After opening the cell, they beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, "Both of you, come out." Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other but didn't resist and stood up obediently. Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled slightly. She subconsciously thought that she was going to suffer the same fate as Yang Kai. On the contrary, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Do you two have any orders?" One of the two guards looked Yang Kai up and down and grinned, "You're lucky, Protector Bien wants to see you." "Protector Bien?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After being locked up here for more than 10 days without receiving any orders from Protector Bien, Yang Kai thought that the other party disdained to pay attention to him and Lu Xianyun, but he didn't expect that the other party would only want to see him today. Regardless of why the other party wanted to do this, Yang Kai saw a glimmer of hope. He exchanged a glance with Lu Xianyun and discovered that her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly. She had obviously realized this as well. Chapter 1944. Since Protector Bien wanted to see Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, the two guards in the bone prison naturally did not dare to disobey and brought the two out after entering the bone prison. "Little brat, this old master's agreement with you is still valid. If one day you have nowhere to go, you can come to this old master." Just as Yang Kai was about to leave the bone prison, Wu Mengchuan's voice sounded in his ear again. Yang Kai did not stop, as if he did not hear anything, and soon disappeared, leaving behind the envious eyes of the imprisoned cultivator in the bone prison. When he arrived outside, Yang Kai immediately noticed a pair of resentful eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw Yan Xiaofan, who had previously made things difficult for him. He was responsible for guarding the entrance to the bone prison, so naturally, he would be here. Yang Kai had bitten his treasure-seizing snake to death, so Yan Xiaofan hated Yang Kai to the bone. The torture Yang Kai had suffered these days was all because of his instigation. "Little brat, your lucky Protector Bien actually took the time to see you, but don't be complacent. One day you will fall into my hands and I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Yan Xiaofan sneered. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart, hating himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise, he would have killed all of these Blue Feather sect disciples on the spot. However, he also knew that the other party was too strong, so even if he went all out, he would only end up in a miserable state, so he could only endure for the time being and turn a deaf ear to Yan Xiaofan's provocation. "Enough, Brother Yan, don't be angry. Protector Bien wants to see these two, so we won't delay." The bone prison guard smiled slightly and said to Yan Xiaofan. Then, he casually tossed out an object. This was also a flight-type artifact, but it was completely different from the ship Brother Ko had used before. This flight-type artifact was more like a war chariot and was not as spacious as a ship. However, it was still large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people and looked extremely ferocious and imposing from the outside. The owner of the war chariot jumped up and waved his hand. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were swept into the war chariot. In the next moment, the war chariot turned into a stream of light and shot towards a certain place in Jade Plume Mountain. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Soon, the war chariot arrived at a mountain peak. On the mountain peak was an enormous palace. The war chariot landed before the palace. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun got off the chariot. The bone prison guard took back his flight-type artifact and stepped forward to whisper a few words to the guard at the entrance of the palace. "Go on in. The guardian master is waiting inside." The palace guards didn't want to make things difficult for them. Instead, they let them in. "Good luck to both of you." The bone prison guard had no intention of following them in. Instead, he smiled at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun before summoning the war chariot and returning the way they came. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other. They knew that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, they couldn't avoid it, so they could only grit their teeth and hope that Guardian Bien wasn't a difficult person to talk to. The two of them still had their strength sealed at this moment, so they couldn't do anything in this Blue Feather sect where there were many masters. Ignoring the curious gazes of the guards on both sides, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun walked into the palace step by step. Inside the palace, there was a spacious space and 2 people were waiting at the front. As soon as Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun appeared, the 2 people's eyes turned straight towards them. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his skin tighten. A feeling of being watched spread throughout his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. Looking back, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that one of the 2 people was his brother Ko, who had captured him and was standing next to the other person at this moment. As for the second person, she had a graceful figure. It was a beautiful woman with a charming demeanor. She was lying lazily on a chair, wearing a light blue palace dress, her beautiful hair coiled into a bun, her neck white. She seemed to be fiddling with something in her hands, a faint smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. This woman was obviously an extremely charming woman, but Yang Kai could feel that there was a kind of power hidden inside her that he didn't dare to look directly at. Could this woman be Guardian Bien? Yang Kai was shocked. Are these the people you captured a few days ago? When Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun approached, the beautiful woman asked slowly. Her voice was sweet and greasy, and it was very pleasant to listen to. When it entered his ears, it was as if there was an invisible hand that was teasing his heartstrings, causing his blood to involuntarily surge. Her question was obviously directed at Senior Brother Ko. Brother Ko hurriedly bowed and lowered his eyes, seemingly not daring to look at the beautiful woman, respectfully replying to Master, "It is these two." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. Her red lips wriggled as she said indifferently, "Release their restrictions." Hearing this, Brother Ko immediately formed a series of hand seals and pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Two streaks of light shot out and poured into the two's bodies. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun involuntarily let out light groans as the strength they had been restraining began to flow through their bodies again, making them feel very happy. Huh! The beautiful woman suddenly chuckled lightly and then, under the stunned gazes of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, slowly raised a jade hand. As soon as this jade hand was raised, both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun felt as if something had suddenly changed around them. A dignified and austere atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing both of their expressions to change at the same time. Brother Ko, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this and was not surprised at all, simply observing the reactions of the two indifferently. The beautiful woman gently waved her jade hand and condensed the surrounding world energy into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. "What are you doing?" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in shock. At the same time, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to summon a mirror-like artifact. As soon as this artifact appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, countless small mirrors appeared around Lu Xianyun. These mirrors were like the depths of the sea, pulsing with a dim light, causing those who saw them to feel awestruck. She also knew that the other party was a Dao Source Realm Master, and most likely not an ordinary one at that, so she immediately used her most powerful artifact to defend herself. She didn't even think about contending with the beautiful woman. She only wanted to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai, on the other hand, roared as a 5-colored light burst from his body and his 5 elements indestructible sword chi wrapped around his body. Flicking his 10 fingers, he sent out a series of golden blood threads to meet the terrifying attack descending from the sky. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk a soft sound rang out as the golden blood threads transformed into various forms under the control of Yang Kai's mind, but like snowflakes in early spring meeting the blazing sun, they were unable to withstand a single blow. The great force that descended from the sky caused the golden blood threads to flicker wildly. Lu Xianyun shouted as all the mirrors around her suddenly merged into one and formed a barrier above her and Yang Kai's heads. Asterisk Walla, asterisk the next moment, the mirror shattered and Lu Xianyun's face paled as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The mirror-like artifact reverted back to its original form, its light dimming slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai shot up into the sky, the 5-colored light that represented his 5 elements indestructible sword chi tearing open a gap in the oppressive attack, allowing him to escape. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai pounced towards the beautiful woman who had been sitting lazily on the chair with a fierce expression. The beautiful woman remained motionless, a smirk still hanging on her face. Big Brother Ko, who was standing next to her, stepped in front of the beautiful woman and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed simple, but there was a violent energy swirling around it. As soon as Yang Kai came into contact with it, he felt as if his defenses were being flattened as if they were dried weeds and rotten wood. An irresistible force was rushing towards him. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Lu Xianyun looked flustered, thinking that she was doomed this time, so she grit her teeth and pushed all her strength to attack the beautiful woman and big brother Ko. She actually wanted to die together with these two. Xianyun, stand down. Yang Kai shouted from midair before crashing to the ground. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lu Xianyun also stopped obediently and stared ahead vigilantly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The beautiful woman chuckled again as her beautiful eyes paused on Yang Kai, a hint of scrutiny flashing across her eyes as she nodded lightly. Ko Wu, what did I say? They really were able to block my attack, right? Hearing this, Ko Wu bowed respectfully. Master's vision is like a torch. Ko Wu admires it greatly. The beautiful woman giggled, the twin peaks of her breasts trembling as she pursed her lips. Don't flatter me, although this queen only used a little bit of my strength just now, it's not bad that these two were able to block it. What master says is correct. Ko Wu nodded again. The two of them didn't lower their voices, so Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun heard them clearly. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, but Lu Xianyun's brow furrowed as a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face, as if she had been fooled. You seem to have noticed something? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked unhurriedly. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. If master really wanted to kill us, why would you have someone bring us here? The previous attack was obviously just a test. The beautiful woman heard this and smiled. Boy, you're a bit interesting. Then do you know why this queen wants to see you? Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, please enlighten me, master. The beautiful woman nodded and reached out to pick up 2 space rings from the table next to her, tossing them out casually, causing them to turn into 2 streams of light that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun respectively. The two of them caught the space rings and swept them with their divine senses, suddenly showing strange expressions. Because they discovered that these were the space rings that belonged to the two of them that Ko Wu had taken away before, and none of their things were missing. Master, what do you mean by this? Yang Kai frowned. If this queen is not mistaken, you came from a certain star territory down below, yes? The beautiful woman looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Lu Xianyun was startled and glanced at Yang Kai subconsciously, thinking that his identity as a star master had been exposed and couldn't help worrying. Chapter 1945. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he pondered for a moment before speculating. Master came to this conclusion based on the things in our space rings? Indeed. The beautiful woman nodded lightly. Only a cultivator from the star territory down below would have so much garbage. Lu Xianyun was very annoyed that her treasures were being evaluated as garbage, but when she thought of the other party's strength, status, and methods, she could only remain silent. Perhaps the treasures that were very valuable to her were indeed garbage in front of this young master. On the other hand, Yang Kai did not care at all because his space ring was originally filled with garbage to deceive others. Even if there were a few decent things inside, they were of little value, so it was not an exaggeration to call them garbage. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, so, our suspicions have been cleared? The suspicions he was referring to were naturally related to the spies from Daybreak Pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled lightly. You can say that. However, this queen is very curious. Which star territory do you come from? Great Desolate Star Territory. Yang Kai immediately replied without hesitation. Lu Xianyun was tactful enough to not say anything. Oh. The beautiful woman said thoughtfully, I have heard of this star territory. There seems to be a sect in the star boundary that has some relationship with this star territory. Master, are you talking about the Netherworld sect? We are not from that Netherworld sect. Yang Kai naturally knew that the other party was probing him, so he immediately answered while smiling coldly, on the contrary, we have some grievances with the people from Netherworld sect. Is that so? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, her beautiful eyes exuding a strange light, as if she wanted to pierce into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. She wanted to see if he was telling the truth. Yes, in the Starlight Corridor, we were plotted against by the people from Netherworld sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes filled with resentment. It was as if he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Netherworld sect. The beautiful woman nodded and did not say anything more. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you are not spies from Daybreak Pavilion and are from the Star Territory down below, this queen will be your choice. This queen can give you two choices. I'd like to hear the details. 1. Leave my Blue Feather sect right now, the further the better." The beautiful woman raised a white finger and smiled gently. Hearing her say this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed and she almost agreed, but before she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai and found that his face was indifferent. He quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "What about the second one?" Yang Kai asked. "The second is naturally to join my Blue Feather sect and become a disciple of my Blue Feather sect. Although my Blue Feather sect is not a great sect in the Southern Territory, it still has a strong foundation. If you join, you will have a place to settle down and will be protected in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, I can also help you solve them. Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He seemed to be greatly moved. The beautiful woman smiled but didn't say anything. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. Yang Kai thought for a while and asked, "I have another question." "Speak." The beautiful woman raised her chin slightly, her expression proud and cold. "Our strength is not very high, so why does Master want to accept us into the sect?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled, "Because you come from the lower Star Territory. A cultivator like you is very valuable. But unfortunately, you are not a Star Master. If you were a Star Master, you would be able to receive even more care. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Xianyun had also mentioned this to him before. The cultivators who came from low-level star fields were all top-notch geniuses of their respective star fields, so when they came to the star boundary, they were all extremely talented. They were very popular with the great sects, even if they were not a Star Master. They would also receive the favor of many masters. The beautiful woman's explanation made sense. "So, what is your choice?" The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. "What is there to hesitate about? Naturally, I want to join the Blue Feather sect." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly agreed, then immediately turned his head and asked, "Xianyun, what do you think?" Lu Xianyun looked at him blankly, not having expected Yang Kai to make such a hasty decision. When she was asked this question, she couldn't help feeling a little helpless. However, after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Lu Xianyun nodded, "Then we will follow Brother Yang's wishes, I will also join." Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled, stood up from her chair, and said, "Then from now on, you will be disciples of my Blue Feather sect and will be under the jurisdiction of this queen for the time being. Ko Wu, take them to arrange a place to live and let them cultivate well. Don't let this queen down." After saying this, the beautiful woman turned around and left. Ko Wu respectfully nodded behind her. After the beautiful woman left, Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a smile and said, "Then from now on, we will all be fellow sect members. Big Brother hasn't asked what your names are yet." Yang Kai greets Big Brother Ko. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, appearing very familiar. Although Lu Xianyun felt awkward, she could only report her name. After learning the names of the two, Ko Wu said, "So it's Junior Brother Yang and Junior Sister Lu. Junior Brother has offended you two junior brothers a few days ago, please don't take it to heart. This Big Brother also has a task to complete. Big Brother Ko is too serious. What happened before was our fault, we don't blame Big Brother. Ko Wu nodded and beckoned, come with me, I'll take you to your residence. You can settle down first and familiarize yourself with the environment. Our Blue Feather sect is quite good. Walking all the way down to the bottom of the mountain, Ko Wu pointed to 2 adjacent wooden houses and said, these will be your residences from now on. Each house has a barrier that requires an identity token to activate. As for your identity tokens, someone will deliver them to you in 2 days. You can stay here for 2 days and don't run around. Once you receive your tokens, you can go out for a walk, otherwise, you may run into some unnecessary trouble. Understood, Yang Kai nodded and said, Big Brother Ko, what do we need to do on a daily basis? Ko Wu smiled when he heard this, for the time being, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is cultivate diligently. If there is a task for you, I will call you. In addition, we are all under the jurisdiction of Protector Bien. The other peaks have nothing to do with us, we only need to listen to Protector Bien's orders. Good, that's all for today, we'll talk about it another day. Saying so, Ko Wu turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, Big Brother Ko. What's the matter? Ko Wu frowned, seemingly a little impatient. Yang Kai leaned over and whispered, Big Brother Ko, Protector Master, her cultivation. Ko Wu chuckled lightly, the third order Dao Source realm is not something you can dream of right now. Cultivate step by step. Big Brother is right. Yang Kai nodded. After Ko Wu left, leaving only Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became indifferent as he winked at Lu Xianyun and walked into one of the wooden houses. Lu Xianyun followed closely behind. The layout of the house was very simple, just a bed, a futon, a table, and a chair. Although it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time, it was still spotless, obviously due to some kind of barrier. After Yang Kai took a seat, he released his divine sense to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he asked, You want to ask me why I joined Blue Feather Sect, right? Lu Xianyun thought for a moment before replying, I did have this question, but after thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid this is our only way out. And, although Protector Bien gave us 2 choices, who knows what the consequences of choosing the other path will be? You've seen the way Blue Feather Sect acts, none of them are kind people, Yang Kai sighed. Lu Xianyun also smiled bitterly, I didn't expect things to turn out like this as soon as we entered the star boundary. If I had known earlier, it's useless to regret it now. Let's take one step at a time. As long as we are strong enough, do you think we can't get out of here? Yang Kai sneered. That's true. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly, in that case, I'll go rest first. The next few days passed peacefully. Because his identity tokens had not been distributed yet, Yang Kai did not dare to move around at will and simply stayed in retreat to cultivate. Without the barrier in his body, the speed at which his Saint Qi was transformed into Source Qi greatly increased. Yang Kai vaguely felt that he was about to touch the threshold of the Third Order Origin King realm. Before entering the Star Territory, Yang Kai had spent several years in the Dead Territory outside Shadowed Star, comprehending the infinite Emperor pressure that flowed there, benefiting him greatly. After that, he had accumulated a lot of experience in the Starlight Corridor, so he was confident he could break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had just joined Blue Feather Sect, so if his performance was too eye-catching, it was very likely to attract unnecessary trouble. As such, after accumulating enough Saint Qi, Yang Kai put down his cultivation progress and simply let his body absorb the starlight and transform his Saint Qi into Source Qi, trying to make the next breakthrough easier. A few days later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's identity tokens were brought over by Ko Wu. With these identity tokens, it meant that the 2 of them had truly become disciples of Blue Feather Sect and could move about freely except for some restricted areas. Yang Kai took this opportunity to walk around and meet many disciples of Blue Feather Sect. Regardless of the temperament of these people, the ones Yang Kai met were all origin kings who were cultivators of the star boundary, so they naturally knew a lot about it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai learned some good information. That was, the Emperor realm did not exist in Blue Feather sect. There were only 5 masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and Bian Yuqing was one of them. This was not much different from his original estimate. After learning that Bian Yuqing was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, Yang Kai guessed that even if there were the Emperor realm masters in Blue Feather sect, there would not be many, and their realm would not be high. This was because the cultivation of a protector could directly reflect the highest level of combat power in a sect. In addition to Bian Yuqing, there were 4 other masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One was the sect master while the other 3 were also protectors in charge of the other 3 peaks. The 4 protectors each had their own duties and were not related to each other. Chapter 1946. Time flew by, and soon Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather sect for more than a month. In a month's time, he had basically figured out the general situation of the sect. During this time, he and Lu Xianyun's lives were uneventful. Apart from cultivating, they cultivated. No one came looking for trouble with them, and the sect did not give them any missions. Judging from this situation, choosing to join Blue Feather sect was a good choice. At the very least, there was a place for them to settle down. However, Yang Kai knew that this was only temporary. Any disciple who joined a sect would have to contribute to the sect at some point. The reason why he and Lu Xianyun were relaxed now was because Blue Feather sect had not encountered any difficulties. Once Blue Feather sect encountered an enemy or some other crisis, they would have to participate in the battle. Yang Kai had no sense of belonging to Blue Feather sect, so naturally, he was not willing to risk his life for such a sect. Moreover, Yang Kai always felt that a pair of eyes were observing him and Lu Xianyun, obviously because they had just joined the sect and were still under observation. Yang Kai did not care. He and Lu Xianyun had not shown any excessive behavior during this time, so even if someone was monitoring them, they would not expose anything. Inside Blue Feather sect, there was a lively shopping district where Blue Feather sect's disciples exchanged materials or purchased things. In this shopping district, some of the good roads and wide views were naturally occupied by powerful disciples while some remote locations were reserved for ordinary disciples. Early in the morning, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived at the market and walked straight into a remote location. Inside a simple shop. Outside the shop, there were already more than 30 cultivators lined up in a long line. When they saw Yang Kai arrive, they all cupped their fists and greeted him, "Junior Brother Yang. You've come early. Junior Brother Yang, hurry up and get to work, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Junior Brother Yang, I'm the first one here today. Help me refine first." These cultivators were basically all Origin King Realm cultivators, with a few Origin Returning Realm Masters. Each of them had a friendly smile on their faces as they took the initiative to greet Yang Kai. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Let's get to work. Thank you for waiting so long, brother and senior sister." While speaking, just as he was about to enter the shop, at this moment, a young woman with an enchanting figure and beautiful appearance walked over gracefully. Ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding people, she directly took Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large and full chest against Yang Kai's elbow. She breathed in his ear and said, "Junior brother, don't mind them. Today, I'll help senior sister refine a furnace of 9 revolving void spirit pills, okay? Senior sister, I'm still preparing to go back and cultivate in seclusion." Senior sister, this shop has rules, first come, first served." Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines as he pulled his arm away without a trace. The young woman did not give up and continued to pester Yang Kai, it doesn't matter, senior sister can go and talk to them, I'm sure they won't dare to refuse. If you help senior sister refine first, senior sister can, in the end. She took the initiative to put her red lips close to Yang Kai's ear. Whispering a few words, the seductive light in her beautiful eyes was almost dripping. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes flashed a green light as an excited expression appeared on his face. Humph. To the side, Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned cold. Looking at Kai Yang with extreme disdain, from his nostrils he spat out a meaningful sound. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Stretching out his hand, he patted the young woman's back and said with a look of regret, "Senior sister, rules cannot be broken. Junior brother can't help, but, if senior sister is interested, you can come to my humble abode some other day and we can have a good chat." Seeing that her seduction had failed, the young woman immediately curled her lips and snorted, not willing to help at all. What a stingy brat. Saying so, she directly shook off Yang Kai's arm and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun, as if blaming her for ruining her good deed. Lu Xianyun's expression was dull as she took out a sign she had made in advance from her space ring and placed it in front of her, coldly saying, "Brother and senior sister, please line up in order to refine pills. The remuneration and commission are written on the sign. Please also prepare the materials in advance for any spirit pills you wish to refine. If the refinement fails, there will be no refund." Everything she said was written on the sign, so there was no need for her to deliberately repeat it, but she still said it responsibly. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already tiptoed into the shop, took out his purple origin furnace, closed his eyes, and prepared to start the day's work. After getting along for more than a month, the relationship between him and Lu Xianyun had become more and more harmonious. In this unfamiliar star boundary, although the two of them did not come from the same star territory, because there were too many similarities between them, it was easy for them to get along. A few days after arriving at Blue Feather Sect though, the two of them discovered a problem: they could not obtain any cultivation resources. Although they were already disciples of Blue Feather Sect, the sect would not distribute cultivation resources to its disciples for no reason. If they wanted to obtain resources, they had to pay a price for the sect or find a way to obtain them themselves. For an Origin King Realm Master, Saint Crystals were useless. The energy stored in Saint Crystals could not meet the needs of an Origin King cultivator. In the star boundary, there was something called Source Crystals that replaced Saint Crystals. The energy stored in Source Crystals was countless times richer than that of Saint Crystals. Even an Origin King Realm or even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be able to satisfy their cultivation needs. Like Saint Crystals, Source Crystals were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low, with the exchange rate between each grade being 1 to 10. They were the hard currency used between cultivators. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to speed up his cultivation, he had to find a way to obtain Source Crystals so that he could buy what he wanted. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and had no idea how to obtain his own cultivation resources. However, after discovering the existence of this market, Yang Kai had the idea of earning Source Crystals by performing alchemy for others. He was an Origin King grade alchemist who had triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, so although his alchemy skills were not as good as Xia Ning Cheng's, they were still quite good. Origin King grade alchemists were extremely powerful existences in the territory of Home Star. But in the star boundary, they were very common. As such, Yang Kai was not worried about exposing any of his secrets. As long as he was careful and did not go too far, he believed that his identity as an alchemist would allow him to gain more attention. In other words, his and Lu Xianyun's safety would be greatly guaranteed. After considering these gains and losses, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. After discussing with Lu Xianyun, he began to act in the market. The first few days were extremely difficult. No one was willing, or rather, no one dared to hand over their herbs to him for alchemy. After all, the cultivation resources obtained by the Blue Feather sect disciples were all risking their lives, so who would dare to hand them over to a junior brother they did not know? What's more, in this market, there was more than one alchemist who could perform alchemy for others, so there was no need to take the risk of losing both money and goods just to find Yang Kai. For 3 days, Yang Kai did not even open a single business, causing Lu Xianyun to almost despair. On the 4th day, Yang Kai steeled his heart and put up a sign stating that alchemy was free and full compensation should the refinement fail. As soon as this sure-kill move appeared, someone finally dared to try it. In any case, even if the refinement failed, full compensation would be paid, so there was no harm in trying. When Yang Kai refined the first spirit pill, Lu Xianyun was like an ant in a pot of boiling oil, anxious and restless. After all, she and Yang Kai did not even have a single source crystal right now, so if the refinement failed, there was no way they could compensate others. After waiting for an hour, the wait felt like a year. Yang Kai actually succeeded. What's more, the Origin King grade spirit pill he refined was of extremely high quality and flawless, greatly satisfying the alchemist. When the pill was completed, a rich pill fragrance wafted across half the street, filling everyone's nostrils with disbelief. The alchemist was also very happy and kept praising Yang Kai's skills, promising that if he ever wanted to perform alchemy in the future, he would definitely come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai generously accepted this praise and made a request to the alchemist, to advertise for him so that more people would come to perform alchemy. The Blue Feather sect disciple naturally agreed after receiving such a bargain. On the first day, Yang Kai refined 3 furnaces of pills, all of which were successful and of extremely high quality. On the second day, Yang Kai refined 8 furnaces. On the third day, a long line of cultivators came to Yang Kai to perform alchemy. Yang Kai immediately asked Lu Xianyun to replace the free alchemy sign with a clear price tag that stated how many source crystals would be charged for each pill refined. After nearly a month of hard work, Yang Kai had earned a lot of source crystals, and more importantly, his name had begun to spread throughout the market. Almost all the Blue Feather sect disciples who came to the market for alchemy knew that in this remote corner, there was a simple shop owned by a junior brother with extremely high alchemy skills. Not only was his failure rate extremely low, but the quality of the spirit pills he refined was also extremely high. Naturally, many people came to ask for alchemy services, causing the entrance of the small shop to become bustling with activity. Yang Kai was very restrained. He had never refined a pill with pill veins, and from time to time, he would deliberately fail 1 or 2 furnaces as a disguise. Only in this way could he better hide his attainments in alchemy. A few years ago, on Water Moon Star, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, allowing Yang Kai's comprehension of the alchemic Tao to reach an incredible level. Now, he was even more proficient in alchemy than before, and all kinds of herbs seemed to come to life in his hands. His alchemy process coincided with the Grand Tao and was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As for Lu Xianyun, she was responsible for receiving the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy services, delivering the alchemy herbs into the shop, and at the same time, taking out the refined spirit pills and handing them to the people waiting outside. The two of them performed their respective duties and cooperated seamlessly. Every night, after finishing work, Yang Kai would give Lu Xianyun 30% of the day's profits. In fact, according to Lu Xianyun's original idea, she was not even qualified to receive 10%, after all, Yang Kai was the one refining the pills while she was only responsible for receiving customers outside. However, Yang Kai insisted on giving her 30% of the profits, which made Lu Xianyun very grateful to Yang Kai for his generosity. Chapter 1947. Before performing alchemy, Yang Kai had also inquired a little about the star boundaries alchemy techniques from the Blue Feather sect disciples he had met in the market. He found that the star boundaries alchemy techniques were extremely profound, on a completely different level from those in star territory. Without mentioning anything else, even an ordinary alchemist in the star boundary could condense 2 or 3 spirit pills at a time, unlike the situation in star territory where each set of materials could only refine 1 spirit pill. The reason for this was that the star boundaries pill condensing techniques had become so widespread that any alchemist was qualified to learn them. However, there was a limit to the number of pills that could be condensed in any furnace. For example, the furnace Yang Kai was refining now was a Luo Wang Fuyi pill, an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. With Yang Kai's alchemy skills, it was not difficult to refine, and if he went all out, he could definitely refine a pill with pill veins. Even the most powerful alchemist would only be able to condense 9 pills in the final process of condensing pills, which required 17 different kinds of raw materials to refine. 9 spirit pills was the limit of this furnace, and even an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to successfully condense more. Different spirit pills and different pill recipes would result in different numbers of spirit pills being condensed in the end. To condense the maximum number of Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pills, one needed to be at least a Dao Source grade alchemist. Yang Kai's current limit was 6 spirit pills. During the process of alchemy, Yang Kai was constantly familiarizing himself with his alchemy techniques and pill condensing techniques, verifying them with the grand alchemic Dao tone imprinted in his knowledge C, allowing his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had finished. The Luo Wang Fuyi pill, which could restore an Origin King realm cultivator's source qi, had been refined, and the number of pills condensed was also the limit of what Yang Kai could condense, 6. Yang Kai stuffed 3 of them into his space ring and threw the remaining 3 into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. The spirit pills in the jade bottle were for the person who asked for them, so 3 were enough to meet his needs. As for the extra pills, they were naturally pocketed by Yang Kai. Therefore, after these days of alchemy, Yang Kai not only harvested a lot of source crystals, but also a lot of spirit pills of various uses. If he were to sell it, he would definitely be able to make quite a fortune. Unfortunately, he could only refine Origin King grade spirit pills now and did not have any Dao Source grade materials to practice with. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have liked to try refining Dao Source grade pills to see if he had reached that level. After sealing the jade bottle, Yang Kai casually tossed it up and down, secretly lamenting how easy it was for an alchemist to earn cultivation resources. Just as he was about to ask Lu Xianyun to come in and take the pill. Suddenly, Lu Xianyun's tender voice rang in his ears, followed by a series of crashing sounds. Yang Kai's face sank. He quickly got up and rushed out like a whirlwind. Outside, Yang Kai glanced around and saw Lu Xianyun standing to the side with an ugly expression on her face. The sign that had been placed in front of her had been thrown to the ground. It had been trampled under the foot of a cultivator wearing blue feather sect robes and had been reduced to several pieces. Outside the shop, the cultivator who had been waiting in line for alchemy frowned one by one and spread out to watch from a distance. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Lu Xianyun seemed to have found her backbone and quickly approached him. What happened? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He had been refining alchemy here with Lu Xianyun for almost a month and had not provoked anyone, so he could not understand how someone had come to cause trouble today. They said there was a problem with the pill you were refining. Lu Xianyun came to Yang Kai and whispered. What problem? Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the opposite side. They didn't make it clear. When they came over, they directly attacked. Lu Xianyun grit her teeth. Her face was filled with anger as she stared aggrievedly at the sign that had been trampled under the foot of the cultivator in front of her. Because she was cooperating with Yang Kai in alchemy and Yang Kai generously gave her 30% of the profits, Lu Xianyun had been working hard these days. She felt that she could not help Yang Kai in alchemy, so she could only work on the sign. The design of the sign. Every word and stroke on it had been carefully carved by her. Every day, she would take it out when she came and put it into her space ring when she left. Every night, she would even carefully wipe it clean when she returned home. The signboard was spotless. This was the only way she could help Yang Kai. But now, the sign that she had worked so hard on had become tattered, so Lu Xianyun was naturally extremely dissatisfied. You attacked without making it clear? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that even if he did not show off during this time, helping someone with alchemy had probably blocked someone's path to wealth. Otherwise, how could such a scene occur? Are you the alchemist here? Opposite him, the cultivator who had stepped on the sign looked at Yang Kai arrogantly with a cold smile on his face as he asked. May I ask what this brother's name is? Yang Kai looked at the other party indifferently. Well said, I am Chu Fei, Protector Zhu's disciple. Yang Kai's heart moved as he knew that the Protector Zhu this person was talking about was one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect, Zhu Junshan. This person's cultivation was similar to Bian Yuqing's, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, not something Yang Kai could reach right now. However, because the relationship between the 4 protectors was not very harmonious, if it were not for the sect master's suppression, Blue Feather Sect would have already fallen apart. However, it was also for this reason that the relationship between the disciples of the 4 protectors was not very harmonious. In the sect, there were many disputes between disciples, and some even fought in private, leading to injuries and injuries. Outside the sect, the situation was even more obvious. When Yang Kai heard that the other party was a disciple of Protector Zhu, he knew that this person was here to cause trouble. So it's Brother Chu, I wonder why brother broke junior brother's sign? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Don't play dumb in front of this Chu, don't tell me you don't know what happened. Chu Fei coldly snorted, as if he was serious. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have only been in the sect for about a month, so I don't think I have ever offended Brother Chu, please enlighten me. Chu Fei chuckled and nodded, good, since you say so, this brother will explain it to you. Saying so, he waved his hand and said, bring him here. Not far behind him, a few cultivators immediately came over carrying a stretcher. Lying on this stretcher was a man who looked extremely miserable, his strength fluctuating erratically, sometimes silent, sometimes surging fiercely. He seemed to have lost his consciousness, his eyes red and his mouth emitting incomprehensible cries. Even lying on the stretcher, he struggled hard, but there was a layer of restrictions around his body that made it impossible for him to move. A misfire has become the demon race. The onlookers exclaimed. The situation of the cultivator lying on the stretcher was obviously one where a misfire had become the demon race. It was very likely that something had gone wrong during his retreat, causing him to lose control of his strength. If it was not stopped, this person would likely be crippled. However, it was extremely difficult to stop a misfire from becoming the demon race. Unless there was someone with a great divine technique to suppress it, there was no way this cultivator could turn the tide. This was a misfortune that any cultivator feared. Once they encountered it, their life would be over. Junior brother, do you recognize this person? Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai coldly and asked as he pointed to the cultivator on the stretcher. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded, I have some impression of him. He seems to have come to me for a pill 5 days ago. As soon as this statement came out, Lu Xianyun's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She was not stupid and had vaguely guessed what would happen next, so she could not help looking at Yang Kai with worry. Junior brother, it's good that you admit it, Chu Fei sneered. My junior brother Jiang is a heaven-defying genius, reaching the second-order origin king realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. Even Protector Zhu has praised him many times, saying that he is the most talented disciple of our branch. So what? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei indifferently. Chu Fei's face turned cold as he said fiercely, but he was ruined by your hands. Junior brother, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Big brother must be joking. Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Jiang became the demon race during his cultivation. How could I have ruined him? What does that have to do with me? You still don't want to admit it? If he hadn't taken the pill you refined, how could he have become the demon race? You just said yourself that he came to you for a pill 5 days ago. Chu Fei shouted. Hearing what Chu Fei said, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed. After all, they had all been waiting in line for Yang Kai to perform alchemy a moment ago. If the pill Yang Kai refined was really problematic, who would dare to look for him? All of them could not help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, Chu Fei had come in time, otherwise, they would very likely have become the next junior brother Jiang. Yes, he did come to me for a pill 5 days ago, but that does not mean that his becoming the demon race had anything to do with me. Perhaps it was because his foundation was unstable. There are many reasons for a cultivator to become the demon race. Big brother, don't you think it's unfair to slander me like this? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei coldly. The other party was just a third-order origin king, so Yang Kai was not afraid of him at all. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was whether Chu Fei had some kind of power behind him. It was impossible for Chu Fei to come looking for trouble for no reason, so the only problem was the spirit pill. In this market, there were several alchemists and shops that provided alchemy services, but they were all established by the Blue Feather sect disciples themselves and had no direct relationship with the protectors. Big brother is not slandering you. Junior brother Jiang came to you for a pill 5 days ago, and after returning, he has been in retreat, but a few days later, he became the demon race. Now that he has become like this, don't say it's just a coincidence. Protector Zhu said that he was a heavenly talent, so how could his foundation be unstable? Besides the problem with the spirit pill you refined, I can't think of a second reason. Yes, after Big Brother Jiang came back that day with a happy expression on his face, saying that he had picked up a big bargain. I even advised him to find someone to verify the quality of the spirit pill he refined, but he was in a hurry to enter retreat. Now it seems that cheap things are no good. I didn't expect that Big Brother Jiang would have such a problem after just a few days of retreat, a Blue Feather sect disciple who had come with Chu Fei echoed. Chapter 1948. The market was extremely lively, and there were many people coming and going. Although Yang Kai's rented shop was located in a remote location, as soon as this incident happened, it attracted countless cultivator onlookers. The people who came later did not know the whole story, only seeing the miserable appearance of the cultivator surnamed Jiang and foreseeing his future fate, all of them glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was really a lousy alchemist who dared to harm his fellow alchemists. Naturally, there were some people who knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, but in Blue Feather sect, there was little sentiment between the disciples, and none of them had any friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally, none of them would stand up for him at this time and cause trouble for themselves. Yang Kai observed the situation carefully and knew that if he didn't handle this matter well today, he would no longer be able to earn source crystals by alchemy here in the future. It didn't matter if he could refine alchemy or not, but he was worried that the other party might have some kind of follow-up plot. Do you have any evidence that Brother Jiang became the demon race because of the spirit pill refined by Brother Yang? Lu Xianyun asked through gritted teeth, but this question was obviously feeble. Chu Fei sneered, Junior Brother Jiang is here, what evidence do you need? Lu Xianyun was speechless for a while and looked anxiously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, 5 days ago, Brother Jiang came to me and asked me to refine an emperor-grade blood yang pill. This spirit pill's function is to supplement one's vitality. Perhaps it is related to some kind of secret technique Brother Jiang cultivates. At that time, I gave him 4 spirit pills. Dare I ask if he has any left? If there are any remaining spirit pills, he can find an alchemy grandmaster of the sect to examine them and see if there is any problem with them. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She excitedly said, "Yes, if there are any remaining spirit pills, can't you just find someone to verify them?" Chu Fei snorted, "All the spirit pills have been taken by junior brother Jiang, where do you want me to find the rest?" Yang Kai spread out his hands, "Brother Chu said so." That meant that there was no evidence at all. It was pure slander. Then there was nothing that could be done. Forgive this junior brother for not keeping you company. Brothers, take care. When you find evidence, it won't be too late to argue with me. As he spoke, Yang Kai turned around and was about to enter the store. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, and Yang Kai didn't have the heart to continue entangling with them. "You want to leave? Do you think you can escape?" When Chu Fei saw Yang Kai's attitude, he suddenly became furious and shouted, "A life for a life, a debt must be repaid. You want to leave just like that after hurting junior martial brother Jiang to this extent? How can there be such a good deal in this world?" Yang Kai turned around and looked at Chu Fei with a smile, asking coldly, "What does brother Chu think we should do?" "Come with me to Protector Zhu to receive your punishment." Chu Fei shouted. "Nonsense, I am Protector Bian's disciple. Even if there is a punishment, it is Protector Bian's business. Since when was it Protector Zhu's turn to decide?" "Bold, daring to be disrespectful to Master Protector. You've only just entered the sect, yet you're already so arrogant. What will you do in the future? Let this brother teach you a good lesson on how to be a qualified junior brother." Chu Fei was here to pick a fight, and now that he had finally found a reason to take action, how could he endure? Saying so, Chu Fei arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash and stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. The power of the Origin King's territory domain burst forth and completely enveloped Yang Kai, as if it could completely seal the space around him, making it extremely viscous and difficult for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Similarly, he pushed his territory domain. Resisting the suppression of his opponent's territory domain, at the same time, a golden light flashed from his hand and several dozen golden blood threads appeared. These golden blood threads suddenly transformed into a long golden blood whip and lashed out towards Chu Fei. Space seemed to be torn apart. The violent vitality contained in the golden blood thread seemed to have transformed into a ferocious viper, exuding an unparalleled pressure that made it difficult for anyone to take them lightly. Chu Fei was taken aback. He had thought that his opponent was just a junior brother who had just broken through to the second-order Origin King realm. With his third-order Origin King strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with him? How could he have known that Yang Kai's attack would be so strange? Not only was his opponent's territory domain not weaker than his own, but it was also much more solid, making it impossible for his territory domain to suppress him. What's more, the majestic power contained in this casual attack also showed that this junior brother's source chi was surging. Otherwise, with a difference of only a minor realm, it would have been impossible for Chu Fei to feel any pressure. As the golden blood thread whip lashed out, a chill surged from Chu Fei's heart. Without even thinking about it, Chu Fei quickly withdrew his hand and summoned a mirror-like artifact in front of him. A burst of light shot out from the mirror towards the golden blood thread whip and at the same time formed a cone-shaped barrier in front of him. *Pa. With a light bang, the golden blood thread whip struck the mirror-like barrier but was deflected to the side, failing to hurt Chu Fei. This mirror can actually deflect attacks? But if that's all, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer. The deflected golden blood thread whip suddenly twisted and transformed into a golden python. This golden python had red eyes and sharp fangs as it opened its maw and wrapped itself around Chu Fei's body at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped itself around Chu Fei 7 or 8 times before biting down on his neck. Chu Fei screamed, but before he could react, Yang Kai had already rushed forward, his entire body almost touching Chu Fei's. Raising his right fist, a five-colored light flashed from it as it smashed down towards Chu Fei's face like a giant hammer. Chu Fei wanted to resist, but to his horror, he found that he was completely powerless in front of Yang Kai. The other party's strange golden python secret technique and pure territory domain made it impossible for him to even use his strength. Kong, with a muffled bang, Chu Fei was sent tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. The audience went into an uproar. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they watched this one-sided battle with dumbfounded expressions. The battle between Yang Kai and Chu Fei started and ended quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Lu Xianyun did not even have time to help. Only now did Lu Xianyun assume an offensive posture, but the moment Chu Fei was sent flying, she froze in place. She had no room to intervene at all. Shocked, her beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at Yang Kai. She was shocked to find that compared to Yang Kai in the Starlight Corridor, this man seemed to be much stronger. She had never doubted that Yang Kai was not Chu Fei's opponent. After all, this man had caused Yin Lusheng to suffer a big loss in the Starlight Corridor. Although Chu Fei was also a third-order origin king, the strength in his body had not been fully transformed into source qi, so naturally, he could not be compared to Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai could make Yin Lusheng suffer, so naturally, defeating Chu Fei should not be a problem. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai's victory would come so easily. What part of his opponent was a third-order origin king? If one were to say that he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, many would believe it. Did this man really come from the territory of a low-class star? If they had not met in the Starlight Corridor, Lu Xianyun would not have believed this fact. Lu Xianyun was shocked, and so were the surrounding Blue Feather sect disciples. Especially those who knew that Yang Kai was also an alchemist cultivator, they could not believe their eyes. One had to know that although alchemists also cultivated, because they spent a lot of time on alchemy, their cultivation would not be too high relative to their own level of alchemy. Yang Kai being able to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill and being an Origin King realm cultivator was already incredible, but now he had easily crushed his brother, a third-order Origin King, with just his second-order Origin King cultivation. That's right, the scene before his eyes could only be described with the word crushing. Yang Kai's bizarre performance had simply blinded their dog eyes. A disciple with such powerful combat strength, capable of crushing opponents above his realm, and proficient in alchemy, it was difficult for him not to be taken seriously. The surrounding Blue Feather sect disciples looked at Yang Kai and could already foresee that after today, he would definitely receive the attention of the sect and be vigorously cultivated. As for injuring their brother, was that even a big deal in Blue Feather sect? Many people were already thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yang Kai so that when he soared one day, they would be able to eat meat and drink soup. The other two Origin King realm cultivator who had come with Chu Fei were pale at this moment. When Chu Fei and Yang Kai fought, they, like Lu Xianyun, wanted to help, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Fei was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. This scene was completely different from what they had expected. What they had expected was that Yang Kai would be severely taught a lesson by Chu Fei, beg for mercy, and allow them to do whatever they wanted. But the cruelty of reality left them with little ability to think. Yang Kai's sharp eyes drifted over, causing the two to involuntarily take a step back. One of them was a first-order Origin King, while the other was a second-order Origin King. Even if they joined forces, they were not Chu Fei's opponent, so how could they dare challenge Yang Kai? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of finding trouble with them and instead walked towards Chu Fei step by step, squinting his eyes and smiling, "Brother Chu, no discord, no concord. Now that we know each other, we can have a good talk about this brother Jiang and how he became the demon race." When Chu Fei heard this, he no longer dared to lie on the ground and play dead, quickly jumping up and shouting fiercely, "What do you want to do? Brother must be joking. This junior brother is new here, how could he dare do anything to you? I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai smiled very amiably, but in Chu Fei's eyes, this smile was like that of an evil ghost. Saying so, Yang Kai cracked his knuckles as he clenched his fists. Chu Fei's face was pale and his eye was bruised, one of his eyes swollen into a slit as he spat out bitterly, "I admit defeat this time, but don't push your luck." "Push my luck?" Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. "Brother insulted my reputation as an alchemist for no reason. If this matter is not resolved today, how can I perform alchemy here in the future? Then what do you want?" Chu Fei grit his teeth and asked, "You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."